And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a little hot minute, I guess, since we last saw you, but just to go ahead and give you a catch-up, we think that everything is working just fine, and that you guys are bearing with us during the technical difficulties. In case you weren't able to see it, which most of you weren't, Shanghai Dragons kind of wiped the floor. Just got a little bit close at the end of Junkertown, but widely they were able to get the win. So it's a 3-0 for the Shanghai Dragons. Which does mean that the Guangzhou Charge, I believe, are now 5th seed in the play-ins. Chengdu Hunters there at the very bottom of the standings. And Fleta was our player of the match because the whole way throughout he has played absolutely to perfection. But now it's time to get ready to go into our second series of the evening, the last one of the weekend. This is going to be the Seoul Dynasty going up against the Philadelphia Fusion. It's a very special occasion because for the first time in a damn long while, we have LAN for Overwatch League. I mean, the first time really in Korea for Overwatch League, for that matter. But just generally, we haven't had that much high-stakes, high-skill Overwatch going on here on LAN in Korea for years at this point. So it's very, very exciting to see once more.
Yeah, and we've been taking a look at the game feed. We've got a nice little feed of inside the arena. There's been images shared on social media as well. Everyone's filling in. There's a lot of excitement in the area to finally see some offline Overwatch as well. And hopefully you guys will be able to hear some of that. The crowd noise in particular, I think, will be played through as well where we can. So hopefully you'll be able to pick up on some of the atmosphere that's going on in the arena. But on to today's match set. Seoul Dynasty, Philadelphia Fusion. Seoul Dynasty definitely been top dogs of the region so far. Philadelphia Fusion has been a team that has been succeeding a little bit. We will have to make a quick comment though and kind of give you an update on what's happening with the Philadelphia Fusion roster for this one, because as you may have seen on social media, if you follow Roston, who's the team's manager, they put out a statement basically saying that there's been an injury for Zest. So Zest will not be playing today, which means that if you know the Fusion lineup, we're probably looking at some kind of Carpe MN3 starting damage lineup, which certainly isn't ideal based on there's a lot of overlap with some of their hero pool, but we will hopefully see a fantastic performance from them nonetheless.
Well, here you go. The shots from inside the arena being played live in Busan. The audience ready to get hyped up as we get ready to see this match take off between these two teams. Every time they clash, it has been a wonderful showing between the two squads. They have a very storied history between them. And now we have to see who is going to be able to come out on top. I mean, I think a lot of people, whenever you see this matchup, especially on the side of the Fusion arena, they would love to see Carpe playing. Granted, this is not necessarily the circumstances that we want to see it happen in, but being able to see it happen here today in a LAN environment is going to be damn exciting. As everybody takes their seats and we get ready to have battle commence, the players will make their way onto the stage here in just a few moments, and then we can get the action underway.
And what you have to remember is, when you look at the APAC region, Philadelphia Fusion, Seoul Dynasty, and then you throw in the Shanghai Dragons into the mixture, they're one of the original franchise slots that came into the league all the way back at the start. They've been in it for the long haul. The franchises have played against each other multiple times, and of course, staying competitive with the other teams that have come in. So Fusion Dynasty have a lot of Korean players on their teams, have done for a while as well, so it's understandable there's going to be a lot of excitement to rally behind both of these teams as they get ready for this LAN Clash showdown. As mentioned at the top of the show, doesn't really affect the standings all that much, let's be real. Both of these teams have qualified for playoffs directly, and none of them are at risk of losing that, changing that. They won't have to go through play-ins at all. This is probably just to do with competitive testing, getting the reps in, and also putting on a fantastic show for everyone in the arena, as well as you at home.
Of course, got a brief little flash here of the Korean commentators before we came back on camp. I haven't seen some of those guys in forever, and it's good to see them still also sticking by and being able to continue casting Overwatch League. And I'm overjoyed that they have that LAN experience once more that's happening here on home soil, because it's been like I said, a damn long while. Apex was a while ago, as was Contenders when we had it on LAN. So I'm really excited to get into this one and see who's going to be able to come out on top. But it is a bit puzzling and a bit worrying for Fusion not being able to have Zest starting on this lineup, because he has been huge at times. So it could be a little bit rough for them with him out. We'll have to just wait and see, because it's been a damn long while since we've seen Carpe as well. So we'll see how they're going to be able to perform, and we'll get ready to go ahead and introduce the teams.
Yeah, we'll see them coming up soon. But for now as well, I think looking towards the Seoul Dynasty lineup, they are relatively unchanged in terms of their starting lineup. We'll get to that in a moment, but you can probably guess who's going to be playing. Seth, you know, it doesn't really change as much. They play him fantastically. Ilios, of course, being the latest member to join that team earlier on in this season. I think you said it quite well yesterday, is that it doesn't look like creative's gone. It doesn't look like they've missed a beat whatsoever. They fit in perfectly to this team, despite not having the most amount of play time. And Prophet's able to do Prophet things, borderline MVP performance, playoffs Prophet without the playoffs effectively. And Smurf is having the time of his life right now in the tank role. Just Zarya has been fantastic, just absolutely dominating all opponents that come by his way. So expecting more of the same today from the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, very much. I fully agree, and I will re-echo my sentiments in that this team, whatever the structure is, whatever Toby has set up for them, to be able to just build synergy so quickly, bringing in another support player after having created for a damn long while, it seems to be great. It seems to be working a treat. You know, the loss to the Hangzhou Spark notwithstanding, it has been an overall fantastic season for the side of the Dynasty, which is not something that the fans are used to seeing, but I can see the Marine giving a look, and it's time to go ahead and meet the teams. And there they are on stage, the WGDG Arena, in front of their fans for the first time in a damn long while. And for some of these players, the first time ever, you would have to suspect, because some of these young up-and-comers, they skipped over the LAN era of contenders. They weren't in Apex. And because of COVID, obviously, haven't been able to play on a stage in front of a crowd. So for a lot of these players, especially on the Fusion side, given the number of rookies that they have, it is going to be a day of firsts. So exciting to see how the action is going to be potentially affected by that. But here is the starting five for the Seoul Dynasty. It's exactly what you anticipate, with Prophet's duo coming through. And we don't really expect to see anything different now that we're past that Junker Queen meta where we had Prophet playing the Brigida.
Yeah, back in the damage slot, living a life up, particularly on the Tracer, while Fitz is taking up the Somber responsibilities. It's like the bedstone composition that we see in the current meta. No complaints from them starting out. Unlikely we'll see Stalker. Stalker had their moment during the Summer Showdown when Genji was the next big thing. For the time being, this is the lineup that will probably stay consistent throughout. As we've already mentioned, Philadelphia Fusion, when we get round to them, have a slightly different flavor of roster. Don't know if that's going to bode out well for them today. They have a lot on the line to be able to break down the Seoul Dynasty today.
And if they can do it, what a story it would be. I mean, granted, we did see some weaknesses from Dynasty. They didn't really look like themselves in that series a couple days ago versus the Hangzhou Spark. They tried a couple of different things compared to what they have been running so far during the Countdown Cup qualifier. So something tells me that unless they feel like they really have fixed the issues in the short amount of time that they've had to get some additional scrims in, because granted, you know, there is at least like a half a day of travel to be able to get down to this arena and whatnot, then I think they're just going to be going back to what has been their bread and butter thus far, what was putting them on a trajectory to go through this entire qualifier ahead of the playoffs undefeated. It's squashed, so I think it's just going to be a reversion back to what had been working before.
Yeah, people often joke that the Seoul Dynasty tend to big brain themselves a little bit, but less about that, more about the Philly Fusion.
And here they come, making their way out onto the stage with, I mean, I was going to say, it's basically a home crowd for both teams because we have while we're not in Seoul, and everybody's Korean. And it's just sad. I wonder what did you do, Zest? What have you done to yourself, young man?
Well, you don't need us to tell you why Zest won't be playing today. You can visibly see it. Oh?
Something with... Is he gonna... okay.
Yes, the Dragon Blade.
I thought he was going to knight them with an umbrella.
That's what I thought as well. Hey, look, nice of the team to give that gesture over to Zest, being able to actually pull out a Dragon Blade on the stage, something they're not going to be able to do today, and something I'm sure they was looking forward to potentially doing. One of the rookies joining the Philadelphia Fusion this season, like you said, Seth, not having necessarily the most opportunity to play on LAN, it's going to be it makes it a little bit even sadder that Zest won't be joining us today.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it was one of those scooters, if he was trying to ride around. And we saw, years ago, Striker injure himself ahead of the grand finals, and I believe in 2019 because he was riding one of those scooters and hit a bump in the road and then fell off. Hoping that that's not the case, and I'm hoping for a very, very fast healing process for him. Obviously, as somebody who also just somewhat recently recovered from having a broken hand. It's not really fun when you can't play video games, especially when you predominantly play FPS. You can really only play things like MMOs and turn-based single-player games.
That's so horrible for you, isn't it, Seth? You could only play
the
WoW.
MMO part's fine.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Well, anyway, here is the starting five. It's been a damn long while since we've seen Carpe's handsome face, but he will be there playing for the first time in a while. He's got the new hair going as well. Can't see it in the photo, but we saw him on stage. Bleach blonde. We'll see if that's him hitting his Super Saiyan form to be able to help take down the Dynasty.
And look, that kind of injury, we obviously don't know the details for Zest, but that can be a lengthy injury, especially because of how much you're going to need that hand to be able to play the game. Carpe being in this team could be what we see for the rest of the season. This might be the look of the Fusion heading into the playoffs. Because that injury doesn't turn around necessarily quick. We don't know what it is, but if it's a break, if it's a fracture, Zest is probably out for the rest of the year.
I mean, it's not only that, but it's, even if it does heal in time, it's so much time spent not scrimming, not practicing. And with potential changes to the meta ahead of playoffs, depending on what patch we end up on, not being practiced up on that can be just as harmful. We saw in the past, in 2020, when, players for different teams who weren't able to really get themselves out to Korea for the longest time, they finally managed to make their way here. They got their visas approved. They arrived. But because they hadn't had enough time to scrim with the teams, we did not see them get to play. I'm thinking about the likes of, I believe, Nero when he was on Guangzhou Charge. We didn't quite get to see them be able to finally step on stage alongside their comrades, alongside their teammates. So I agree with you. It's a very scary look. It's a very scary thing to have happen. Obviously, the most important thing is that Zest is okay and will be healing properly. The game, aside from that, is just that. It is the game. So his health comes first. So we know that Carpe is still a very skilled player, but his lack of stage time, that's where the concerns come in. We have to see how they're going to perform, because this is also making it a very one-dimensional read for the Seoul Dynasty, because with Carpe coming in, you're not going to be anticipating, unless he wants to go all the way back to his BK Stars era stuff and play Genji, we're anticipating that this is likely going to be just Sombra Tracer from these two right here. It's going to have to be some form of that double hit scan coming in. But maybe, you never know. Maybe Carpe is going to surprise us. Maybe he's going to pull out the Genji after all of these years.
Look, that's the mystery box right now. What is Carpe going to bring to the stage today? One thing to note as well, Belos Rhea going to be starting as well. Fury, I imagine, will probably get some substitution time and get into the roster at some point. I think Fusion have looked their best with Fury in the roster in the current meta. Maybe it's a map-dependent choice to bring Belos Rhea in to begin with, but that's a substitution I do expect to see at some point. Even if it's for one map.
Yeah, it's definitely possible depending on what the pool is going to be looking like. We haven't seen Belos Rhea in the last couple showings, and we haven't need to, because Fury has kind of had things on lock for the Fusion, especially in that series just yesterday. So, well, we'll see if Belos Rhea shows up. I think it would definitely be a great little moment for him to, be able to also get involved, be on stage, perform in front of the crowd while they're cheering for him and whatnot. So we can keep our fingers crossed that we do go somewhere where it's a bit more Winston-centric. But for now, we'll just have to see how things develop and what that map set is as we continue to get ready to dive into the game.
Yeah, the same sort of thing kind of applies here as well, Seth, is that, yes, we have this opportunity to have LAN performances for a lot of these players. Belosria being able to get some stage time now, get that first one out of the way, whatever, with this lineup, it means that when it comes around to playoffs, when hopefully they make the distance and get to Anaheim, perhaps, then you don't have that like first LAN nerves with this team. You can kind of just get the reps in now, cycle through players, get them all a little bit of stage time with slightly lower stakes. Like we said, this doesn't change much of the standings. Now's the time to get LAN performances in for all of your players who may not have had it with this roster. Really get it locked down and look ahead to what comes next when you make it to the stage of playoffs.
Very much. Did have the map set there for just a brief moment. We should be getting underway here as we go ahead and dive straight in. I don't know. I was losing my mind talking about Belosria not being in. I just assumed and forgot already because there's like so much going on and it's already been a hell of a day. So he will be starting. So that's my mistake. I'm just an idiot. But it is.
Don't worry about it. He's in. That's what counts, Seth. Nepal is our first destination. I think Sanctum's the first in the round. But yeah, we'll have Belosria in the lineup to begin with. And of course, like I said, Fury will probably be in at some point, I imagine.
Ooh.
Get the reps in, get the stage time. Smurf Winston,
I
the
like
Winto
this.
on my LAN.
Okay, I thought maybe they're actually going to stick with the Symmetra. They do not. MN3 is going to swap up for the Sombra, but Carby's going to be coming out on the May. Something else that he has shown us from time to time. Let's see whether or not catches the Dynasty off guard. Belosria can be a prime target for those hacks coming through. Vinham already going to be swapping up, goes over to the Lucio, and AimGod is able to just right-click down Smurf. So first blood bound for the set of the Fusion. They should be able to get the first lock at the point as well.
Smurf doing a little bit of scouting, gets up there, sees the entire lineup, tries to move to the other side of the map, goes for the Mega, and then all of a sudden, he has Fixer and AimGod in his face. Easy burn down, like we said, he's a prime target for the hacks, just a prime target anyway. MN3 can run over.
Yeah, just dove on Smurf and Prophet just diving in. They managed to find that elimination. So now down a member, Anti out onto 2. Carpet, Belosria, both going to be falling low. Fixa will find Iris. But in the meantime, the point has been flipped as we go skirmishing outside. Flyer Strike will find Prophet. Smurf gets Carpe. A bloody brawl. It seems like both teams seemingly shaking hands and just go ahead and duke it out. Fisticuffs coming through. As the point flip nearly there, back into the Fusion's control, but with Fitz and Smurf re-arriving, the Dynasty will maintain it.
Catch you later.
Lovely bit of Gentleman's agreement to get down and dirty to begin with. Skirmishes, like you said, Seth coming out, 26% and accruing for the Dynasty, leading an ult charge for the time being. Prophet on the Genji, gonna have that blade soon. Iris keeping up with ult charge, that's the potent combination looking to go. Carpe training a little bit with that Blizzard, and AimGod's gonna have that Coalescence for this next fight.
Carpe just getting taken so very low. Does have the ice block now. AimGod
would have it.
Unable to get away. Ends up falling. The wall comes up. Carpe trying to kite back over to the Mega. Smurf goes diving in. Manages to zap him down. Belosria backpedaling over onto the point. Anti out. Shield raised. Trying to keep himself and MN3 protected. MN3, however, is going to leave him out in the dry. Says, yeah, you're on your own, good friend. Dips. Builds up towards the EMP, but with Belosria gone, 60% now on the board for the Dynasty. The first volley worked for the Fusion, but the follow-up just has not.
There's the change-up. Belosria going over to the Winston now. Going to try and match Smurf in the mirror. Might be too little too late. We're at 70% already. Ults on the board for the Seoul Dynasty. Might struggle to find the impact they're looking for. MN3 with the EMP.
Yep, he throws that out. Finds Vinham, but the kill is just not there. Smurf shuts down Belosria. Coalescence now rolling from AimGod. Will go ahead and just hose down all the support.
Triple!
AimGod gets 3 kills! What is this? Fell right into their traps, it would seem. Prophet gonna go jumping forward, takes him down to 7 health, but Carpe's there to scoop the final 2 kills. That's the wipe. That's the Fusion regaining control for themselves.
Tough battle though. Tough hold for them here though, Seth. That Nano Blade combination online. Fixer does not have the beat to try and mitigate some of this. If they go on tempo with this as they try and enter for the retake, could spell disaster for the Fusion. They might be losing Sanctum very early on.
Alright, Blade pulled out, nanoed up his Prophet, gets into the corner, he's slashing away at Belosria, but Belosria's just got so much HP and Carpet in the meantime, got himself in the back line, found Iris, the pulse pop kill is there, he also scoops one on the Prophet, sound barrier from Vinham is far too late. Shielding now going to expire, he's going to try to retreat, but to no avail, Belosria hounds him down. Despite the damage coming through from Fitz on the Fixa, he will go ahead and hold steady, keeps the sound barrier locked in.
Prophet, Carpe, Trace the duel, Seth. He's had enough with the Genji. He's gone over to Tracer to match. Mirror compositions, the only deviation being the support line. We actually have Vindane take up the Brigitte responsibilities as well. Fixer still has this beat. Good defensive tool for Fusion to try and get up to the upper stage of this map. Gonna struggle if he gets hacked. Very low. Gets taken up by Smurf's Primal Rage.
Does get hacked, and now the sound barrier not going to be allowed to be in the fight. Carpe is well going to be swept. MN3 swept under the rug. Carpe stays alive, pops the recall, but Vinhame apparently gets on top. The flip finds the kill. The flip is back in favor of the Dynasty. Pelistria primal up, goes over to the point to at least be able to force out this overtime. Buy some space for the rest of the squad to be able to rejoin here. Try to get that counter flip back into their favor and then close out. Smurf goes for the contest. The sound barrier now dropped in. Fixa shielding up just about everybody other than Name God, who does have that next coalescence ready to go, but the healing output is not going to be enough to try to keep Pelibria in the fight. He's stuck into the corner. He will be able to finish off Smurf. It's a 2 for 2, but now a 3 for 2 as a Fusion. Look to win this one out. The flip back into their favor has come through. They're ticking up at 84%. Now they're in control, and they might just be able to steal this one away.
No way they get away with that one. So messy, so wild. Seoul Dynasty gonna have to sprint back to the point with the rally to have a touch of this one. Carpe's lingering with that pulse bomb, waiting to catch the first person who comes through.
MN3 is giving him the information. He's putting out the pings. Carpe now playing around the front. The overtime forced out. There's the stick, and that shuts down the rally. Vidhame dead, but Fixa traded out. Smurf able to find one. Iris, however, still in a very precarious spot, but to his rescue comes Profit and Smurf. They turn it around. They find the kills. Now they chase forward and look for Aim God. They shove him back all the way over towards the Mega Room. They get the kill. Belstria cannot escape. The stick from Profit, just too much damage. And while it is damn close, Fixa will extend this for a little bit longer. He's going to get cleaned up, and that will be the round secured. So first round of Sanctum goes the way of the Dynasty after an incredible back and forth.
Oh, they made him work for that one. So close to taking it away as well. I was watching Carpe's POV, and we're like, okay, he's got the pulse bomb, he's got a stick, shuts down the rally early from Vindame. You know, a little bit of value comes from it before being blown up. You're like, oh, that should be it. That should be the play. His end god's cold, just back on your screen quickly. I think this is the triple, maybe.
Yeah, just got the fire hose out. And just,
wasn't even looking at him.
Sprays him down. 3 quick kills. Nice little highlight play from a hero that we don't often get to see with the Moira, but it's not quite enough to get them to win, but the 99% for still looking decent. MN3 now going to be coming out on the Cassidy. Carpe once more back over to the Mag.
Yeah. Interesting look for the Fusion. A rotate round to the high ground, watch the main gates. Dynasty going for some changes up. Vindame switches over to the Lucio. Still going to roll out with the Genji and the Sombra here. Just biding their time. They're going to go when the point unlocks. They're jumping on top, up on the high ground.
Yep, force the fight. MN3 anti it out for the moment, gets a dink there onto Profit. Not the kill, but it spots Carpe. May have been hacked, didn't quite get to see it, whether or not it could have made its way into the ice block or if it was already on cooldown, but now that's going to be the damage dealer taken away from the Fusion. Drop down from behind, Fitz just farming off of Bellisria, trying to get the CMP online. He's nearly halfway there. They push in behind the shield. He goes for a desperate pin to try to trade at least 1 kill back. They won't be able to find it. See if Bellisria makes a faster swap this time around. With MN3 going the way of Sombra, it seems highly likely, and yes, it will be the Winston.
Yeah, you tried it. It's worthwhile, but you know, you got to go back to old reliable mirror composition coming in for the Fusion now. Sacrifice a little bit of the ultimate charge. It's not like Bellisria had much in the tank anyway, so it doesn't benefit from those changes to ultimate charge across the board. MN3 and Carpe, 40% each. Fitz hacked up, gonna be converted.
Yep. Good calling. MN3 gets the hack. Carpe goes in for the alley-oop. Kill established. Contesting the point, throws down the bubble. Good amount of damage out. The call comes through that Iris is completely isolated. And yeah, he ends up getting taken down. Smurf slept for a brief little moment. Profit going to be antied out. Vinhame now getting taken down. And that's going to be a supportless Seoul Dynasty. Carpe continues to clean up the kills. Flip it in their favor. Fusion now gaining control for the first time here on Village.
Iris must have, like, maybe pretty much had a neon sign above them saying, "Dive me, I'm a lonely support." Just completely away from the rest of his team. Just begging to be killed there. Philadelphia Fusion right to capitalize on that, convert that kill on the back line, and now it's for Seoul Dynasty to assault once more. They're going to have the Nanoblade combination online. Fixer doesn't have the beat. There's a finite window where they have a free blade to use. They're going to use it right away.
Profit Dashing in, gets on top of Aim God, finds that kill. Fixa was hacked out. Carpe trades one back by getting the pulse onto Iris. But I don't think that's going to be enough. The damage dealt. Fusion sent scattering. A little minor delay there from MN3. Ends up going down to the back end. And okay, they want to eke out as much percentage as they possibly can, it would seem. Also try to get some of these ults online. So they go back in. It's onto the point. Flip is now there. Fusion narrowly take the lead, but Dynasty take it right back.
Yeah, extending that lead ahead of the Fusion. EMP available for them. Fixer has beat. Very unlikely to catch a Lucio. Current way things are currently going, so expect the beat to be used as a reactionary tool when those ultimates start flying from both sides now that everyone's got them available. This is on top of them. He's going to use it to try and shut down Fixer right away.
Right into the face of Fixer, but it's going to be the Boostio coming through. Aim God saves his life. That means the sound barrier can still be used, and he goes ahead, drops the beat. Aim God, however,
doesn't catch
still
Aim God.
Dead. I think he might have avoided getting the shielding, so Fixer ends up just dropping it basically for himself. However, the trade-up is still there because Carpe is farming. Finds himself another elimination in the fight. Fusion can go ahead and get this flip once more. Smurf getting hounded down. They will go ahead and leave him to his own devices. Fusion make their way back over the point where they should be able to... Oh, no, they already have gained control. My bad. And now they will go ahead and tick up above at 68%.
Freeze, waiting, stalking, has the EMP. Oh, he's doing spy checks.
He has been, but he actually almost...
Oh, he couldn't get the Mega!
Oh, but MN3, he greeds to try to get the Mega Pack. Gets taken out, and Fitz finds Aim God. Now just fix up. Belstria can buy some time with the Primal. Leaps into the corner. Smurf as well, ready to match at the drop of a hat. Belstria, okay. Seems like they just say that we have a little bit of time on our side. We're up by around 20%. Just die, reset, save the ults for the next fight.
Yeah, they win that next fight, Seth. They got a good chance of taking the round. They're at 92%. Lose it, however, we're in that final fight territory by the time this kicks off. Soul Dynasty, this will be the map, the fight, I think, that decides this round. Potentially the map if Dynasty take it. Carpe has a pulse available.
Oh, but there we go. The EMP comes out from MN3. They manage to find Profit. Starting the fight off with the right foot forward. Carpe, pulse still in hand, waiting for a moment to use it. Primal comes out from Smurf. He's trying to juggle Aim God into the corner as well as fixed up. He's turned around. Finally manages to isolate one. As for the other, desperately tries to break away, and he's managed to do Primal is there from Belazria. Shoves him back. Fixes going to be hounded down. Smurf gets the kill with the melee hit. 99% forced out. The flip getting ready to come through from the side of the Dynasty. EMP used by Fitz. Manages to come up with two. MN3 and Belastria both eliminated. Now Carpe basically alone trying to keep this one contested, but Benham gets up into his grill, kills him off with the right click, and that is going to be it. They cannot retouch. The OT does not get forced because Dynasty was not at 99 already, and even if it was, I don't think anybody was going to be in range to take it, but very well fought here from the side of the Fusion. They made this a hell of a lot more competitive than we might have anticipated, given that Zest is not in the starting lineup. But Dynasty, in the end, are able to take this map 2-0.
Hopefully that extends throughout the rest of the series. We've had a good set of 3-0s, 3-1s, as we've had yesterday and today. Hopefully we'll find out that we can get a 5-mapper series. I hate for everyone to come down to this arena in Busan, only to be sent away after a quick one. Dynasty are leading after that first Nepal. We'll have to see what's next in the rotation. I believe we're going to have King's Road coming up next, Seth.
I think you may be correct, but hey, either way, the fans are getting a treat. Again, you know, there may be some Dynasty bias just because they are the team representing Korea overall. But, of course, you know, with full rosters of Korean players, there's plenty to cheer for here. So I don't think you're going to be walking away from this one disappointed as if you were a Fuel fan from earlier in the day. Anyway, that does it for map number 1. We are going to have Hybrid coming up next. We'll see what happens there. If the Fusion can continue to put up performances like this, if Carpe can continue to frag out of control on that Tracer when we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere. And we are back. It's time to go into our second map of this series, as we had the Seoul Dynasty narrowly able to take 2 rounds in a row there on Nepal, but they certainly had to work for it. Philadelphia Fusion were fighting tooth and nail to try to get some round wins in their Trid.
Yeah, and it looks like we're not seeing any substitutions moving into map number 2. They're keeping more of the consistent lineup, and they're good to go. As a reminder, MN3 and Carpe into the mix. Carpe reminding us that Carpe can still do Carpe things. The Tracer performance really strong so far. It's going to be an option I feel will have to be pulled out many a time in the rest of this series as we look to head towards King's Row. And I think that is probably going to be the look we see from the Fusion. MN3 on the Sombra, Carpe Tracer, and hopefully he keeps up the level of dominance he's seen so far.
It could be that. I mean, Carpe has also in the past shown us the Sojourn, or maybe Carpe himself would have looked to run the Sombra, and then you'd have MN3 on the Sojourn, something like that could also happen if you want to move away from the Tracer a little bit, given the way that he was playing it. I think you just keep doing what you were doing, because Carpe, despite the losses, was looking incredible. And granted, look, it's hard to not notice it from time to time. You go back, you watch, you look at comments online. There's a lot of people saying that Carpe's wash. Those people are idiots. Because while he has had some struggles and whatnot in this season, he's also just got 2 incredible DPS players on his lineup that have had more playtime than him. And that's just kind of the way that it goes. But right now, he comes back in here and he's looking to shut down the naysayers and say, you know what? I am still here to play. I might be the most veteran player on this, well, not on this stage, but pretty damn close to actually on this. Maybe he is actually the most veteran player on this stage now that I come to think about it. But, you know, he is still here to play. He still has the ability. He's got the gift.
It's nice of Carpe to stand up for all the boomers out there and knock down these rookies on his team, the Zoomers that have taken over the positions on the damage lineup, and like I said, to give everyone a reminder of what made this player great and why they're still great. Getting ready to jump into our next map. Looks like all the teams are now ready after a brief delay. And let's see if Control was a fluke, or whether the Fusion are actually going to be this competitive throughout the entire series. Jumping into the game, King's Row, our next destination.
That it is. You were correct, and then I'll just go ahead and mentally check this one. Route 66, New Queen Street, Ilios. Boom.
Yep.
Got it. Won't forget it. We'll go ahead and jump into this. See if Fusion can go ahead and tie up the score. I'm just doing some extra checking here, and I actually do believe that Carpe is the most veteran player on this stage, because he would have gotten his start all the way back at the beginning of Apex in Season 1 when he was on BK Stars. There's the famous clip of Taimu headshotting him when he was playing Genji point blank range on Volskaya Industries. What is Volskaya Industries, you ask? Well, it's a map that used to be in the game that now isn't. Anyway, yeah, Overwatch 2, babies, there's some history for you. We'll go ahead and get into this one, though, and see if that veteran status can continue to shine through.
I can't wait for this map to end, Seth, for you to go right on to Junkertown. Completely forget what that third map is going to be. We're seeing the lineups come in. It's the Seoul Dynasty on defense first, so we have a little bit more confidence talking about their lineup to start things off. Smurf staying on the Winston. That's not going to be a problem for that man in particular. And then we see Iris and Vendame with the Brigitte on a backline. Profit Fits on the Sombra Tracer. Double hit scan. Please run Widow Hanzo to open this one up, Billy.
All right. Quick shot into the Brig Shield. Swap over. He's taking his time with it. Fitz was waiting for him. Smurf going to be taking a nap around the corner, so he's pushed around to safety. Now the fight can actually commence.
Yeah, the raft is pretty much controlled. All the high ground is theirs. Fusion are rotating slowly around to the point. Carpe just doesn't seem to care. He'll just go in whenever he feels like it. That's an isolated Bellasria.
Oh, that he is. Goes low, has the bubble up, though, and they can't break through it fast enough, so does manage to make it out, much like MN3. He's playing forward, trying to build up towards that EMP, but right now Fitz is well ahead. Doubling his charge for now. Shield at the ready. You can see Fixa kind of constantly flicking back and forth left and right, so knows that he's going to be a big hack target, so he's trying to avoid that, but instead Fitz chooses wisely, goes over to Aim God. MN3 now going to be swapping, so will be that Sojourn Tracer rather than Sombra coming through. He's going to try to make this one work. He says, you know what, we need a little bit of extra burst damage, try to get some punish, so we'll see if the rail shots can connect.
And needs to find the right angles, though. They're playing the corner. They've not given the Fusion a lot of space to play with and really abuse some longer sightlines. And at a certain point, Carpe's going to be dealing just as much damage as you are when it gets to that close range. Pulse Bomb online. He sees two targets right there in Hotel that he might dash into with an explosive entrance in a second. But it fits with the EMP sitting in the back line, ready to go.
Yep. And naturally takes up, but he manages to find 4 for his trouble. Fixa hanging on by a thread. MN3, however, able to find Smurf. Punishes the dive forward, so they only lose out on 1. It is the mana boost that is taken away from them, however. They've got now going to be respawning, looking to come back through as Carpe and Prophet do get out of the hotel. Pulse Bomb still going to be held. Prophet rotates around to Mega. Grab this one, someone now is actually going to be healed up. Belshry trying to contest onto the high ground. Finds Iris, but again, there's no one else really playing this position, so there's no punishment to be found. Belshry continues to harass out. Nano for Nano, both goes over to the Winstons. Carpe lets the Pulse Bomb go. Does not find an elimination. It's going to be a trade of supports as the Winstons find some kills, but Belshry with the Primal Pop gets the second one. Iris taken down. Fixa trying to stay alive. Smurf chases him up here into the movie theater. Hits him against the wall a couple of times, but has not been able to finish him off, and now the rally is instantly going to be popped from Fixa as he goes right back over towards the point. Carpe gets spits, and that should be the Fusion finally breaking through.
I don't think they can fully break through unless MN3 finds a pick here with the railgun. There will be a recontest that comes through.
The rally for it.
So.
Okay, so the Prophet, he gets shoved back. Overclock at the ready now for MN3. Armor Pack's going forward, but Smurf's still going to be taken down. He was just completely by himself, not enough healing focused into him, so he ends up falling, and that is the lockdown. Fusion now 3 minutes 35 seconds as we go into the streets phase. Granted, not one of the larger time banks that we have seen on this map as of late, but a cap is a cap.
Dave so distracted by the flankers coming in here as Fitz will take a railgun shot to the head and get taken out. A little bit of way to come back to them, but Vinde's so distracted with these flankers, he wasn't able to follow up with Smurf, get in range and use that rally to help with some of the healing to keep him sustained on the point. Smurf left out to the wind just to die on point at that point. Well, the recontest is over. Coming in from this old dynasty, Philadelphia Fusion have a sizable part of putting
Prophet finding him in 3 around the corner. He and Carpe pretty much neck and neck as far as these pulse bumps are concerned. I mean, Carpe, he let his go after Prophets, and he's already beat him to the next one. Has been doing some serious work here for the Fusion as far as the damage output is concerned. Prophet just dashing out around opposite side of the cart, gets himself back over towards his teammates.
My ultimate is charging.
Railgun charge.
Here, Overclock. We'll use the one in the chamber and then look to expend it.
Oh, he takes it so very low. Nearly finds an elimination. The Honest going to be traded out in the end all the same. Got dead, and again, Belshry manages
Prophet
to stomp in, finds Vinheim. Now supportless are the Soul Dynasty. Profitless as well as Carpe gets the melee shot to finish him off. Fix it, does get taken down. Smurf trying to keep them in this as much as humanly possible, but he's got to make his exit, get ready to recontest as the cart gets ready to arrive at B.
He can get some heals. There will be sustained for Smurf to get up there. Hiding around the corner. Primal Rage should be able to online this fight, provided he doesn't get forced off too early. Bella's very hacked. He too has the option of a Primal Rage should the fight get extended long enough. Overclock available for MN3 once more.
Spike quite far back now, goes sliding forward. Seems like they want to maybe take the fight here pretty darn soon. Carpe needs to get topped up. Belshry putting the bubble down, trying to cut off some of this healing from Smurf, but it's just not enough throughput to really get the punish now. He's going to go jumping into the back line. Nanoed up. Primal trying to get built here. MN3 tries to slide away from him, and it misses there for the alley-oop. They find the kill. Quick punish does get found. Belshry going low, now going to be antied out. Primal does come in. Smurf, however, still relatively healthy, now has an ult of his own. Goes down, he's continuing to limit test, falls to 80 HP without popping it, and he's going to keep it for the next fight as Prophet is able to find Seal on the back end.
Yeah, and that could be the last fight as well, Seth. We're in a 1 minute time bank right now. Primal Rage, Smurf, it's available. Carpe's Pulse Bomb needs to be a bunker buster. Donation of ult charge over to MN3, switch over to might be able to get an EMP online for this fight. Needs a lot of work to get that done though.
He does. Things slow down for a brief moment. Pretty soon they're going to ramp up. Carpe with the pulse. can be the one to really open up the rest of this attack and give them the hack. That extra minute and a half time bank bump up. And then through the hack on the Prophet doesn't really lead to too much. Carpe playing out of the subway.
There's no one
Looking around for a target, spots him on the high ground though, and yeah, good luck getting to him. Vince is guard to the back door, Prophet guard to the front. Now EMP at the ready, and everybody is clustered up. This could be absolutely monstrous, and it is! The EMP comes in, but Prophet's going to be the first one to finds the kill. The Nana out develops for Carpe lets Pulse Pop go. Doesn't find an elimination from way, but still gets on the Finham. God going to be taking one, but then gets hacked out the corner, and MS brings finished off. And just like that, the Fusion, they turned the EMP, no matter how massive it was, completely on its head. The kills come through with Prophet out of the fray. There's just not enough damage to be able to find the kills. And that is going to be the Fusion making it to an extra minute and a half now to try to finish the map.
They just got away with murder, Seth. That 4-man landed and Anti came into the mix as well. They should have had way more of those kills converted, but they were unable to do so. Fusion weathered a storm, turned it back on the Seoul Dynasty, and now we're into point C. There is 1 minute left on the time bank though, so it can be still held here. Double support ultimates available for the Dynasty. Pulse Bomb for Prophet, but it's MN3's EMP that's online. Can they find more success than the Dynasty did on their last attempt?
Well, Carpe's going to be taken down, so that certainly slows them up for now. With 52 seconds remaining. They're going to have to just go for the reset, wait until they have Carpe at their sides. Crucially, though, you mentioned the EMP from MN3, but the support ults are there from the Dynasty. Finham, he would get the rally canceled, but can have it for the back end of the fight. Just wait and see what happens.
30 seconds. They're going to do this in OT if they do it at all.
Yes.
Support's found with the EMP.
Okay, EMP from MN3 goes out. Finham going to be taken down. Iris tries to keep him alive, not going to work. Both supports now out of the fight. Big opening here for the Fusion, but they need to get this cart rolling, make sure that it still keeps moving up, but they have to also peel for the back line because Smurf continues to harass around those angles.
Good
Recall
storm.
burn.
They get out of this
tries to
alive.
escape. They pile him in.
Body
They try to get the
blocks.
body block, but he manages to break through. Pulse Pump now going to be thrown down at the ground. Doesn't find the elimination. The rally rolling from both of the Brigidas. Velstria playing up close, leaps back over the cart. Smurf goes up onto the high ground. Primal Rage still at the ready. Aim God, another nano.
He's hacked.
Just 30% away. He can have that one built up very swiftly. Velstria going to be antied out. He gets the jungle. He's looking for the kill here onto Iris. Smurf is going to be taking a nap, so he cannot heal for him. And Iris ends up going down. Prophet as well, dead to a shield bash from Fixa. Velstria zaps his way to a second kill. We look for a little bit more from the side of the Fusion if they want to be able to make their way all the way to the end. There's just a couple meters left to go. Smurf now going to be taken down. Vince desperately tries to swap over to the Widowmaker, but they don't have anybody to occupy the cart. Prophet had to recall away from it, so in overtime, despite the low time banks, Fusion will make it to the end of King's Row.
That's an unfortunate EMP as well that came in from Fitz. He only hit MN3 with it, despite there being a large cluster of Fusion players. And he just dies immediately afterwards as well, not finding value from that at all. And then obviously you see the Primal Rage getting picked off by Belos Rhea. He's just able to elongate the fight, jump around, cause all this havoc for the Seoul Dynasty, and ultimately allows them to cap. Now, this does put them in a precarious position though, Seth. They did finish in OT, so if Dynasty finish with a 1 minute time bank, they can guarantee they won't lose this map. They have to actually get all the way through the streets phase, and it's so good to see that the Fusion are keeping this series competitive still, despite some last-minute roster struggles.
Yeah. See if they can get it done. And what the Fusion are going to be running, looking right now like MN3 is going to be coming out with the Sojourn. Carpe, of course, sticking to the Tracer. Smurf maybe tooling around with the idea of going for the Zarya, something that has been an incredibly strong pick for him.
See, they roll out with it indeed, but we're going to keep MN3 on the Sojourn. Carpe on the Tracer. Prophet Genji goes for a quick deflect. Going to roll out with it, it looks like. They're not returning to spawn just yet.
Yeah, no, they are not. Prophet Genji has been incredibly strong at times throughout this season. Quick hop here on to Fit, sends him back into the spawn room. Get some decent percentage gains, though. Anti connects on the 2. Prophet and Finham both eating that one. Finham, he bites the dust. Carpe plays off the back of that setup there beautifully. Finds the first kill of this defense.
MN3 is going to slide back to the point. So Dynasty have begun to take some space. Prophet's going to challenge MN3 up on this high ground, keep them out of there. Venezuela tries to buy some space. Oh, doesn't quite convert the kill though.
Can't quite get it. Needed somebody else to help break that Zarya bubble a little bit faster if they wanted to get the punish. Instead, Prophet does manage to make his way out. And it's relatively healthy, but it's taken down as Carpe finds yet another elimination. He's just 30% off from that pulse bomb being online as well. MN3 slides in behind the car, breaks line of sight, gets the headshot on the Prophet. There's a huge shutdown. The Dynasty currently contained in the choke.
They'll just have to back out here. It's pretty standard. Prophet and Fitz really struggling to get on the board with ultimate charge here, trailing massively behind the overclock that MN3 is about to have online, as with the pulse bomb from Carpe. Smurf, these fights aren't going long enough for him to build up enough energy, but there's a nano boost. They want to try and accelerate this.
They do, but yeah, that's going to be the ante coming through. Forces a bubble now. Ria just immediately is there. Johnny on the spot to just gatekeep Prophet, keep him away from the rest of the squad. Carpe, however, just can take it down. Prophet finding that elimination. Ria leaping back through the archway to try to stay safe down to a sliver of HP. Says, you know what, I've got this primal rage. I can go for an extended fight if we contest this. The 2 ticks have to be given up. MN3 now, overclock pops, they go diving forward, they're trying to find the elimination. Onto him, and they will have it. Prophet deflects the rail back into his face. Carves up Ape God to boot. And Ria still uses the primal, but now is hacked out. There's only so much you can do. They'll drain the time bank down just a little bit here. As the EMP even's going to be used to go ahead and finish him off.
Fitz better change. That's borderline inexcusable.
I'm not sure about that one, Chief. Already, they start off with 30 seconds up compared to what we saw, but Fitz committing to that. I guess he was so worried about any potential reinforcements that could come back in if Ria wasn't dead right in that moment, but he's going to be wishing that he still had it if they get held to the archway now.
Big problems for them, but they can't break through this defensive hold. That's all the way back.
Fixa has the protect.
Careful, this one. Vindame low.
MN3 safe, and in-hand taken down. They've got able to snipe him, it would seem. Iris as well, falling down to about half HP. Obviously can't really self-sustain. Let's just wait for bio nades to come up, otherwise go grab some health packs and wait for Vinham to rejoin.
They've tried to lock someone in the corner. They know he's going to be back all the way with his team now, so we'll have fun enough route for ingress. Smurf has that grab online, first one of the series.
He's also got decent energy right now.
Yeah, sitting at 55. We get a nano boost
Sees
on top
the
of this.
support.
Grab finds both the back line.
It catches up. Pionate down. Ape God buys him a little bit of extra time. Rally rolling his ball fix. That means that he does stay alive.
And it's
now
gone.
eliminated. The sound barrier not going to be there in time to save him. Carpe gets a pulls out onto Iris, and the Fusion are turning the fight. They lose Ape God, but they win out in so many other regards. Prophet as well. Going to get staggered here on the back end. 2.5 minutes now remaining for the Dynasties. The Fusion continue to pile this one very well. They're playing on the knife's edge, but more often than not, they are not the ones getting cut.
2 minutes 20 left in the time bank. Seoul Dynasty really struggling to break through this hole that the Fusion have right now. Graviton Surge onto the back line. Unable to convert more than one, and then after that, MN3 slides in and just takes out Smurf, who's now gone over to the Winston, knowing they're probably going to have to use the Monkey to break through this instead. Nano boost available for Iris, could donate that over to Prophet for a Nano Blade. He's only got a Nano boost for Aim God to try and mitigate that. Battle's Rare could also buy some space for that Primal Rage. A lot of tools to try and shut this down. Waiting for their time to strike. Carpe, Nano boosted.
Nano on a Carpe. When's the last time he's received one? Feels like it's going to have to have been a damn long while. Prophet completely
Prophet
zoned
shut
back
out.
by MN3, shoving around the corner, and Carpe goes in for the execution. Gets the kill. And the 2 committed from Dynasty find absolutely zero value. Ria taking a nap, so won't be able to chase all the way into the spawn room for some extra kills, and never mind, he's woken up. He's not going to be able to get anything else off of that one, but with 1 minute and 28 seconds remaining, the Fusion will very well poised to pull this.
Carpe stalking once more, finding a stealthy path into the back. He's going to assassinate one of these targets in this final fight. He's getting some intel.
Going to give it a
Team
shot.
Pindiana, he knows he's going to go straight for Iris.
Oh, okay, a little bit botched, but you know,
But
that's what it
it's
is. Doesn't get that one, but Ria going to be taken down the front line now, broken open for the Dynasty. Fitz down to a sliver of HP, manages to make his way out of there. Iris still under fire. Vinham desperately tries to keep him sustained, cannot, but It's a bloody brawl back and forth as Prophet finds 2, Carpe gets 1. The cart, however, is sliding forward. They know that Carpe is behind them. It does put potentially Iris at a bit of risk, as I think he does need to rejoin the squad. The Fusion, they should be able to get a recontest here. 38 seconds remaining. Dynasty, they need to break through now.
Force off the cart. Got that Primal Raid and the Rally. Lots of sticking power for the Soul Dynasty.
Oh, we don't have much time left.
It's Pulse Bomb. It's ZMP. All the tools are here for them. 20 seconds remaining. They just have to have an execute that was they've been lacking on King's Row so far.
Rally's rolling. Pulse bombs up. Both the Tracers now. Cart stopped 2.78 meters away. MN3 overclock now. Going to be popped. The EMP coming around the flank. If you can find MN3, that would cancel it. I believe he does hit him, and actually, no. Never mind. Not going to find the cancel. Just gets the headshot instead. MN3 puts him in the dirt, but Smurf with the primal pops gets on top of Aim God. Now that's going to be supportless for the side of the Fusion. Carpet take it down. They'll just go ahead and cleave out the rest. So another minute and a half added. Soul Dynasty can absolutely still take this to extra innings. All ults pretty much expended, but we have 2 about to be, now actually 3 about to be online for the side of the Fusion.
Yeah, the Fusion have done an excellent job here, Seth, because now it doesn't matter if the Dynasty finish, they will have another attempt at this. They're not going to finish with over a minute time back, so they will not be locked out of winning this series and going to equalize it all. Dynasty need to complete, and then we'll get those second innings you alluded to. Seems like a tall order at the moment as well, with only 1 minute remaining and all those ults to fight against. There's nothing in the tank for the Dynasty. They need to try and trade up quickly and get one last neutral fight.
Target identified there for a brief moment, but Vinheim takes the shield bash, exit out. Belfry up, primal pop. Smurf going to be taking a nap, so again, that backline peel not really available, but the backline access also not quite there for the side of the Fusion. Iris and Fitz still do get picked. MN3 with a great rail headshot gets rid of the enemy Sombra. Fusion chase all the way forward towards the spawner room doors. 30 seconds now remaining. Any additional staggers would be catastrophic, and fortunately for the Dynasty, the rest of them do make it out to safety.
Maybe the Rally, maybe the Pulse Bomb is what you're going to be playing with the Dynasty. You still need to get through the Nano Boost and a Pulse Bomb with Carpe, and he's lurking again. He's going to find his path into the backline, Steph. If he gets a pick, it's all over for the Dynasty.
Just waiting for the call to come in. Still hidden. Hasn't been spotted yet. Nano out, aggressive push forward. Carpe taken down. Fitz finds him with a rail shot. Cart, however, needs to be contested. Looks like they have tagged in. Belfry, however, gets both of the supports once more. Smurf dead as he tries to drop down. He forces out the OT for a little bit longer, but the cleanup is coming through, and the Fusion are making it happen. They successfully defend the cart here in front of Point C, and they will tie up this series 1-1.
Well played by them. Not missing a beat. Sloppy execution from Dynasty. Questionable ult usage at times as well. Does not change the fact that this is working for the Fusion. Able to send Belazrea in and just uncontested on that backline at the end there. It felt like Iris was left out to dry. You got no supports to try and fight the point at all. Just crumble, and the rest of the team will follow.
We're starting to see a little bit more of that disjointedness that plagued the Dynasty in their series versus Hangzhou Spark. Now against the Philadelphia Fusion. They tied up at 1-1. They very well could take this series away, and that would not be a result that anybody anticipated, just given the situation that the team finds themselves in. But right now, everybody is playing absolutely beautifully. Carpe in particular, after some time away, I mentioned that maybe the blonde hair, this is him going Super Saiyan. It's certainly looking like it, Trid, because damn is he popping off. You can see the wry smiles coming through. Maybe a little bit camera shy. Needs to get used to that one. It's been a little while since it's been anything other than a webcam in front of his face, so get readjusted.
Oh, that's adorable. That's adorable. AimGod just can't tolerate it. It's okay, you're doing amazing. Someone give AimGod a hug.
He and the rest of the squad looking great so far. Tied up 1-1, no one in the lead. Escort will go ahead and put somebody at match point, but if Fusion continue to play like this, could very well be them walking away with the advantage. We'll see what happens after we come back from the break. So don't go anywhere, guys. The action continues in just a few. we are back and all tied up 1-1. The Fusion able to resurge. They played a close game all ready to begin on Nepal, but coming into King's Row, they look dominant. Barely managed to make it to the end of the map. They finish with no time left in the bank, but they deny the Seoul Dynasty from even touching the end of that map. So very well done by them. So we are neck and neck as we get ready to go into Escort.
Yeah, we'll be heading over to Route 66, if memory serves me correct. Seen a few roster moves. We might have substitutions come in, but we'll double check that as that happens. Seems like Smurf's definitely into Seoul Dynasty, of course, and they're not going to change up their roster.
That one's not going to change.
Yeah, exactly.
This Prophet really wants to hit all three in a season.
Yeah, actually, let's see Prophet hit the trifecta. You know, play a game as tank.
If anybody could do it, I would say, you know what, Prophet is probably capable of doing it somewhat decently, especially if he was going to play something that's a bit more damage-centric. I mean, obviously, he does play Echo from time to time, so he is somewhat familiar with playing things like the Winston and whatnot. But if he wants to try his hand at Azaria, I would allow it. I would definitely be interested enough to see it, but given the stakes of this series, being played in front of an audience, it's not going to happen.
You saw what happened when Dia played Junker Queen, right? Like, competing huge, incredible stats. Like, if we had Junker Queen meta, maybe Prophet got some playtime. Like, yeah, I can see him doing that again. No, there has actually been a substitution for the Seoul Dynasty, Seth. No longer going to have Prophet's combo. Stalker coming in for Fitz, it looks like.
Okay. And... no, it's going to... Yeah, Prophet coming is out. Stalker in. So not something that we've seen. Oh no, I see what they're doing.
Stalker Fitz.
We are playing some musical chairs. I see where Prophet's at now. Okay.
Oh, so yeah. Wait, yes.
Stalker is subbing
out.
Yeah, it's happening again. Okay.
All right, so Prophet Brigitte. Okay.
Interesting. Just get some attention here. Make sure that you see the see the camera. Give some thumbs up. And yep, we did see Belsria was packing up his things at the end of that, but yeah, just kind of sliding down towards the end of the table. It would seem is Prophet.
All right, a bunch of substitutions then. Vindame out, Stalker in. Prophet switches from damage to support. Fury comes in to replace Bellazrea as we head over to Route 66, our third map of this series. All tied up between the Seoul Dynasty and Philadelphia Fusion, playing live from Busan.
I mean, all right, I'm all about it. Already a wild series back and forth between the two. I mean, we were joking about some of the swaps happening, but I didn't really actually anticipate that this was going to be making a return in this series. Granted, as far as the stakes go, I mean, like I said, you're playing in front of a crowd. You want to be able to walk away victorious, especially if you are the Dynasty, since you're playing on a home soil. But this, in the grand scheme of things, I guess, doesn't really adjust too much, given that they are a lock for playoffs, as are the Philadelphia Fusion. You can see Prophet still very cheery about falling back into this previous role from the previous meta.
Never quite goes away. It's just like riding a bike.
The Brigitte.
Yeah.
That's a bike that long ago people would have been begging to have stolen, so there's a change to become a lot less oppressed. Yeah, the Philadelphia Fusion, that's something that they know about, because bikes get stolen all the damn time.
In Philly.
I remember going to college at Temple University, and people always took their tires with them to class because the tires were more valuable than the frame of the bikes. So you take your own tires off and take them with you. But here we go. We can focus up and get ready to get geared up for Escort, as it's going to be Route 66. And then from there, we are at least guaranteed to see New Queen Street, which, again, for the Fusion, if they're able to win on Route 66, you really start favoring them going into that push map just because it's New Queen Street.
A big opportunity to be able to close out the series in a 3-1 scoreline. If it goes that way, we know how much they love that map. Seth, we saw it yesterday. As we already talked about, Route 66. See what the rollout is of Prophet. Probably going to get some Brigitte play time, but Stalker and Fitz in being the damage duo this time around. So I expect Stalker to maybe not stay on the Hanzo the entire series. We'll probably see him change over, but we'll talk about the Fusion for now. Fury's in, D.Va out. And of course, everyone else stays relatively the same. Aim God going over to the Zenyatta this time as well. And, I mean, they played fantastically yesterday. How lethal were they with this robot?
Alrighty, well, no overarching changes really here for the side of the Fusion. Aim God back onto the Zenyatta, which we know he can find an immense amount of impact with. And Prophet, I'm curious if this is just going to be a starting dart or something, or no, it looks like he's going to go out the gate with the Ana. Just be playing this one. Stalker, of course, sends out the recon arrow, now swaps over, he's going to be playing the Tracer.
Prophet Ana. Wasn't expected to see this today when I looked up. Surely the aim is transferable. Well, maybe frags heavy.
Already MN3 in the bad spot. Taken down, Stalker able to find the kill. First blood is his. Down low as far as the HP is concerned for a bit there, but Prophet just going to go ahead and start pumping those left clicks through. Try to build up towards the Nano, and right now he is outpacing Fixa.
How good is it going to feel when he nails a sleep dart, having been on the receiving end of so many of them over his career, to be able to get some revenge against pro players in this series?
Cathartic, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We'll see if he's able to get it done. That and lob some nice nades through. Either way, MN3 not having a good go of it. Stalker really watching him from the shadows now is out here to play. Finds that elimination once more. Fury going to be antied out, broken out of the mech. Sleep Dart not going to do anything there for Fixa to try to peel for his squad. Carpe just managed to get rid of Smurf, but the Baby Diva gets finished off by Fury, who's, you know, just pilot pistoling his way through. Prophet finishes him off with the Bionade, but now the turnaround starts to come in. And God finding Stalker. Carpe gets both of the supports, a pulse for one, a melee hit for the other. Takes down one of his longtime rivals in Prophet.
All right, ultimates across the board for the Dynasty. They got themselves a Nano Boost, EMP, Pulse Bomb combination. Fusion lacking a little bit. Fixer will get the Nano on time. Could be a good save for Aim God if he gets under the pressure of both the EMP and Stalker running in. Fitz is in position. He knows what...
Oh, he's so close to getting spy-checked.
Yeah, he needs to be careful, but he has to wait for reinforcements. Has to look for reinforcements, though he can't pull the trigger just yet. No one's in room to really follow up yet.
It's just amazing that he hasn't been found. I mean, they know that he's going to be
so
snipping around the back lines, and there you go. The EMP comes in. Aim God instantly receives a Nano. Now has the Transcendence available, but it's not going to be needed yet. Prophet taken down by Carpe once more with the melee hit. And I can't help but think what Carpe has been sitting back, saying, you know what, I have not been on the front lines. You've got a good amount of opportunity to really take the lead firmly in the kill. And Carpe now is out for blood. Shuts him down once more. Fury, however, does get traded. Aim God pops the Transcendence, so we'll go ahead and try to elongate the fight. But MN3 dealt with once more. He's just rushing forward. Iris very happily catches him in the head with one of those orbs.
Yeah, he was trying to catch Iris off the back end of that Transcendence, and he just got found out. Wasn't able to get in position.
Carpe pulse bomb against Smurf, denies the remake.
What's his accuracy?
Carpe, though, ends up going down. Stalker finding that elimination in the end, getting the better of the enemy Tracer. EMP pulled through by MN3. And it might just be enough to turn the tides. 1.5 meters left to go. The kill still being found. Fitz playing forward, down low on HP. MN3 gets some healing here. Dashes back, and now the card's going to roll back. And the Fusion, they managed to hold here.
All right, sub 1 minute remaining. Not many fights left in the tank. Maybe only one if it's a slow burner. Fitz has that EMP again. No Nano Boost to save Aim God this time around for the Philadelphia Fusion. They convert that. Oh boy, it's going to be big, and Dynasty will get a second life in this Route 66. Translocator destroyed. No teleport out. Backline found. EMP online.
Much more at risk. Good damage was there. Doesn't want to stick around to try to find the kill, but EMP at the ready. Iris going to be antied, hugging around the corner, up in the canyon. Pulse bomb out, not going to find the stick. Goes a bit wide there from Stalker. Prophet tagged up, Fixa finds the elimination. They knock him out. Drop down now around the back. EMP in response. Fitz tries to turn this one around for his squad, but instead he gets clipped. It's taken down. OT will be forced out. They need to try to win this fight somehow, some way. And with Smurf getting knocked into the back, I just don't think it's going to happen. It seems like the Fusion once more are going to pull up a full hold here on Route 66. Stalker dealt with, can't get out of Big Earls. And there it is. 1.5 meters is as close as they get. Fusion, hold strong.
Oh, we're going to New Queen Street, aren't we, Seth?
Oh, yeah.
We're going to New Queen Street, and Fusion.
I mean, we're going
there
there no matter what.
I know, but like we're going to go there at match point Fusion. Like,
yeah,
I can see it already. So. And then we're going to go there. Fusion going to close it out. 3-1 scoreline. Seoul Dynasty just sandbagging in the last week of the Countdown Cup. Oh, no.
Well, now, not sure if we have a pause or if these are just some crowd shots as we wait to go over into the next round. But either way, Dynasty certainly have their work cut out for them. A fuller hold is what is necessary if they want to take the lead and have that much better of an opportunity. Because, again, with New Queen Street on the horizon, Fusion, they're going to be chomping at the bit to be able to get this win, deliver a second loss to the Dynasty here in the Countdown Cup qualifiers. Looks like we will be getting things underway. So we take a look at what they have pieced together. It's, again, Prophet coming out for the defense with this Ana. No real changes being made on either side, it would seem.
At which point you got to ask the question: why is Prophet in? Like, if you're just going to play Ana, I feel like honestly, you have better options here for the support.
I mean, you didn't have to put Prophet in, I suppose, to the support line, but I wouldn't be that shocked if they're like, let's give Stalker some stage time ahead of the playoffs.
Oh, I totally get that.
Since we know that they're going to be, you know, we know he's going to be playing on stage in Anaheim and whatnot if they decide to field him, so maybe they want to get some of that experience, but it doesn't necessarily mean
Translocator.
The Prophet has to play Ana, but, you know.
No, I know, I get that. I think Stalker should have been coming in here, but do you need Prophet on stage every map, even if he's off-rolling, or even onto a hero he doesn't usually play or hasn't played? Like, when you see Prophet, you're like, okay, I'm going to play Pukita. That's what Dynasty are going to roll with. Instead, they're on an Ana. I don't know, I just feel like you could have had Iris and Vindame in this one, you know?
Yeah. They could also just be having fun. Can't really discredit that. First time land here in Korea in quite some time. Why the hell not? Just have a cheeky little swap. Pay some, you know, little fan service. Smurf trying to spy check, hunt down MN3, who, despite having a bit of a rough go of it on that attack, on that defense, helped deliver that full hold to his squad. Card already inched up to the corner of Big Earls. As the shots go flying, Stalker nearly picked off. He is leading considerably right now as far as the pulse is concerned. He's going to have it up right now as he goes diving into the back line. Fury rotates over to try to get some protection for his squad. Keeps the supports alive, eats the pulse, and doesn't get broken out of the mech. So while he doesn't get the eat, it's still a positive result. And that's a huge one there as MN3 gets on top of Stalker and takes him out of the fight.
It's trying to get in position here. And we're going over after the hack. Fury there for Sweeper. They're not going to get this one through.
Just keeps him alive. Smurf eliminated, and that should be it. Well, Stalker and Fitz can go absolutely nuclear here. I don't think there's any way that you can really rescue this one. 1.95 meters left to go. Fitz does have it contested here for the moment. Has to translocate away. Is once more advancing. Stalker taken down. Fury runs him over. And it is a 2-1 lead for the Fusion. They clean things up here on Route 66, and with New Queen Street on the horizon, they have to be feeling so very good about their odds of taking this with a 3-1.
I hope we get some substitutions between the maps, Seth.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can agree with that.
I'm hoping we don't see Prophet Ana in New Queen Street. I feel like... Okay, look, I'll tell you what, we'll 900 IQ this one, Steph. Let's say that the Seoul Dynasty were like, all these fans came out to Busan, it's first time on land, we don't want it to end quickly, we don't want a 3-0, we don't want a 3-1, let's make this a 5-mapper. They'll come out next map, New Queen Street, slap the Fusion around hard, equalize it, going to map 5. Because they're doing it for the fans.
I mean, it's definitely within the realm of possibility just because it is the Dynasty. And you can already see Prophet is starting to undo some wires. So I think he's going to be sliding out of that support chair here in a brief little moment. But it's still such a tough task to try to take down the Fusion on New Queen Street. I mean, this is a team that bested the Shanghai Dragons. Granted, an out-of-form Shanghai Dragons, and set a league record for not just fastest push map ever, but fastest map, period. Just because of the way that it plays. So, work certainly cut out for them if they want to be able to win this and extend it all the way to 5, but if they can do it, then I am all on board. Otherwise, Fusion looking like they might just be able to take this one. We'll see what happens, so as the players give some cheers to the crowd, we'll go to a quick little break, and we'll see New Queen Street on the other side. And we are back and maybe at the end of the line here for this matchup between the Fusion and the Seoul Dynasty. Fusion currently leading 2-1 after getting a full hold on Route 66. The Dynasty experimentation of having Prophet go over to Ana did not pay off whatsoever. In fact, it was a big bust. So we'll be bearish on that one moving forward.
And it's over, Seth. The experiment is over. They have their results. Going back to a little bit of status quo.
Benhaim's back in for Prophet. Prophet's back in for Stalker. We'll carry on our merry way, and potentially forget that it even happened. If, you know, they can win New Queen Street and go on from there, we can just go ahead and wipe this one out of the history books. Otherwise, if they lose on New Queen Street, which can be highly likely given the way that Fusion like to play this map, then, yeah, this is one that we will, unfortunately for the Dynasty, remember for a while.
yeah. I mean, look, I was thinking about it in the break as well, Seth. I mean, like, the seasonal positions aren't really going to change at all here. Philadelphia Fusion qualify for the playoffs already. I think the only thing that could change from this match if Fusion win is Fusion go from qualifying for playoffs when going from a negative win rate to a neutral win rate. That's the only thing that changes, really, because they got through like a negative match win rate over the course of the season, I believe. And so, like, if they win now, at least it equalizes. So we got a playoffs team that is somewhat positive, I guess. Yeah,
it's definitely a good thing to have happen, I guess. Give yourself a little bit more confidence moving forward into the playoffs. You can see here a hell of a lot of Dynasty fans. As you can see, the signs there for Smurf, Prophet, the Tigers thrown out there. Somebody actually drew a Smurf for Smurf. But there's a decent shout for Fusion in there as well.
Yeah, just buried behind all the soul signs for the moment. Hey, look, there's a Fusion one by a Pachimari. That's good enough.
I mean, that might be the actual bad Pachimari. It wouldn't shock me. He was like, I can go watch them live?
Well, he's not allowed to travel. He's on a couple of lists, you know?
That's true. Anyway, moving on from the no-fly list that Bad Pachimari finds himself on. Oh, boy. We'll see if Fusion can close this one out, because, honestly, one of the biggest boons, I guess, for Dynasty, one of the silver linings you could say going into this map, is that because Zest isn't here, they probably have to worry a little bit less about the bot being stolen away. Zest has been the great scamazer, I suppose, when it comes down to that. Yeah. He's often the one who sneaks that push bot right out from under the noses of his opponents. But we'll see if Carpe is going to be up to the test. But right now, as far as the killing is concerned, Carpe has been just leaps and bounds above anything that we could have anticipated based on his absence, based on his last few performances from the many, many weeks or even months ago since we've last seen him play. So something tells me he's going to be perfectly fine when it comes down to filling into that role here on push as well.
Yeah, plenty of opportunity for them to strike and keep their performance consistent. A shining light of the Fusion when it's come around to this series. That this definitely wasn't the plan for today, I can imagine. I'm pretty sure they were expecting to play a lot of Zest and get them some stage time. But Carpe stepping in, having a game plan for the Fusion to be able to operate with, and like I said, just playing phenomenally. It's been a real big boon for them. Soul Dynasty. Oh, buddy. Route 66. Let's try and forget about that one. Everything's back in order. Everything's reset. New Queen Street's home turf for the Philadelphia Fusion when you look at their map record. So let's win it. Take it to map number 5. Give the people in the arena a show and the people at home a good high note to end this week's action on.
Alrighty. Well, New Queen could be the decider. We'll see if Fusion can pick up 3 maps consecutively to be able to take this series away from the Dynasty. Best them here on that quote-unquote home turf. But of course, this is home for all of these players. All of them born and raised in the WDG arena, of course, you know.
Is there a maternity unit around the back of the screen?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Just all their families live in there. There's a huge shared kitchen. Each family has their own fridge designated.
Yeah. Oh no, that's too much space. They have their own shelf in a fridge. We're playing by college accommodation rules.
I do not miss those.
No, I do not as well. I like having my own fridge.
I have missed seeing some competitive Overwatch stuff because we haven't had too much of it this weekend. So
true.
Let's see if the Dynasty can make it a little bit more competitive. Prophet going to be coming out the gates here on the Tracer. Fits over onto the Sojourn. We're not going to be seeing one from Fusion. MN3 is here once more on the Sombra. They are spy checking the ever-loving hell out of him. They are searching. They are panning. They have not found him.
I just really wanted us to cut to MN3's POV and have him like above them looking down.
Okay.
Oh, hello.
Well, there you go. That's one way to kick things off. Aim God loses his head. Fixa now completely stranded. We'll go ahead and get hounded down by Prophet at the end. Fury able to get Vinheim. A little bit of an answer back, but going up against the Zarya, there's just no way for him to mitigate the damage coming through. We'll see if he goes for a fast swap or sticks with the D.Va. Either way, it is going to be a complete wash here, as they're only able to find one single kill. Dynasty now got the bot pushing.
What if the Ana pick for Prophet was more of just a like, okay, I just need to rest my hands a bit and then I'll jump back onto the Tracer. It was just a way of like cooling down without actually leaving the stage. They're having a great performance so far, like running people down on the Fusion. Yeah, the supports got taken out early. That kind of killed. Fits under pressure.
Yeah, they look for the hack setup, but MN3 perfectly safe. They keep him alive with the immortality field. MN3 just continuing to try to find a target to farm off of, but Fitz gets fixed. Aim got dead. The support's out of the fight. Seoul Dynasty continue to excel. Fury once more trying to escape. Looks like he will be able to do so, at least for now. But around the back goes Prophet. Does take a good chunk of damage, I believe, from Aim God, so they stave him off. Fury still hiding somewhere, trying to keep the mech intact. He loses it. He lost it. Well, checkpoint acquired.
That's rough. Fury does find a chance to have a reset, thankfully.
Because there's no kills,
when...
they don't have to back away from this position, so the Dynasty are just going to keep hunting for more and keep the bot moving.
Yep. They don't need to stop. They don't need to pause. They have a window as well on some of these streets that can be lethal, Seth.
Okay. That's a good start.
What's going on here?
DPS together, able to find
Iris descending.
Fury's out of it again. Okay, but they get Vinheim. So Fury able to get another one. Smurf cleans that up. Prophet taken down. So finally in control here is the Fusion. They get a crack at this push now. But 70 meters, the checkpoint already out of the way. The forward spawn's still there for a little bit longer. So Prophet not going to get split spawn from the rest of the team. Dynasty can absolutely take this bot back.
They will just go for the hover hand. No connection there. Grab the Smurf, who's been on high energy for most of this game. Overclock won't find the connect. Fitz dips behind.
And once more. Nasty shit. Window up. See this, the flank pressure coming in. MN3 trying to peel them off that angle. We'll make them break line of sight for a little bit longer.
Great bubble.
And I believe Smurf actually saving Fitz. The stick was there, but it gets denied. Carpe still finds a follow-up, gets on top of Prophet. Self-destruct from Fury, able to find Iris. Now Smurf taken down. The Fusion are persevering. They're pushing through. They're finally going to get this bot moving and gain some distance for themselves as they pick up a team kill.
Barricade, moves successfully. Alright, stop shy just as a checkpoint if the Soul can get their stuff together. They have got a Graviton Surge to play with here. Aim God's Transcendence right in the pocket, ready to go when that important ultimate gets dropped. So they should be able to negate a lot of this out. They don't have an Ana as well, so they can't even mitigate the healing.
Yeah.
The option that Fixer will have themselves.
Exactly what I was about to say. Fury, he has pursued way too forward. He's disconnected from the rest of the squad, gets taken out of the back. Vinheim finds those kills. The grab is in, and Aim God is just like, why in the hell would I use trans here? I'm not even near you guys, and we already lost the tank, so they just go ahead and give it up. They get to 39 meters, so a little over halfway there, but with the bot getting shifted back, it becomes so much worse for the Fusion.
God, it's such a waste of money. All these mechs being burnt up immediately. Fury just throwing them away with no regard for the cost and operation of them. Constantly just getting demeched all the time. Stick comes in. Fix is gone. Great start for the Dynasty. They're now playing with the support down. Aim God's going to have to use that Transcendence if they want to stay in this fight.
Trans now rolling. Mortality field dealt with, but so is Carpe. Smurf. About moderate energy for now. Looks to build up some more, and yeah, he gets it very rapidly. Fury has just not been able to play the game as the D.Va right now. It's just no way to stop that damage from Smurf unless they can kill him. Fury is constantly going to be vulnerable to him. The dive forward to try to go for a bit of a reset, but instead he just pops another bubble, gets back up to 100, and you can see that, oh man, the movement from him is just so damn smooth.
Smooth. So smooth from Smurf to be able to do that. Makes it look easy. MN3 picked off late. Bot is pushing back, but How much territory Fusion still need to claim if they're going to win out this map now?
They took him from us.
It's going to be so tough to break through, especially when you don't have a full lineup ready to go on the bot already. Carpe's Pulse Bomb. Good to fly out here.
Just how much of those right clicks are dealing as Smurf just continues to maintain this energy. Carpe again falling low. Still does hold on to the recall, at least for himself. Pulse Bomb gets let loose, doesn't find the stick. Overclock rolling from Fitz, sends one over towards Fury. Self-destruct going to be invested, gets chucked over towards them. He will manage to avoid it, but Ears cannot do the same. Profit dead on the back end. Aim God able to find that kill, and Smurf finally will go down. Finally gets his energy reset. That's going to be feeling pretty damn good for Fury to be able to be the one that pulls the trigger on it, but they're still in a dire spot. Dynasty are all going to respawn with that forward spawn. And they still have a considerable lead of nearly 60 meters.
Yeah, the Mega Health Pack room is a good pivot point for Dynasty to play around, but that bomb slotted in there while they were trying to escape. Picks up a lot of kills. Just helps Fusion convert it. As you said, Zeph, really tough to break this one right now.
I like that with the first shot, so just send the nade out. Keep him alive, and now the sleep
dart
dart is down. He's got to be wary. Taking a bit of damage. Just Prophet continues to really try to harass this back line. Nanobo's again going to be invested here onto Aim God. Carpe going to be taken down, so the peel opportunity is very much limited. Fixa, Aim God eliminated. Fury out of the mech and dead. And once again, the Dynasty, they give up quite literally a meter, and then they retake the bot.
The setup of push enables them to do that, but it's so decisive with the fight win. Smurfs able to just stay on point for so long and not allow free pushing. It's been a monster grabbing all this charge. Profit with the Pulse Bomb lingering. I don't think they know. They're not looking. Angle's dead.
Oh, okay.
Nano!
Got that stick. Suddenly my feed just crashed, so I'm going to be casting off a little bit of a delay here.
Yeah, okay, so I can switch over. Fix is still looking here. Able to just follow down sight lines, just pumping damage in. Throws in a grenade, hits Smurf. He's antied at the moment. Gonna have the lamp to save him. Smurf still has that grab available. Aimgod sitting on the Transcendence as well. Carpe's Pulse Bomb, he's hunting for Vindame. Won't find it as Fitz takes out Fixer. And then Free's finally going to be the person to take down Fitz. Transcendence deployed. Smurf has overlap with the grab. He's going to lock them all together. Carpe runs out of the bubble because Fury switched over to the Zarya. 50% charge for them. Just it's removed. And now you have Profit throwing himself into the fight. MN3 wants to try and find Vindame. Low on HP, nowhere to go with the Translocator. They're keeping the bot, but Fusion retake it. Should be able to start pushing back towards the Seoul Dynasty.
Yeah, but they are running out of time right now. Minute 46 is, there we go. Feed comes back up for me. Thank you very much for covering Tread.
Switched over to PGM, so it's a little bit delayed with what I was saying.
Yeah, I was very much looking at the same. But we're back in now. We should be on point and on time. So MN3 hovering around the back of the statue right now. Has not been spotted. There we go. Pulled the trigger. Mortality Field comes in from here as he keeps him alive for now. They finally do manage to find Fitz, but MN3 gets traded. Iris getting that kill. Profit taken down. Should be the fight still one here for the Fusion. As they go ahead, clean him up, Vindame the last one, just buying some time, keeping the bot locked in place. But they have a minute and 5 seconds remaining. Fusion need to get some distance here. They're still waiting for Smurf and Vindame to respawn. They can get the bot back into a push position, but they still also have to go through this checkpoint.
Yeah, they're not even going to be able to get everything. They might be a little bit too slow before the contest arrives. They might even unlock those forward spawns.
Good sleep. Find Smurf. That's going to certainly slow them up.
Someone can still touch them. We have options here.
Getting closer. Aim God, however, gets railed. Grab goes in. Carpe plays off of it with a pulse bomb. Comes up with 2. Smurf and Fitz both taken down. Fury looking for a little bit more. Carpe was able to get Vindame. Profit eliminated. There you go. The bot can finally make its way to the checkpoint. And it should be done with its little break by the time these respawns come through and the recontest gets ready to happen. But Fusion still have a good amount of distance to cover if they want to be able to close out this series right here, right now.
Profit actually snuck away the bot at the end there before that big explosion came in from Carpe. Could be quite big because it denied Fusion the forward spawns off the back of that fight. They did lose a couple of members. The reset here to go. Overtime will be in effect. Still winnable for the Fusion. They need to win this next fight.
Good spy check there. MN3 takes a short hop out. They know exactly where he's at. Fury now under fire. The dash forward. Profit gets himself in behind the Zarya, and they're drawing his attention on both sides. Pulse bomb now at the ready. One of the bubbles going to be taken down. Prophet, however, slapped Carpe, finishes him off, just drilling the shots right into his head. But then Carpe ends up going out. Aim got dead as well with the Transcendence in hand. The cleanup will come through, and we are not done yet. Dynasty managed to shut down Philly Fusion on what should honestly be their home map of New Queen Street. They are so proficient at it, but here today, they end up suffering a loss, which means that we are going all the way into a map number 5.
Okie dokie. Seoul Dynasty, they just took way too much of an advantage early on into that map, Seth. Fusion really came alive towards the end, but the damage had already been done. You know, they managed to get Fury over onto the Zarya as well to match after an initial D.Va run. That's when they really started to get their stuff together. Maybe a note to take forward with them is that they need to put Fury on the D.Va to match a little bit sooner, and they might not concede as much territory as they did. Now it lines it up for a control to settle it all. And quite frankly, I'm really happy this is the way it's going to end, Seth. 5 maps for us, 5 maps for the audience, 5 maps for the arena.
That's what it's all about, making sure that everybody is getting it, just their money's worth here on this one. So all the way into a map 5 between the Dynasty and the Fusion. Incredibly well played. Fusion looking like they were maybe going to be able to run it back, but just get pushed a little bit too far there at the very end. And now we go all the way into map number 5. One last round of control to settle it all. See who's going to be walking away victorious and be getting the cheers from the audience. We'll see you guys at the opposite side of a short little break and see who walks away with the win. And we are back and going into a fifth and final map between the Seoul Dynasty and the Philly Fusion. Against all odds and expectations, Dynasty were able to close out New Queen Street to extend this all the way to a final round of Control. Winner takes all from here on out.
Yeah, it was nice of the Dynasty to get their silliness out on Route 66. Now it's back to serious Seoul Dynasty. They're able to come out into the final map. It's going to be a Control type to finish it off. I believe we're heading over to Ilios to get this done. Substitution in the break as well, Seth. We've had Belzria come back in for Fury, which makes sense knowing that the map choices are there. And there's no more shenanigans on the side of the Seoul Dynasty. They're back to the original starting lineup with the Prophets DPS duo.
That they are. So the little experiment not quite working out so much. And if you come out with the break, maybe we would have seen a different result. Maybe Dynasty would have already closed this series, but it's not worth us guessing and conjecting about because it didn't happen. The Ana happened, and we will again maybe not forget it depending on how this last map goes. Dynasty, they were barely able to win on that first map of Nepal, so it was a really good showing from the Fusion on Control. If they can do that again, improve just a little bit more now that they've gotten their warm-ups out of the way, they might just be able to clinch the series in the end.
All the teams are ready. We're just waiting for the go button to be launched. Take a final look at some of these signs. Might be the last time we see them until Anaheim later this year. Because we go back to having a little bit of an online era until the final days of the Overwatch League this season. Love the artwork on the signs.
Oh, it's always been fairly unparalleled in esports. Well, one of the things is the signs that the fans like to bring out. You get some crazy artwork, some really nicely developed stuff. Because obviously, you get the work done before you go to the venue. You take the time, do something super nice. But it's great to see that back here once again for Korean Overwatch. Can only hope that next year leads to a hell of a lot more in this. Carpe giving the fist there, saying fighting as he gets ready to go into the server once more. It's been a huge return to form for Carpe here today, and I think regardless of the result, at the very least, you could say that Carpe will have shut down the naysayers. Again, anybody who's out there saying, is Carpe washed? Or if they're watching this and they're saying, is Carpe unwashed? He never was! Shut your mouths! Anyway.
Sensing some underlying emotions there, Seth. Some frustrations.
I wouldn't even consider myself like a huge Carpe fan. Like, I've never been with the Carpe GOAT train, but I at least know that he is and always has been and still is a very good player. So I don't know why we're rewriting history and ignoring facts and data, considering that he's the second kill leader in the Overwatch League overall. But that's just what people like to do on the internet, I guess. Make up nonsense and conflate arguments for the sake of it. Enough about me and my gripes with the general public. Let's go ahead and get into this. It's going to be ruins to start things off for Ilios.
Yeah, I was worried we were getting a little old man yells at Cloud for a bit there, but it's nice to get back to the form.
I've
Take a look
been
at the
casting
composition.
this game for 6 years!
Since release. Oh my goodness. Alright, composition's fairly mirrored. Belzray is back in the roster. Expect the win tone, and that's what we're getting. No
Alrighty.
supports in this either. Mega Pack already controlled by Dynasty, so Fitz did beat MN3 to the punch there, gives them a little bit of extra control on the map, knowing that they got that burst healing available.
Drop down as the aggression comes in. Hack goes out on the Belzria. The focus fire is looking great. Prophet is able to take the kill for himself. Fix up pulling back, breaks line of sight. Carpe will be able to find Vinheim though, as well as a lead towards the pulse bomb. Point does get conceded, however, goes over the way of the Dynasty, but Smurf tries to go in, gets hacked midair. Carpe shuts it down. Great play, and Fusion now looking for a very fast flip into their favor. Fit's going to be out of the fight, has to translocate away. And it's only 11% established here for the Dynasty.
Yeah, fast retake. That's what we like to see. Very reminiscent of what we had at the start of this series as well, Seth, where it was very back and forth about who was going to take what. Prophet. Ooh, pushed away. Carpe. Gonna live for now. Going for the duel, just missing out on the melee.
Bellisria again hacked, anti. They cannot keep him alive. Prophet will once more find the kill. Pulse Bomb going to be invested there from Carpet, but doesn't lead to anything. No kills found. Pulse Bomb stick, however, from Prophet. That's going to take down Aim God. Fixa now left out to drive. Benhaim finishes him with a whip shot. The Dynasty are very much similarly looking to get the fast flip back into their favor. So it's 34% set up for the Fusion. Dynasty once more in control.
And I feel like Carpe and Prophet are playing a game of horse here, Seth. They're just trying to repeat each other's moves. Who can make the best shot? Who can find the kill? Who can kill the tank? Who can land the pulse bomb? And it is Prophet that is pulling ahead of Carpe in the start of Ilios. More of the same of that, and you can see Dynasty taking away with this one.
There's a bit of back and forth. Now Fitz getting into the back line. Spots Aim God, goes for the solo ult. Will be able to finish him off, and actually did clip Fixa as well, who just doesn't stand a chance. So Prophet playing here alongside Fitz beautifully, manages to go ahead and pick up both of those eliminations, and that's going to be a hard reset now for Fusion.
And Dynasty are able to pull away with this one in terms of the map percentage now as well. They're going to definitely be mid to high 60s for the end of this next fight. This is incredibly fast. MN3's got the EMP. Scouting out a few key targets. The supports are playing quite staggered away from each other. Makes it difficult to find them both. Might turn his attention over to Smurf potentially here. Hacked up.
They get the hack, but he still manages to leap away. With an extended fight, if they can keep Smurf alive, very well could be seeing that primal rage get built up. Bellisria as well, not that far behind. EMP going to be invested, finds the back line. Benhaim, the rally rolling, the Nano now invested. They keep him in the fight. Here it's going to be antied out. Damage is not quite being focused over towards the Ana, so he manages to stay alive. They clean up 1 to 2. MN3 and Bellisria both go down, and now MN3 is going to be swapping over the Widowmaker to try to open things up. Rally rolling from Fixa, the anti-clips onto the Brigida. Will be able to stay alive through that, but Fusion now need to get ready to contest this point.
Bellisria can definitely touch. He can pop the primal and use the cooldowns, but he wants to do it without there. 97% in climbing. Contest there. Overtime triggered. Pulse available. Carpe has to use the recall early.
It doesn't get that stick, though. Bellisria now primal. Comes in, gets hacked off the back end of it. Widely's going to be okay, but Prophet gets the better of Garpe, shuts him down with the help of Eris. MN3 is not being able to find too much here. A bit more of a one-sided affair thus far on Ruins as the OT will get ready to bleed down. Bellisria unable to wake up from his nap fast enough to keep the contest going. So it's 100% to 34. It's back and forth at the beginning, but Dynasty, once they reestablished control, they did not let go of it.
It's really unfortunate that big turning point was the shutdown of Bellisria. The nano boost over from Aim God to get him over the line, get the primal rage there. Slept while the back end of that nano boost, so made it even slower. Second it came out, hacked, anti-nade, so much focus given over to him. He didn't have an opportunity to get the primal rage online and extend the fight earlier on in the stage. By the time they were able to get some kind of coordinated offense together, the Seoul Dynasty were pushing on overtime. This could be the final round of the series. Seoul Dynasty going to roll out and aim for that first control, and they do not want to relinquish it at all.
Gates now opening up. Fusion needing to answer back. Dynasty have this at match point. One more round, potentially be able to take this one away from them. Let's see if Fusion can muster the energy. Get themselves over the finish line, keep this one going. We want to see Lighthouse. I know they do too. Intermission opening up as the point has unlocked. Prophet tracking around the back, spots MN3. Continues to trade a little bit of damage with him, just a smattering of it as Fitz is going to get shoved out, has to translocate away. Down low on HP, and so far still no one establishing control at this point.
Smurf hacked. Prophet down first. Fitz is about to follow.
MN3 getting the melee hit to go ahead and finish the job. Bellisria just holding the corner alongside Fixa as best as humanly possible. Fitz again, translocates out. Fusion get the lockdown first and foremost. Bellisria now pushing forward as they try to find any staggers they can possibly get. Benhaim is going to be a casualty. Taken out by the Bio Nade. They look for a little bit more. Drop down on top of Eris. This would be a huge pick, but Carpe doesn't want to overstay his welcome, doesn't want to take the risk of potentially getting slept there, so does end up retreating, but MN3 continues to play forward, gets Prophet, but now gives his life up to Fitz.
one pick, a little bit of taxation. These can't play as aggressively as they were doing. Pull back to the point. See Smurf diving forward to try and claim that space.
The bubble here from Smurf absorbs the pulse bomb from Carpe. Not going to find any damage from that. The flip's getting ready to come through. Dynasty kind of sealed this one away. Bellisria antied out, has to leap away. Cannot continue to keep this one contested. Dynasty breathe a sigh of relief as they have a little window of opportunity. Eventually close out a fight now and maintain control of this point.
Ooh, EMP. MN3's spy check
though. And MN3 knows that if he stays there in that position, Providence likely to take his head off. Fitz in the meantime, also spy check, jumps back. MN3 will reroute, come around the left side of the point. Look for a setup here onto the supports. EMP first out, however. Deleted. Carpe taken down, but Bellisria finds Svenheim, playing off MN3's just as well. Pulse bomb out, there's a kill, fix it down. Now Aim God, the last man standing. Under fire, completely surrounded. Prophet finds both of the supports in the end, and Bellisria with this primal is not going to be able to get too much done. Now he's deep into enemy territory. Will get taken down inevitably here as Prophet just uses him like an alt battery.
Point still going to be held. Carpe does get a bit of a tax on Prophet. He can contest the point all he wants. They're not in control right now, so you're just stalling for nothing. Might want to try and
get that next pulse at the ready.
Yeah, keep giving yourself some ult charge.
Pretty damn close to it. It's going to be a rally for rally on opposite sides. Carpe goes in a little bit deep there. Pulse now has been built up. Sleep Dart not available quite yet from Aim God, so cannot shut down this primal rage. Smurf leaps up onto the high ground, drops down, starts cleaving away at them. Nano now out from Aim God, goes over to Bellisria and Svenheim, pushed forward as well and managed to find MN3. Fitz now with an opportunity to try to catch up and build towards that next EMP.
Prophet.
And with the kills coming through, I mean, right now it's looking disastrous for the Fusion. Bellisria again in the back lines alongside Carpe. They get Fitz once more. They find that punish, but they need to stay alive and they need to get back to this point soon.
Final fight territory, MN3 is going to have the EMP. Needs to be absolutely huge if Fusion want to retake this one. Someone's going to have to touch though. That's the first problem they deal with. MN3 decloaks to do it. They need him to be setting up for this EMP. They need someone else to hold down the fort for him. Pulse bomb for Prophet. He could end it all with a bang.
Could be massive. Sees that Carpe's low. There's the hack, but the pressure is there. The peel from Fist. They keep him alive. The pulse bomb goes in. Aim God taken down. Fixa. Anti-Prophet finds them both again. Drills Carpe in the face with the pulse pistols. And one after the other, they will all go down. 147% this time around. The Dynasty take the map 2-0 and take the series 3-2. They will win. The Fusion, they make it close. It's a great effort considering the circumstances surrounding them as they come into this matchup. The Dynasty, they can hold their head high and say, no, we will not be suffering a second loss.
You see, they just wanted to put on a show. They wanted 5 maps, Seth. They did it for us, they did it for the audience, they did it for the arena. Nothing to worry about, Dynasty fans. There definitely wasn't moments where it was really shaky. Definitely wasn't moments where you thought the Fusion were going to win. Not at all. Whew, it's getting hot under your shirt a little bit, pulling on those collars. They're going to go have their handshakes after the match. This is a nice change up for what usually happens when they all walk away from the player camps. Nice bit of camaraderie to be done. Oh, they are unfamiliar with this.
What is this fist bump thing that we are doing? These handshakes that we are having? Like I said, new exposures for a lot of these players, but of course Captain Carpe ready and out of his seat to go ahead and greet them. And some hugs even being exchanged as well. Incredibly well played overall by both of these teams. They did put on a hell of a show for us. Whether or not they truly believed in the auto swap for Profit, we may never know. It did not work out. Something tells me we will not be seeing it again, at least not during this season. Definitely needs to be workshopped a bit, but in the end, the Dynasty are able to walk away victorious in front of this live audience. And for the Fusion, I think it's a good overall moment for them. Granted, they probably wish that they had Zest in, but given that they were able to perform with Carpe stepping back into playing after such a long time being away, I think that they shouldn't take too much away from this loss. I think that they should feel pretty damn good about themselves because they definitely stepped up to the plate. Yeah,
big performance from them today. That's a good way to close out the week, to be honest. I was getting kind of worried that we were going to just exist in the realm of free Overwatch and free one Overwatch the entire weekend. Is the rest of the staff for the Seoul Dynasty coming onto the field?
I mean, Toby, with quite a many few fans himself, of course, needs to make an appearance.
Yes. A lot of excitement being shared by them. Shaking of the Seoul Dynasty. That's just a taste of what's to come for these players. I'm expecting Dynasty to maybe make it to Anaheim. Be on a slightly larger stage in front of a maybe not so friendly crowd.
I mean, yeah, in the round crowd potentially against him, depending on how many Dynasty fans can show up. But it's definitely going to be a much different look there. But hey, we got to see Stalker gaining some more stage experience in the end. We got a great 5-map set between these two squads. Dynasty at the end of it all can feel good about themselves for, again, not dropping a second series here in the Countdown Cup qualifiers. They managed to close things out with a bang.
And that's pretty much the end of the week now, Seth, isn't it? Woo.
It is. It's been not quite as long of a week as we anticipated. No. Just, given the events of yesterday and whatnot, though I'd prefer to forget everything that happened yesterday for the most part. I need to have one of those procedures from Eternal Sunshine where I just get those memories removed.
Unfortunately, there's this great thing that kind of archives all of the matches. It's called YouTube, so I don't think we're going to get rid of that. People will be able to.
But if I never watch it again, I won't remember it.
It's fine. I'm going to clockwork orange you into watching it again at some point after you forget. Just sit there with the eye dividers.
Just pry my eyeballs open, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well,
pretty much.
I mean, if you're really that dedicated to having me remember those matches, then I guess I just won't forget them to begin with. And honestly, how could I? Because it was quite historical in its own right, I suppose. But so was this. Being able to have a LAN once more in Korea is wonderful to see. I could only wish that I was there live. If I wasn't casting this, I damn sure would have made the trip down to be able to be in attendance. But this is the next best thing. It's quite all right. I'm happy to be here alongside all of our lovely viewers. But let's go straight into our player of the match. It is going to be Prophet who takes this one away. And yes, for all the Carpe stands out there, if the Fusion were able to clinch the series, he would have been the winner as well. But it has always been a fairly eternal battle between he and Prophet when it comes down to their tenure in the Overwatch League. The two guys who are leading the charge as far as just total kill count and eliminations goes. But today, Prophet, the GOAT, he has the upper hand.
I love that. I was wondering what they were going to do because we completely skipped Route 66.
Yeah, just bypass it. It didn't happen.
We went straight from King's Road to Queen Street. Route 6 didn't happen.
This was a 3-1 victory for the Dynasty.
Yeah, exactly.
But some wonderful moments. Here. The Route 66 notwithstanding, there was some great moments here from Prophet, who, especially on this last map of Ilios, was really able to just pull by the horns and really shut down the Fusion that every twist and turn. It was beautifully piloted by Prophet, who continues to still look absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and we're not even in the playoffs yet, Seth. Playoff Prophets is supposed to be a different breed. Does not bode well for the opponents they'll meet as they've already secured their position. That's it, really.
Yeah.
I mean, look.
We've said that before going into midseason madness, and unfortunately Dynasty weren't really able to get too much done there, but hopefully it's going to be a bit of a different beast as they go over to NA and play in the playoffs. So you can expect that they're going to have a little bit of a little bit of leeway, go over early, get ready, get adjusted to the time zone and whatnot. Something tells me the Dynasty probably won't be complaining about having to take a long flight. I don't know. Some people do that for some reason. But I think that they'll be pretty keen to be there and play on a massive stage in front of a massive, roaring audience. And hopefully that energy is just going to fuel them, whether it's negative energy being thrown at them by people who want them to lose, or positive energy by the Dynasty fans who are going to be there live in the studio. Either way, that's going to do it for us here this weekend. Trid, thank you so much for joining me throughout this cast while we had Avril absent. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you,
Work
for the first time.
Interesting. Okay.
I'm working for you, apparently, but I hope I get 401k and some benefits. But it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you guys so much for tuning in this weekend. Again, apologies for any technical difficulties that we did have. This can be the nature of running an online broadcast. We hope that you still enjoyed this last series. We hope that you had enjoyed this entire weekend and had some fun alongside with us, because myself and Trid, we had a whale of a time. That does it for us, though, this week. We'll see you guys next time. Tune into NA later this evening if you want to, which you should.
through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Marco to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise of glory won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome to Watchpoint. I'm your host, Finn, and joining me at the Watchpoint mobile studio on the Blizzard campus are Jonathan Reinforce Larson, Danny. This team is back. Lim.
This team is back. We would have been fully back if someone to the left of me, listened to us and worn something that we are wearing.
If you think about it, though, if you look closely, so we got the overalls, and if the two of us go, huh, we turn into this. You got the blue jean, the black jean. We got the overalls. You got the.
It's a stretch.
No,
listen, I'm trying to help you.
A lot of jeans.
Help me? How?
Let me help you.
How?
Let me help you. Help you.
I don't
help
feel
me.
helped, Zoe.
Well, that's kind of a you
No.
problem, isn't it, Reinforce?
Yeah.
I'm blue. She's wearing black jeans, right? So it's half and half.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
All right, we tried, didn't we?
Can you
Now, I think we could just move on from that intro since he's clearly not vibing with the two of us
True.
at least. People who were vibing, though, were the fans of the Eastern region matches. Because, believe it or not, and it does sound strange to say, but the final two regular season matches of the Overwatch League 2022 season out in the Eastern region were played last night. So
Wow.
let's let that settle in, okay? The regular season is over in the East.
Yep.
Doesn't that feel strange? I feel like we just started yesterday.
I know. It's so crazy how the season just flew by. APAC region had some crazy games, and today I think both of the matches were pretty good as well.
Indeed. Now, the first match of the evening was the Chengdu Hunters and the Shanghai Dragons. Okay, someone doesn't agree. That's fine.
He's
That's
looking at me
fine.
like,
You have an
was it
opinion.
good?
Were they there?
Were they?
Well, but like, let's be real though. First match of the night: Shanghai Dragons, Chengdu Hunters. Chengdu, they had some moments this year, like they do every year, but they're not going to go into the play-ins with any sort of momentum, unfortunately. Meanwhile, the Dragons, they look to be back. They had a dominant 3 Overwatch performance last night, didn't they?
They walked through the door. They're back. They're home.
They're back.
It's true.
They're home. Playing computer games, and they did so against the Chengdu Hunters. Pretty interesting matchup overall, really. Chengdu Hunters opting for this Bap and Lucio composition with Monk and Nisha. Dicey has seen an increased amount of playtime, of course, if you watched the show yesterday as well. He did play most of the maps in yesterday's series, and he continues to do so, playing the Zara composition. Shanghai Dragons, though, they were the better team. I mean, they won 3-0 for a reason. It was dominant. Fleta had an incredible Tracer game, especially on Ikenwalde. He was just all over the place, racking up frags. I think sometimes we disrespect Fleta's Tracer a little bit, and he has his ups and downs. I'd say this has been one of the toughest seasons for Fleta. Specifically, I mean, we've seen Who Are You play tons of Genji for the Shanghai Dragons because Fleta's Genji just wasn't up to par. So good to see Fleta popping off, on this Tracer as we draw closer to the playoff series. But overall, the Shanghai Dragons, they looked so good playing these compositions. They really do look like they're back, and in many ways in playoff form as we draw closer. For the Chengdu Hunters, though, I was going to say they have their whole season ahead of them. They don't. They don't have any season left ahead of them. There's none regular season left for them in this season. But they do have their play-ins remaining. And, among all the play-in teams in the APAC region, I think the Chengdu Hunters are a competent team. They lose 3-0 to the Shanghai Dragons here. But it's clear that they found an identity here. You were looking at me very skeptic, you don't believe in the Chengdu Hunters at all. But I think they're competitive. They don't have to beat the Shanghai Dragons to qualify for the playoffs. We'll get to that later on. But overall, perhaps a bit disappointed to lose 3-0, but I think the Shanghai Dragons was the big story from this match. The Shanghai Dragons, they're back.
They're back.
There it is
I
again.
don't smell a lot of confidence from you when you're saying that. They're back.
He just really doesn't want to say the phrase.
I don't want to say they're back, but I guess they are.
They are back.
I don't have an alternative. They have returned. The Shanghai Dragons have returned.
That is correct. They went to get a pack of cigarettes, and unlike my dad, they did come back. No, my dad never did that. That's Anyway, on a positive note, the final regular season match of the season, that was a really interesting one, actually. It was a live event in Seoul.
Yep.
So that's fantastic. We had the Dynasty taking on the Philadelphia Fusion. It was just so great to see a crowd live, enjoying these teams battling it out on stage. A few things to note here, though, is that Zest actually had a sling on his arm, so Carpe ended up playing. And this, honestly, this kind of turned into a strange one. The only thing I know for certain is that it did go to 5, and Seoul got the W in the end.
Yeah, I was watching the Korean broadcast, and the Korean casters were saying, the sling on his arm was because Zest had a hand injury. I think it's just right before the match started, like in the morning. So we got to see. I don't know. It's it feels bad for Zest, but we got to see Carpe in his full glory for the whole entire series. So that was good. Starting off Nepal, I think Philadelphia Fusion had an interesting comp because they started the match for all the rounds with a rush composition, but that didn't really work. Aim God had a great game. Carpe, honestly, had a really good game as well on that Tracer. I think he was very effective in sort of attacking and annoying the backline for Seoul Dynasty. Although, with that being said, Seoul were the better team at the end of the day. And Kings Row as well, I think it was... We didn't get to see Fury. We see Fury later on. They sort of kept on going with the Bellasria Winston composition. But yeah, I think Philadelphia Fusion overall in this whole series, I think I liked it. I liked seeing Carpe. Not only that, Carpe and MN3 on this Kings Row specifically. The Sojourn play was, I think, the key for the Philadelphia Fusion as well. Seoul Dynasty, this whole matchup was sort of proving that they are the #1 team as well. This one on Route 66 was very interesting because do you guys see it? Do you guys see someone on the support line? We have
Seoul
Profit
Dynasty
playing Ana on Route 66. But that just happened. Yeah, they got full.
That just
health.
happened.
It just happened.
Yeah.
I don't know why they played him on Ana, but he was there. It didn't really work out, so he went back to his signature hero, back to Tracer. And yeah, at the end of the day, I think it was Seoul Dynasty clutching out the win on Ilios. But I think this whole match was very back and forth. Like the score was 3-2, and it was really good to see not only Profit but Carpe as well. Bringing the old Overwatch League vibes back.
No, 100%. I loved it. Seeing Carpe in action, seeing Profit in action, getting that 2018 vibe right back onto the stage. So we thought it'd be only fair to give both of them the player spotlight.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just both of them. Why not?
The nostalgia award. Yeah, here we go. Player spotlight. Yeah, I love this. Carpe had a good game as well, right?
He did.
Yeah. And I think that's important because so far this season, Carpe hasn't had the best of seasons. Like, whenever Carpe is subbed in these days, you're just like, why are they not playing Zest and then M3 instead? And Zest just happened to have, like a giant, bandit. So I guess Carpe is in, but he actually played well for once, which is a good relief as well. Because if you're a Fusion fan, and you're like, oh, this is the last regular season game, and apparently Zest is injured, and we can't play Zest. Is Zest out for the season? Like, I would have like an existential crisis if I was a Fusion fan. But at least with Carpe looking good, you're like, well, there is hope for them to disappoint us further down the bracket than in the first round, So that's a good sign.
Yeah, it's a different look, right? And I think for this match, given that this was the first time we're seeing MN3 and Carpe together, they had that synergy. I think it was a good sign for Philadelphia Fusion. Hopefully they have Zest back for the playoffs. Hopefully
that'd be nice. I mean, he is one of their best players.
Yeah. Hopefully his hand injury gets better in a week because playoffs starts in a week, right? Mm-hmm. But yeah, it was. I mean, Carpe is definitely a very talented player, right?
The Profit's player spotlight is a bit different because he's actually still good, whereas Carpe isn't. But we'll highlight him anyway because 2018, I suppose.
Profit's talented too. But we saw him play Ana. He plays Brig. He plays Tracer.
He's just having fun with it, showing off some versatility. Like, why not?
Do you think it's a bit of overconfidence of him? Just like, hey, I can play Brig. You saw me in the Summer Showdown, so therefore I can play Ana too, right?
Yeah. I love that about I don't care if it works or not. Like it's nice to see.
Also, one final thing in that game as well. Does anyone else think like the amount of Winston and Reinhardt that was played, that was kind of sussy?
I think the Reinhardt was only for Nepal for Fusion. There were a lot more Winston.
There were a lot of Winston.
played.
That was kind of sus.
Why's that sus?
I don't know, because Diva and
You're a
Sora
hater?
is so good that they just played Winston. It was sussy.
But it doesn't matter if both of them play Winston.
Yeah.
If both
So
of
they were-
us is
Well, it matters in the
sus.
playoffs. Like, oh, you gotta beat, Shock now and LA Gladiators playing Winston. I don't know. It smells fishy.
Maybe it's just to confuse the future
It's Carpe, I don't
opponents. Like maybe.
Maybe they're
send
hiding
one
their new
Yeah,
strat.
that's
Weird.
gonna be it. Surely.
Or
Now,
something's going on with the scrims.
I'm stroking my beard.
Charlotte Danny is on the case. Now, we got play-ins coming next week, so let's actually take a look at the bracket to see how those are going to be played out. That's right, we're going to kick things off with the first match, Guangzhou Charge, going up against the Chengdu Hunters. That's going to be an interesting one.
I mean,
For
that is
sure.
essentially the match to determine who goes to the playoffs. I'm sorry, Spark. But Guangzhou Chengdu is the only match that matters here. Kind of. Not really. That is very disrespectful, but it's kind of true.
No, it's kind of true. It's
So
kind of
do
true.
you think Hunters can be a showstopper?
See, I don't get the joke.
don't get
Hangzhou,
the joke.
Guangzhou, a showstopper.
A
They're
show?
gonna-
Well,
they're
you
gonna
didn't
stop
pronounce
the
it that
shows.
way.
Stupid.
You said show, not
Yeah.
Joe Stopper.
Because you don't pronounce their name as Joe.
But you don't say
Joe?
Guangzhou.
I think that was a brilliant
Joe
show,
who?
and I'm thrilled with what I've just did.
Sure. sorry.
Anyway, what I'm not thrilled with is the Fusion. They lost their +1.
Yeah.
They're back to 0.
Sadness.
They're
all
back.
around.
Qualified to the playoffs with an 11-13 record. Let's go. The Hangzhou Spark, by the way, in their last 14 matches, they're 2-12.
They're 2-12.
I
Had to
mean,
bring it up.
Aren't Chengdu close as well? Or did they? How many games did they win this stage?
Nope.
not a lot.
I don't think. I think they won. I think they
Limited
won like
amount.
once, or maybe none. I'm not too sure. I'll look it
Let's
up.
give him one at least. I don't know. Anyway, those are the standings. But are they accurate to those rankings? Are these teams really in the correct order? Are they properly ranked by power? Reinforce? Are they? Well, we'll decide that for the East as well as the West when we determine our power rankings right after the break. You don't want to miss it.
Proper rank?
Properly?
Welcome back to Watchpoint. The East standings are locked in, but it's been a long season, and it may not represent where the teams really rank, at least in our expert opinion, I guess. This is all to say that it is now time for our power rankings.
Why are you laughing?
Because you laughed when she said expert. Like, I can't believe they called me an expert.
I got away with it all season long.
They haven't uncovered me yet.
I've been a good student of yours, Rainforest,
Okay.
because I listened intensely to every time you were talking about the Eastern region. Yeah, I don't know why I do that to myself. And I've obviously watched the game, so I already took the liberty of starting a power ranking for the Eastern region.
All right.
So I want you
For
to look
East.
over it and tell me, like, if you think that is a correct representation of how they currently rank.
I'll stand in the
it's-
middle.
It's just a rough draft, but I thought this is maybe. Yeah, that's.
Seems about right.
Spot on. Spot on. This is.
Did
here
I
we
nail
go.
it?
Yeah, take your
Nailed it.
screenshot right now. Post it on your social medias. This is the Watchpoint APAC Power Rankings. Instead of a circle of misery, it's a pit,
Jumble of misery.
it's a pit of madness or something like that.
I
don't know.
love, I
There's
love
no
how
depth,
Shanghai
but it's a
Dragons
pit.
is upside down.
Yeah, because apparently they were back.
Oh, you're not. Don't
Like, I don't
trust me on that. You're not supposed to do that. You know, is it okay if I put them on there instead?
I mean, you can slightly rearrange the
Slightly?
genius that I just
Okay.
produced.
As in, like rearrange like every team, maybe.
Yeah, if that's a slight.
I'll put like the Spark down here. Is that cool?
Didn't you
Okay.
just say yesterday that Changzhou Spark is back?
No, I think
Yeah, but I didn't say
Charge
back
is
from what.
Oh, okay.
Is it
Back
cool
from
if I
the dead?
put the Valiant like at the bottom? Like they're out. They're not like if I'm power rankings, like the Valiant are out. They're not even like they're not playing games for the rest of 2022.
Are we doing it by like our hearts or like head?
The
No!
Valiant are out.
Wait, no!
They're not
You're
playing
tossing
games
it?
for the entire year.
No.
Oh, you would.
No more in 2022.
You
Not a
wouldn't throw
single
them
game.
away. Low gas.
I'm done.
I can't
Done.
believe you did that.
I'm just putting these a little bit. Everywhere.
Jonathan, middle name Larson.
Chengdu
Very
Hunters
rude.
last. How about that, Danny? Is that fine? So, do you want to? This is how I do the power rankings every day, by the way. I just put them a bit everywhere. Right on. Do you want to swap these, maybe? Yeah, let's swap
Dragons
these around,
and-
Danny.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. I
I
convinced you
also-
with my reasoning.
I also want to switch. I think Chengdu Hunter should go on top of. Sorry.
Okay.
I think it should be like this.
Why?
Why? They beat him. First of all.
Okay.
And Spark, I don't know. I lost my hope in Spark. They always they give me anxiety.
Yeah, that's true. They give me anxiety
They
too.
give me anxiety all the time. Every time I watch them. And they're like super good one day, and then they're like, oh.
Speaking
I
of
don't know.
anxiety, though, Dynasty in a playoff scenario,
Uh-huh.
that gives me anxiety. Like,
Really?
No,
They
I
won
think-
the kick
I
of
don't
Clash.
Yeah.
worry about these.
But
two.
then
These
also
two are
they
good.
lose
Y'all
a lot
are
of
good.
things they shouldn't be losing. I think Fusion should be higher.
You know who gives us anxiety?
Oh, host and fusion.
You know who gives us anxiety the most?
Yeah.
No, but they're always second. They're the bridesmaid.
Okay, so you want dragons at
You
third.
want dragons below Fusion.
No, I want dragons on top, then Fusion, then Dynasty.
You want Soul third.
Yeah, that's my.
off the
You're
goop.
out of you're off the goop. Yes, Danny.
Lock it in.
Yeah.
I think that looks correct. I see no.
You think this should
see
be
nothing wrong with
the
it.
Watchpoint power rank?
As long as it's like this,
I mean, I'm not going to make an executive decision on this.
you know. As long as the lower part,
I'm but an
I'm
air
happy with
host.
this.
You're the analyst. You tell me.
Johnny, I don't know about.
I
don't
barely
know about
speak
this one,
language,
man.
So.
You don't know about fusion? Okay. What? So, what? No. I'm just
No.
undoing everything. I'm just undoing everything Zoe said. I'm sorry.
But that's rude.
You said I have executive decision. You shouldn't have given me all that power. All right.
I mean, that means
we can
that
all
you
agree
take-
that
like,
Hangzhou
you'll
should
take
be
the
last.
Yeah.
I
there we
think
go.
they should.
Hangzhou is last. Hangzou is last. Hangzou is
Can I
last.
shake hands?
There you go.
Okay, good.
Great
Nothing
job.
personal.
Yeah.
Nothing personal. We're just
Kind
you
of
know.
personal though. Let's start with the West though.
Okay, we're doing West now.
Yeah.
Oh, we're gonna do West too?
Yeah, we do West as well.
All right.
I think
This is gonna take forever.
I think this
No,
one
we'll
is
go
gonna
fast,
be
we'll go
easy.
fast.
We're gonna start with the middle.
They are our middle line, the Defiant.
Yeah, we're defining the middle line.
Yes.
With the Defiant.
The mid keepers.
The mid keepers. And I guess we go from the bottom. Who do you want to see?
Paris
all the way?
last.
Paris, Vancouver, New York. Let's just put them on the side.
Paris last.
Are they all on like one?
Yeah, let's just put them on the side. Do we need them?
Are they
They're
all-
eliminated. They're
wanna-
just like LA Valiant.
Are they?
Yeah,
well,
let's-
they're still playing matches, Danny. That's,
that's
different
true.
from the... Yeah, just leave them there.
Be rude.
All right. Oh, okay. All right, let's just put it.
Are they all they're upside down?
I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, Shock. Where do you see Shock?
Put Paris last.
we Shock?
Yeah, as close to the bottom.
Shock?
In the top somewhere. You know, put him in the sky. Really? Yeah, that's cool. Put him. Yeah, I don't know what diagonally means, but sure.
You just said.
put it
YouTube
Sky.
chat. YouTube chat.
Okay.
Do you have an opinion on this, by
Rain.
the way? If you have an opinion on the rankings, just put them in the chat. We'll read it. Don't worry. No.
Yeah.
We'll read it after the fact.
After
it won't matter,
the fact,
but we
yeah.
really want to.
We'll
And
take
just blame
feedback.
Johnny.
Rain.
I like them
Rain.
above mid.
Yeah.
I like them better than Toronto.
No. Whoa.
That's an Atlanta fan right there.
What? How did you?
Yeah, just leave them there, Zoe. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's great.
Ooh, this is tough one.
Spitfire. That's a
Spitfire.
hard one.
Will they soar high?
Well, I think this
Alright.
stage they've been worse than Toronto, right?
Yeah.
So let's
I
put them
agree.
below Toronto Defiant. Yeah.
Okay.
This stage they've been worse. I know they beat Toronto usually, but they've been worse than Toronto.
All right, glad or sad?
Up there in the sky.
Up
you know?
there.
Put them diagonally too. Can you reach, Zoe? There you go.
Barely.
Up
Short
in the
hands, no
sky.
cookies. Fuel. Top.
They did
Top.
lose yesterday. Oh,
Yeah, but
put
that was
Atlanta
like-
down and Dallas Fuel above them.
Okay.
Yeah.
God.
You guys are doing great, by the way.
Yeah, that's
I'm sweating, bro.
a sticker in preschool
Yeah.
we just earned.
All right, Mayhem.
Mayhem.
Above. I say above Toronto.
Above Toronto.
You don't think so?
I
You
don't
really
think
love
so.
someone.
I do love someone.
All right, I'm sure, Danny. If you want to put them above Toronto Defiant, I am behind these two moves. Yeah.
I'll give you that. They could be anywhere here.
All right. Okay. Sure. I don't know if this is.
How-
Are we
how-
doing a power ranking or what
Yeah,
are we
what's
doing?
going on here? Yeah.
What are we doing with this?
What are we doing?
If you give me freedom, a creative freedom
Justice.
with a plain whiteboard, I'm going to use it.
The justice? I mean, if Costa was here, you'd throw it away. But I think we should put them. Look, we should move London and Toronto down.
Okay.
And I think, yeah, that
Not
looks
that
about.
far.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
No,
come
they're
on.
tied. I think they're tied.
No,
you
they're
know?
they're like a half
Okay, yeah,
above.
those are
Okay.
good magnets.
That's
There you go.
Paper magnets. I didn't know that exists.
Do you
Thank
think
you,
Toronto is better than
Okay.
Justice?
Toronto
What do you
is
think,
better
Chad?
than Justice.
Are they?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay,
let's-
uprising?
tied, Boston tied with Toronto. What do you think? Punk is pretty good.
Punk's pretty good.
Yeah. No, why do you put him? Why do you put him
they're-
like that? What?
Boston.
Put him
Where's
with
Boston?
London. Put him with London like
London,
here.
okay.
Yeah.
I have no
And then
idea what.
the Outlaws.
I have no idea
At
what.
the absolute top. The Houston Outlaws are the number one. They are the top of the litter.
They won-
They
What did
beat
you
the
have
Dallas
for
Fuel.
breakfast?
Once.
3-1. They beat
Once.
the Dallas Fuel. They've been really good this stage. Outlaws fans, I'm behind you. I say put Outlaws on top. And then it'll be
Nah.
like the Gladiators and Shock, they're like uplifting them, like
All right.
supporting
Yeah,
them.
I mean,
True.
he's the
They look
expert,
good
right?
yesterday. But if you look at the whole stage, wouldn't you say that Dallas Fuel was more
No.
consistent?
No, they
No?
lost. Look. In the last 15 matches, the Dallas Fuel are 14-1. That's way too many losses.
I think this is a good board though.
All right. I have literally no idea what. So what were these? What were
This
why
is
did
Well,
these
they're,
have
they're
answers?
even, but also kind of not. And then those guys, and then we have some people up here. I think this is pretty important.
Either this is
These
the
are
best power
rankings.
rankings or it's
Big
cringe.
brain.
But I think it's the best power rankings.
I
think
think.
it's good.
Yeah. I think it's great.
Yeah, sometimes you got to think outside of the box or rearrange the box. Either way, those are our rankings, kind of. We mostly agree on them. So you can use that valuable information as you decide winners and losers and the scores in our pick'ems. So head on over to pick'em.overwatchleague.com or use the mobile app to make your picks. And you can win cash prizes, honor, pride, and more importantly, you can also win now some league tokens on some games. So go check it out because you know you want that new Zen skin. Zen gets the best skins.
True.
I literally love every single one of them. Now, later today, we've got a marquee matchup as we near the end of the Western Region Countdown Cup qualifiers. The star-studded Atlanta Reign will take on the Dallas Fuel, who are looking to rebound after a tough loss against the Houston Outlaws yesterday, and we will be breaking that down right after this break. welcome back to Watchpoint. And later today, the Atlanta Reign will take on the Dallas Fuel. Thumbs up from Reinforce and from Danny Limlim and me. Oh, that got real personal. I don't know who did that. I don't know. Just some
Sorry, are you happy to be back in the Watchpoint?
I'm sorry.
We've had an incredible weekend of analyzing in this show. It's been great.
Yes. Speaking of greatness, we do have two great teams going up against each other. Wow, what a segue. It will be the Atlanta Reign taking on the Dallas Fuel. Both of these teams already have qualified for the playoffs, so there isn't really a ton at stake. But I feel like true competitors just never like to lose. A lot of players actually hate losing more than they like winning.
Right. True.
Fact. Yeah, so this should still be a fun one. Danny, we were talking so much yesterday during the game about just the talent on Atlanta Reign, right? We have so many standout players. We have Kai, we have Nero still in it, which we sometimes forget to talk about or his existence. Now, obviously, Speedily has made quite the impact, but a player you want to talk about is Venom.
Yeah, I mean the other DPS other than Speedily, and he's been with the team for some time now. But I think his Tracer play really started to shine with Speedily. Like, I mean, we talk a lot about Speedily, how great he is, but Venom has been a staple for Atlanta Reign because he is the Tracer specialist. And with the, I think teams rely a lot on Tracer throughout the whole season at this stage as well. So I think he is very much needed, and he's been putting in a lot of work as well. And I think the Speedily Venom duo is what are you laughing at?
Sorry. Every time you say his name, it just sounds like you're mimicking a Pokemon. It's like
the Speedily, no. But yeah, my point being, Speedly's good, but Venom is also great as well, and they go like hand in hand. And that's the scary DPS duo. I think that's what makes Atlanta Reign really good right now.
Absolutely. Anything to add there, Reinforce?
No, I mean I backed
Greens.
Venom heavily. I was just thinking like if one member of the Atlanta Reign was a Pokemon trainer, who would it be? And I think Hawk is like the most likely.
The trainer?
Yeah, he looks like Hawk. I could see him being like a Pokemon trainer. I don't know why. Anyway,
could he be the very best, like no one ever was? We'll find out. Now, Reinforce, we have to talk about the tough loss of Dallas yesterday. I mean, I was in front of the home crowd. It was once again against the Houston Outlaws out of all teams.
Number one power rank team, Houston Outlaws.
According to him, at least. But we did see some interesting compositions there, some interesting approaches. What was your takeaway from that match?
Well, takeaway was that I'm quite surprised that both the Houston Outlaws and the Dallas Fuel came out playing a lot of Lucio and Baptiste throughout the series. This is something that just recently sort of like entered the meta. I think in the past few weeks in the Countdown Cup, we've seen a lot of double flex support there. And if we take a look at the support hero usage throughout the Countdown Cup qualifiers, we can see that the Dallas Fuel, they've opted for a lot of Lucio, a good mix of Ana, 36%, and you can see the increase in Baptiste usage, 16% historically this stage, up to 47% in the match against the Houston Outlaws yesterday. Taking a look at fielder statistics, the hero damage, the immortality field death prevention is definitely there per 10 minutes. But I actually think that the Houston Outlaws backline got the better of the Dallas Fuel. And so when you think about the Dallas Fuel moving forward, you gotta ask yourself, these guys were, 14-0, I think, going into this series. They played a lot of dive compositions with the double flex support lineup. Moving away from that into the Lucio BAP, is this what we want to see from the Dallas Fuel moving forward? I think today's match against the Atlanta Reign, it's a match that will really find out where the Dallas Fuel is heading as we move closer towards the playoffs. Because they could just totally abandon this Lucio BAP composition, say like, this was a mistake, we shouldn't have played against Houston Outlaws in the first place, or are they going to double down against a very formidable team like the Atlanta Reign later on today as well? This composition, it's about as close as you can get to a sustained composition. That is what the Dallas Fuel does best, and pocketing Hanbin as well, making sure he's alive, giving him the speed boost.
So what do you want? Do you want him to double down, or do you want him to back away from
I actually want to see them back away from this, but they're the professionals. This is also something we saw in the APAC region. We saw even the Chengdu Hunters move towards Lucio BAP. So I'm intrigued now. Is Lucio BAP going to be featured more frequently in the Countdown Cup meta as we get closer to the playoffs? Or is this just like a random group fad that we were like, what were we thinking? We're playing Lucio BAP. I think it's very interesting.
I mean,
so we'll see where they
using
go.
it too on News Queen Street. So I don't think it's like a one-time thing. I think it's like
that is like if Soul is using it, everyone should be using
new
it.
thing.
It's a thing to keep an eye out for. Where are we going with this?
All
It's a
right.
mystery.
We're gonna
figure
keep
it
our
out.
eyes on. Now, speaking of mysteries,
Okay.
our predictions. How do we make them mysterious? I don't know. I don't know what goes through our heads because very
Mysterious?
often they're very wrong. Let's see. Vancouver, no
Zoe! Let's go, Zoe!
Is on the
Wow.
team. Atlanta. I mean, I don't have to justify my Atlanta pick, but you kind of do. Why?
I think, well, I'm curious to see if Dallas Fuel are a bit boomed from yesterday's series. They're like, we lost at our with our home crowd against the Houston Outlaws, and now we're having like an existential crisis with this support lineup thing. I think the Atlanta Reign, I think they looked good recently. I think they have really good players on the roster as well. Joe, Hawk, of course,
Yeah,
Venom,
of course.
like Danny talked about. Like they're not slouches, and so the Dallas Fuel have to bring their A game. I'm like thinking maybe the Atlanta Reign are catching Dallas Fuel at the right time to expose that weakness.
All right, so you're opting in for mental boomness.
Mental boomage, yes.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Now, let's briefly actually hit our first match of the day, which is going to be Vancouver and Paris. Let's be quick. Both these teams are eliminated. So it's really just pride and honor they're playing for, and maybe just having a good time. What do you want to see in today's matchup?
I want to see Aspire getting a lot of kills.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely, right?
That's
What do
it.
you want to see?
Aspire getting a lot of kills.
Oh, really?
Right. All right, all they have to do is check one single box. I don't think we're asking too much. It is time for the first match of the day. Vancouver Titans going up against the Paris Eternal. It's going to be a banger, I'm sure. And for all the action, let's throw it over to our casters, Lemon Kiwi and Leg Day.
Analysis.
Yeah, analysis will be happening here too, I guess. We can't do the awkward handshake. Unfortunately, we are across screens, but we have a good series on our hands. Hopefully, Paris versus the Vancouver Titans. And I feel like there's a lot of friendship, former friendship, hopefully still current friendship, of just past teammates. Odyssey, American Tornadoes, so many of these rookies have known each other since Contenders. And Vancouver's first win this whole season was against Paris 2 months ago. So there's nothing on the line here, like they just kind of a show match.
Yeah, for the holders of the Dark Law from North American Contenders, there are a lot of names here that are super interesting to see play against each other. And like you said, Vancouver's first win was on the fabled date that Matt Morello laid out on Platchat. The 8-14 win against the Paris Eternal. That's what started off the resurgence of the Vancouver Titans. And honestly, if their resurgence has happened earlier in the season, they might be in a place where they might be competing with like Boston or someone for entrance into the play-ins. But unfortunately, that's not the timeline in which we live. We're on the sacred timeline and we're just keeping things where Vancouver and Paris are eliminated. We're going to have a quick look at our Paris starters as well, because while the desk was all about those Aspire frags, we've got another hit scam that I'm particularly interested in. Dove was one of the earlier mid-season pickups for Paris Eternal. I think that they don't actually have anyone in this team who actually started the year on Paris Eternal. It's been a bit of a roundabout for this team. But I think that Dove has been a consistent standout in the bright spots that Paris Eternal has had as being a very proficient flick scan aimer. And actually, if he'd come in earlier, one of Dove's pocket picks was a Soldier 76. So if he was here for kickoff clash, might have been a big difference maker for Paris.
Yeah, he did end up playing Soldier even this stage. So Dove actually gets alternated with Wub a lot. They have kind of overlapping hero pools. Dove is maybe more proficient at the ranged DPS, while as Wub has some pocket interesting things like a Somber and Echo, which might be more useful on control or really maps where those heroes are great at. But Mouthful is a mainstay on this team, exclusively playing Tracer, pretty much on all maps except maybe one Lijiang Tower where he played Genji. He plays pretty much all of the maps except the ones like maybe Junkertown or Circuit Royale, where maybe they're going to want Dove and Wubbin for their ranged hit scan potential. But then you have a duel of two tanks, a tale of two tanks of Krawi versus False. Two kind of rookie tanks who lacked a lot of experience coming into the season, but really grew into their roles. So let's look at the Vancouver starters to compare that now.
Yeah, I want to zoom in on the other half of that tank versus tank line, because I think that False may have got a little bit of a bad rep at the beginning of the season, because honestly, he was kind of misused. Vancouver Titans were putting him in to play Winston when he's never really been much of a Winston player. He's always been in that off-tank role, playing a very supportive tank to help make tanks like Reiner thrive in North American Contenders on American Tornado. But now that we're in this kind of off-tank meta where D.Va and Zarya are at their strongest, and we're seeing the Sigma still on Circuit Royale, this is where False is really starting to show off the gumption and the skill that got him recruited into the league.
And there's a lot of young players on this team, and they did just get reverse swept by the Florida Mayhem, which we got to cast that. So I know DFA is like, Jen, there's a conspiracy that every time you cast my team, although I'm Canadian, I don't seem to be giving them any kind of Canadian buff. So if they lose again today, I'm never going to hear the end of it. But at least we can zoom in. They're all smiles. Happiness prevails on this team. It's just you got to end off the series really well, too. Vancouver, though, barely playing any Sombra in their last match or two, at least very rarely getting away from it. It's a lot of Sojourn and Tracer for them, or mixes around that.
Yeah, like you said, it's all smiles at the moment for a huge amount of these players, and we've got to talk about like what it is to be in Overwatch League. I'm sure you all remember the Crusher99 video from back in 2018. Playing an Overwatch League and being paid to be a professional Overwatch player, for so many, it's a dream that only a precious few can achieve. And while in terms of a 2022 season, this match might not have stakes, every single one of these players is out here looking to try and impress scouts or try and leave enough of an impression to get their contract renewed next year so they can carry on playing in the Overwatch League and maybe a more fortunate season for them. So it's all to play for every single one of the 10 players in this lobby.
Yeah, this is the last match of the season for Vancouver Titans. And I don't think I could have picked a better opponent for them. Maybe ending off on a win would be kind of a nice send-off, but even losing to their former teammates from Odyssey or American Tornado, what have you. Dove, Rack Attack, Lucamino versus King from Odyssey. Wub versus Aspire and False from American Tornado. We're going to open up on Oasis. We got to see some Zarya play.
The season will start where Mr. X bids it began. Vancouver Titans a little bit slower on the rollout here. We're seeing Paris Eternal actually pick up the support line that Vedesk was talking about that's been adopted more by the Texas teams, our top-tier teams in this current meta. They're looking for the Bat and the Lucio, but Aspire, well, Vedesk wanted Aspire to frag, and there he is.
That's a good start when you can just charge out. Ideally, you don't want to charge off the Zarya bubble, but if you can get that one shot, the headshot, that's all you need before they can hide away. It's an opening pick in just the middle of the map, all for the Titans. And Falls is able to utilize this corner well when he drops below health, even the immortality just in case. But Aspire and Aztac are fragging at range. The poke potential so strong from Titans, as they even got the first cap out of that too.
And Rack Attack dying first in that fight really hurts. Here's a quick look at how Aspire managed to find that. Oh, just a quick little bit of charge there as well, and doesn't even need to hit 100 before finding Rack Attack's head. And without the Lucio, Paris Eternal weren't really able to negotiate themselves into a position to focus fire on a single target, and then Vancouver Titans could tear them apart. Now they're in control of a high ground with the double flex support. This is exactly where you want to be.
Now the move to the high ground from Paris, but they're not looking so good, not looking healthy at all, and they lose Lucamino, and behind them is False, and on the other end is Aztac pounding them with orbs. That's a 3K, all headshots! Where was this guy all season? I think I want to see more.
Oh, Aztac, he is indeed tempting me for more, but unfortunately this is going to be the last chance saloon for the Vancouver Titans. Is a quick replay to show you just how the Zenyatta gets it done, showing there's still a place in the meta for a more static orb turret. What a triple. Mum, get the camera.
Well, that's going on the fridge for sure. And this is Titans, where I had questions like, oh, without Maso, like, is there a lack of leadership? You bring in a Korean on an English-speaking roster. I don't know a lot about Aztac, but if he just frags, I don't care if he talks or not. But for now, it's the Ant Matrix from the point. From Paris Eternal over in the hallway left side. This is making it difficult for Titans to want to approach the objective, or at least to look at the Ant Matrix, but they actually match it with their own, and they got a lot more value out of it with the immediate 2 or 3 kills they got out of it. Now it's 80+% for Titans.
Oh, we're on the highway to the danger zone here, Lemon. Paris Eternal, if they don't get a kill fast, we could be seeing a flawless round from Vancouver Titans. No one has died yet. Paris Eternal have not found themselves a single frag. Krawi's still 20% away from the grab. Malcolm needs to hit a fat stick here to bait out the early immortality field so Krawi can get the follow-up with the Graviton afterwards.
I'm on my hands and knees for one fight win for Paris. And the old start first for Vancouver. It's the Overclock, Transcendence, Graviton. Paris is trying to live with the sound barrier. And they did a good job of that. No one has died yet, but Krawi's in the middle of the map at 1 HP. See Lucamino attached at the hip as Dove dominates the high ground. 3 kills with the Overclock and 4! more! Oh, he's flying high and he's in love, and Titans are sent away.
Oh, Dove with a mini collat there as well, getting a headshot through Aspire to a body shot on Aztec. Lovely stuff. And Paris Eternal, they finally get the kills that they've been looking for, but it was so expensive, Lemon. The entire war chest has been emptied out on the floor. The trade-off has been accepted, and Vancouver Titans say, yes, you can have your one fight win, but you're going to be playing from the high ground now, and you're going to have to figure out how to use this Lucio speed to your advantage when our poke with the Zenyatta is going to be so much more powerful. Krawi's going to... Oh, no. Malthor's already dead.
Yeah, it's not a good start. Now 2 kills in a row, 5 versus 3, and all Titans had to do was sit in the middle of the map and pick away at Paris. Paris had chances of just staying on the high ground, hiding away from it, and forcing Titans to touch the point. But then King just starts off with the pick, and then it was just a snowball, an avalanche from there. As Paris now struggling. Overtime into effect in favor of the Titans. Amp Matrix from Skyrip over in the hallway. Cry returns on the Diva, and I think that'll be all she wrote this round. The Titans with a pretty dominant 100-44 start if it wasn't for Paris winning just 1 fight.
Oh, you've got a moment, Lemon. I'd like to wrap back around to your previous point about Aztec joining this roster as a Korean speaker when presumably Vancouver Titans are coming in English. And in the midst of some of these chaotic team fights, I'm not actually seeing a huge amount of Discord orb assists in the kill feed, which you can identify by like the small Zenyatta portrait next to the eliminating character's larger portrait in the kill feed. And I'm not seeing a huge amount of them. It feels like Aztec is looking more for duels with his Discord orbs and trying to pressure people out of positions rather than actually putting them on the overall target focus of the Vancouver Titans, which I wouldn't say is the optimal usage of them, but it's a little bit of an insight into the playstyle that Aztec is currently using. King swaps over now onto the Sombra. Dove's going to be the same. There are a lot of mega health packs here on City Center that need to be controlled, so there's a good amount of admin that needs to be done by our opposed Sombras here.
I think Aspire and Dove, though, are performing really well. Maybe Aspire just a little bit better, but King was besting him on the Tracer. But now those rules have changed. Aspire versus Malthol on the Tracer, the heroes they're known for. And then the King versus Dove on the Sombra. It's the battle of the Divas on the high ground. Paris have the right side high ground. As the first cap here is so important for either team because you can just contest for so long, even if you don't have the number advantage. So Titans starting the cap, almost there. Here's Krawi with the drop to deny it. And it's just going to be a contest battle. But Malthol and Krawi really have to work together, especially Krawi with the Matrix to protect him if Malthol gets in any trouble. But the flip is given over to the Titans, and now they can stall this forever. Aspire jumps in the back and starts pressuring Rack Attack. And I think that's Lucamino who's at the high ground, and he was trying to provide support to Rack Attack, but Aspire and Falls dominate the backline, and they have the point this whole time, so it's a good lead start for them.
You know what, Aspire just did something that I wish more flankers in Overwatch League would do, and they actually listened for the sound of Rack Attack releasing the 5-orb charge on the Zenyatta and caught Rack Attack in the recovery animation, so there was nothing he could do when the dive was actually delivered. Just little things like that got Aspire picked up, and might get him re-signed again as he looks for yet another contract in the next year of Overwatch League. Vancouver Titans in control. King almost has an EMP, is heavily outpacing Dove here by 30% on the charge.
Well, hitting a stick is important for Aspire and Malthol to kick off this next fight. See if Aspire can get the hunt down on the Lucamino on the other side. It's a little difficult though with the Diva, and you don't want to just waste the pulse bomb into the Matrix. So Aspire is getting pressured though from Malthol. EMP from King hits the entire backline of Paris, and there's pulse bomb, which is just a cherry on top. So second fight for Titans as they reach about 65%.
Previous observation about the lack of Discord orb assist now being laid to rest. Aztec seems to be a little bit more in tune with these engagements when it comes to the EMP, and the Discord orb is being laid on target upon target. Now it's down to only one fight for Paris Eternal, but we've got plenty of tools to try and make this happen. Rack Attack might need to be fed a little bit of healing here off the back of potentially someone like Krawi catching some early pokes. Oh, this is a super early engage.
This is so deep, a Nano Diva. This far in, I mean, they're getting kills and 0 punish. And if there were to be some kind of punish or Falso's taking too much pressure, then Aztec could walk up into Transcendence. All these stagger kills are incredible. Dove just EMP'd nobody. So that's throwing in the white flag at this point, I think. There it is. Titans take map 1.
The white flag from the white bird. The MEMP will be the full stop at the end of this sentence. Vancouver Titans walk away with Oasis with about 8 deaths between them as a team of 5. It's been an absolutely dominant performance, and Well, this is kind of what we've come to expect from the second half of a Vancouver Titans season. While we have admitted that 4-19 is not a glorious scoreline, the second half of their season has been much better under the leadership of Deepe. They're looking a lot more in tune with each other.
Paris have 2 more matches left, Boston and Shock. But to be honest, Titans is their best chance to get their second season win. And it could happen, but it hasn't started off well. So we will throw it to a break. When we get back, we'll see if the Titans will still be on top.
The tip of the spear, and the follow-up is there.
Rotations deployed with WGS Phoenix winning the fight.
Saved by Aztec.
Oh my god.
But Scale instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. A little bait and switch up.
Still Paris versus Vancouver going into map 2. Kings Row coming up. Like we said, former teammate still smiles. Of course, you're definitely smiling after taking map number 1, especially the fashion that they did. But like the one thing I wanted to mention that we kind of talked about was Paris not playing a lot of Sombra these days, but when they do, it's usually Wub that comes in for that. And we saw kind of that Dove playing Sombra and that inexperience really shining in.
Yeah, I think that Dove kind of lost the draw of the maps there by having to go to City Center second, where you have those 2 Megas at either side of the point, which are really important to control with the Sombra, as well as deny from the enemy Tracer by hacking them out. And ideally, Dove would have probably preferred to go to University, where he could play the Tracer and look for more of these raw aim duels, or potentially just stick on the Sojourn and being able to build up those rail shots to at least keep Aspire honest, so we can't hard peek these angles. And the same goes for Aztec as well. When you're not going up against a long-range one-shot character like a Hanzo, a Widowmaker, or a Sojourn with a fully charged railgun, you can be a lot more laissez-faire with the peaks that you try to take, as is in Yata. We head over next to Kings Row Lemon, and I assume we're going to be seeing some Zarya play here, but on the offense, there's always the temptation to play the D.Va to be able to access the backlines on the high ground.
Yeah, and no substitution of bringing Wub in for anything. Because like we mentioned, it's Dove and Wub that get alternated. Malthol is a mainstay, always playing Tracer. But I was wondering if you're wanting to maybe play some Sombra, then you bring your Sombra player of Wub in. Maybe Dove's getting more time on that. But going back to the Sojourn, I think was his better or best hero, if that. Especially on Oasis Gardens, when he hit like a 4 or 5K, that was crazy.
I'd love to see Dove pop off, but I'm more interested here in Rack Attack on Velucio. Velucio yesterday, I think one of the best use cases for Velucio that we saw, apart from our Texas teams, was from Funny Astro using it to basically bully out Sombras in duels, because Velucio, while not maybe the greatest duel against Sombra, is quite adept at being able to take those 1 versus 1s and forcing the Sombra to not be able to stay in and try and pick off one of your other supports in the back. And here we know that Vancouver Titans, they aren't going to be opting into the Sombra, so Rack Attack is going to have to extract value from Velucio also, and that's going to be in trying to make sure that Krawi has preferential engages, and Krawi's not going to be starting off here on the low ground, which means there's easy access for False, and maybe easy discords from Aztec as well. Krawi's going to have to be super decisive and super effective with his bubbles.
Oh! Well, that headshot was super effective, and Dove continues to farm King on the point. He'll be dealt with in a second. But yeah, that close approach that you mentioned from Paris just allowed them to take a fight very early and allowed Dove to get some charge. And I think it's important to have the Baptiste here, so if you ever make a positional mistake, you drop the Immortality. It's helping these Zaryas move around a lot more safely.
Yeah, and Luke Mino can demand people group up, and they will be naturally doing so to get Rack Attack's Speed Aura as well. That gives a lot of healing over, but maybe can't be outpaced by the target focus of Vancouver.
Oh, so Aspire's just shooting a bubble. He really don't care. He hits those shots, so he makes it count. But here's the approach from Paris, just kind of juggling around the statue. Dove staring at the back line. Titans tried to take shelter on the right side after they lost False, but Paris are not letting them breathe. And this is now back-to-back fights for the defense, and it's good to see from them after kind of the lack of gameplay we saw from Oasis.
Yeah, it's all about speed and decision, being able to just move in onto False and overwhelm him while Scarippa and Aztec are still jostling for position. And Paris have done a good job here of identifying what Masa not being in provides in terms of the whole of Vancouver Titans strategy. They no longer have that Lucio player, and if they swap to Lucio, it's going to be suboptimal compared to Rack Attack, who's been playing main support for years at this point.
He's ready to see an Ant Matrix. False is already there. That's the first one you want to burn down. Immortality brought out by Skyra, but could not save False at all. Really good initiation from Paris. Now Titans did manage to get a couple of picks. Remember, it is Titans that have closer respawns. So the more work King does here, it might mean they can start to establish themselves on the point. But yeah, they really couldn't get more done. The pick on Lucamina was nice, but you need to do a little bit more.
Really cool note there for Luke Mina window engage. Actually had Krawi go around the other side of a statue, so people who tried to LOS the window would be directly in Krawi's line of sight and could not LOS the big charge on Bazaya. Looking for a grab, you'll do!
Just, man, False is getting bullied. All the ults are being thrown his way. I'm sure the Pulse too, but Aztec at range is still a threat. That's 2 picks for the attack of Titans. Now the Transcendence is forced out just to help Aztec reposition out of the mini room near the statue where Cry was there. So minute 10 left, 1 tick for the Titans. We have King on the high ground, Aztec, or a King on the point, Aztec on the high ground. Aspire, though, has the overclock ready. Dove pops his first, and Aspire, he will yield.
Well, Aspire opts in for the counter-attack here. The overclock going to be used, but no targets yet going to be presenting themselves. A headshot onto Krabi sends him low, scampering into the hotel. I want your cushiest bed and your most fluffed pillows, please.
The Titans still fighting their way through this. They know they have respawn advantage, so every pick matters so much more for them, but they only get a kill or two, and King is really hustling. But it just doesn't seem to be enough. They got a second tick, but they have 30 seconds left to actually cap the whole thing.
Aztec, they used a super greedy trance as well. When everyone else was up on the high ground, no one came down to actually fight him a trance, and it was because Aztec had placed himself in that little alcove under Mondata's statue, so he had no real escape when Krawi managed to move in onto him. And this is dire straits for Vancouver Titans, because now they're going to have to fight in the LOS of the window.
Oh, that's revenge for you. False now just tries to solo grab Krawi. Dove jumps out of the point, and I think Titans might have this, but no, here's the re-engage from Paris. Titans walked away as soon as they saw the Amp Matrix of Lucamino, and no one was there to touch. You gotta wonder where King was, but it doesn't matter. Titans only 84%.
I think King used his recall early because he actually tried to dive in behind the Amp Matrix to stop Lucamino from getting healing onto the grabbed Krawi. But Lucamino had the Amp Matrix at perfect time there. That's exactly what you want as a Baptiste. To not only have the window, but to have the Amplification Matrix in a position where the enemy have to get in front of it and take that double damage. They have the risk, the BAP accuracy slaying them. And I love that Paris Eternal here, but they did look a bit more confused on control with how to get real value out of Velucio. From this defensive position, they really were able to spring their traps earlier. They've gone from a sort of front-to-back approach where they're now focusing more on False and outmaneuvering him using the speed, because they know that that's the advantage they have in how these current rosters have lined up. If Rakitic can get a good boop, False doesn't have mobility to save himself. He only has bubbles, and those could be burned through with focus fire.
Definitely felt like Dove was on top of this Sojourn battle against Aspire. Aspire didn't have that pop-off moment, that like 2 or 3K just kind of any presence to get the ball rolling for the Titans. I felt like it was a lot of King starting things off. And yeah, just the 1 or 2 kills is not enough for the attack. Like, Titans are able to be competitive in these fights, but being full held is not a good start to the series, as now Paris have a chance to equalize, coming up with the Diva against the Zarya. We'll see if this will last.
Rakitic still going to stick here with the Velucio, which is interesting. Lucamino and Rakitic actually used to be a pretty formidable double flex duo back when they were playing on Odyssey. But now Lucamino, look at the area that he's got here. This is going to allow him to quite adequately support Krawi from long distance.
That was like a 2 or 3 man ante from Lucamino, and that's why Krawi dives up there. But when Titans are all huddled up, and there's the immortality from Skyrippa, Krawi just gets immediately demeched. Maybe still a chance for Paris to salvage this, but because False is still alive, he's bubbling his teammates. Paris have a hard time just finishing off their kills. It seems that once those bubbles are gone, though, False heads away. Paris start their first tick. They got it. Going for the second. Vancouver need to recontest. False will present himself. Aztec is in the back, but he's half health. On their way, though, is King and Aspire. False can't contest. King is on the point. Paris have the second tick. Is anyone else home from the Titans? And it seems like we will have a competitive series on our hands. Paris just equalized. We have a 1-1 game.
Boops coming through from Krawi, and guess what? Rakitic actually walked out of this battle, or out of this map, with more damage than either Skyrippa or Aztec. Aztec was on the Zen, and Rakitic walked away with 2.9k damage. He was almost keeping pace with Mouthful. This guy, Kim Rack's son, has been popping off on the Lucio. He's an absolute slayer on the skates, Lemon.
Yeah, I like the idea of Paris's dive with the ante and the divas just knowing when to pull back. 1v5 is still difficult no matter who you are in the league, but we have an interesting series on our hands, everyone. It's a 1-1 game, and we'll see you guys after this short break. Paris back on top with a full hold and a win on King's Row to give ourselves a 1-1 series, but that win juice might continue into our next map. We're going to Dorado, which was Paris's only map win all stage, and it was against the London Spitfire. So now Paris have 2 map wins this stage.
Neo, can I get a double win juice with ice, please? Dorado's
right
going to
up.
be interesting, Lemon, because this is where we might see a little bit more of a Winston. Or we've seen a lot of Winston in APAC, but over here in EU, we tend to be leaning a little bit more towards the off-tanks at the moment, which is going to mean Diva, which is where False is at his most powerful. But for those of you who don't know the deep Krawi lore, back in Contenders, before the Junker Queen era, before the Overwatch 2 era, Krawi was actually super notable for while he wasn't on the best teams in Contenders, he had some of the highest ult-negated stats we had seen in Contenders for a long time. This guy was a beast with the defense matrix, and I'm hoping that that comes to shine through again today in Paris Eternal's match against the Vancouver Titans if Krawi gets to play that Diva, because thus far, we've seen a couple different looks in Paris Eternal. Nothing's guaranteed.
Yeah, you bring up a good point about the teams that these players have been on. Like, keep in mind that for anyone who doesn't really watch Contenders, like Odyssey and American Tornado were like the #1, #2 teams in Contenders North America. They were the top dogs. Nobody could touch them. They were going back and forth on who was winning Contenders tournaments, and then those players all got moved up to the league and actually got to stay on teams together. So the synergy is there. It's more of just your rookies in the league, and it's for them gaining experience and improving over time. And now that you're eliminated from playoffs, there's no like heavy burden on you. You can kind of just not have anything on the line, so you can just play your best, have fun. And I feel like we're seeing that. So Paris will be on the attack first, and here's the Vancouver defense with some King Echo.
Other alumni of the American Tornado that you guys are going to end up seeing today are Ultraviolet and OG on the Atlanta Reign, and of course Kaluj Sam Reiner from the San Francisco Shock and LA Gladiators. Rolling out here, Paris Eternal. Dove on the Ash is a little bit of a flick scan demon. However, no one's really going to be offering him any free shots here, so he has to be careful about the angles that he takes, especially against Aztec. We know just how deadly he's been this series.
He's just trying to stay hidden, and so that he doesn't get sticky bombed by King, and turns out the Diva's really all you need to pressure that out. The final shot from Dove, so King should have played a little bit more safely. That or False should have really stepped up to try and matrix some of this damage in, and Dove continues to get picks, not before Aspire made his way into the backline, so Paris will see some progress as Titans will have to rotate to hold the market side.
I didn't quite catch it, so my sources that I made it up, but I think that Krawi might have actually eaten some of the Ana heals that are coming in to like try and support King on that very audacious dive position he took at the beginning of the match. Mouthful already doing a fair amount of damage, but remember that King's focusing beam here, it can't be eaten by Krawi, so if it locks onto someone under half health, they are going to be close to doomed. It's going to be down to body blocking or escapes.
Well, we don't get to see the Maltho Genji too often, but I think he wants really the quick gap close, especially on mid-range maps like this. It's really useful, and so is this pulse bomb right on the forehead of Blue Camino. So no nano for this fight. No mech means no Paris yet, with almost half their time bank gone. And Titans only lose King, so you're really chilling with that.
Yeah, this market area is really good for Vancouver Titans because they start to find these individual duels where we saw members of Vancouver Titans excel, especially on Oasis. Here's a quick replay of Scareppa. Oh, did they eat the heals? Oh, it might have been eaten, might have been a miss, but thank you, replay ops. The Mythbusters back in the house. I reject this reality and I substitute my own.
Sometimes those critical shots are so important. Mouthful, though, has been critically nanoed, and he forces out the Transcendence from Aztec. Skybreak also nanoed False. Once that's out of the way, here's the Mouthful play going towards the supports and deflecting the damage right back to its source. That's some good stuff from Paris, and that'll get them the point A cap.
Aztec doesn't care that he's deflecting. If I keep firing, I can hit him sooner when the deflect ends. Very much was Zenyatta mindset right there. Vancouver Titans will have to cede away point A and move over to a more high ground centric defense. If Dove can find a good angle to try and pepper those who hold the high ground early, this is going to be very troublesome for Vancouver Titans to deal with because they're going to be at a healing deficit. I think that's Rack Attack slept in the back. A little bit of a nasty snipe. But there's no follow-up that's available. Oh, one good Zenyatta sleep deserves another. Nicey nice, Aztec.
Okay, there's a fight taking place in a very tiny room, and Paris got antied. They have no supports, and Crawley, okay, doesn't use the self-destruct to get back into mech. Pretty smart. Will get reset very quick, and then Titans can go back to the high ground whenever they want.
Oh, nice crutch there from King and Aspire, finding Dove from both sides. I'm not sure how Dove ended up using the bulb inside that tiny room. I think it was to try and deal with King, who duplicated Luke Mino and then just rolled in, hit a fat anti-nade and left. A weird engage from the Vancouver Titans, but not one that Paris Eternal were expecting, I imagine. And their anti-dive tools, after Krawi runs out of that defense matrix, are very thin on the ground. False actually giving himself a less advantageous position here in order to do a little bit more taxing on the car.
I love this follow-up. Dove can put some initial shots in, and Maltho goes and gets the dash reset and the execution off of them. So it's 5 versus 4, but then the dive from Titans just blows up the backline. Such a good nano from Skyrip on the falls, and he's not even done yet. He's killed 4 people, and Maltho's next on the menu. This is really good from the Titans.
And False down is out of pocket right now. Scarippa gets a little bit of extra ult charge off the back of False to get a quarter of the way to the next one just after the first engage. The Vancouver Titans have realized that the Nano Diva engagement is so strong against Luke Mino and Rack Attack, even though Rack Attack wins the Zenyatta duel against Aztec. This gives Krawi a lot more room to work with because he's no longer worried about that Discord orb. He can make a more audacious dive here if Luke Mino gets the Nano.
Titans on the high ground. You gotta give a shout out to Rack Attack. Remember, he's a main support known for his Brigida and contenders. And the fact that he, along with OG, were main supports that learned Zen and are trying to help their team out, doing their best. Love to see it. Paris getting some progress. Mouth over the top of the Nano Blade, and Aztec got deleted. Oh, that sleep, kind of nasty. Skyripper, so glad he hit that because he was one slice away. Wakes him up, doesn't get the kill until False has to get involved, and Skyripper manages to live. That might have been a fight winner there, as Paris are now using Transcendence to try and stabilize here, as the Bob from Dove was sent at the front, so they thought that was going to do a lot more than it did. And Paris don't get the fight when they were hoping for.
Color me with confused casting noises for that Rack Attack transfer right there. Maybe you think that they could clutch out what remained, but honestly, that was a pacing issue. With the Paris Eternal, they got the opening pick from Rack Attack onto Aztec, and they didn't actually make the Nano Dive work until Aztec had already returned. And he's a slow bot lemon. He takes a while to float back into the battleground. Paris Eternal gave a huge amount of room for Vancouver Titans not only reposition for another fight, but also bring back those who they'd lost before. Now Aztec has access to the Transcendence super soon, and King can make an audacious dive because he can freely escape using the iframes of the duplicates.
Yeah, Paris are doing these long right side rotations to try and access that high ground where the supports of Titans were hanging at. But King and False are just creating this brick wall, and King is just getting blown up by dynamites. And False was not there because he was in the middle of a dive, so couldn't have the Matrix ready. So things got equalized though with an Aztec frag at range like he usually does, and a double pulse bomb from Aspire kills the supports. That could be a game-winning one right there. The Titans just have to hold on for a little bit longer. They don't have Aztec, no Transcendence, but they have a King duplicate. Paris have to go for the touch. Around the corner is Malthul. He's getting shoved away. Double blinks, recalls to get it done. Next is Krawi and Malthul and Rack Attack around the corner. Duplicate of King goes after the Tracer. One of his better heroes too, the D-Mech on the Cry before the Immortality comes out. Missed timing and the Pulse Bomb on top. King is on fire! Titans just have to hold on a little bit more. There's been some trades by Paris, but now the King Nano, just to finish what he started. The anti-nade from Skyrippa. He is also performing extremely well. The Titans will be holding Paris short of B.
It's raining pulse bombs over Paggy Lemon, and it's not looking good for the Eternal. Held on B after what was a pretty well-paced attack on A. Vancouver Titans, they utilize the high ground super well and always seem to find themselves some preferable engages, and Paris Eternal kind of floundering when it comes to taking advantage of early picks generated by Rack Attack on the right clicks. And we even saw King being an early pick there as well after some excellent peel from Krawi after a fully fledged attack onto Luke Mino. King didn't even get to use the duplicate to save himself, which turns out was for the best because he could get a great line of sight on the Tracer and then find a Luke Mino who didn't have an immortality field anymore, and there was no defense matrix in the way because Krawi got demeched early. It was good target focus from a Vancouver Titans to make sure that their win conditions had as few mitigating factors as possible. And now Krawi rolling out on the Horse Warlord, the Orisa. Here's a spy. Did they actually kill someone with a stick here? No, it didn't. I saw it in the kill feed, and I thought it came in a weird order, but I might have just been hallucinating it. A spy with a fat double.
Luke Mino kind of walked in. He's like, "Hey, how we doing, buddy? You good?" And then he was like, "No, get out, get out. I'm pulsed." Maybe tried to drop immo. I'm not sure what happened there. The only liability I see from Titans is like that King Echo was getting picked a lot by the Dove hit scan, and maybe you want to see either more Ana attention there or more Diva attention there, but now King gets completely away from that and goes to the Sombra.
Okay, the Sombra's interesting. They might think that this is a better way to deal with Krawi on the Orisa when they've scouted the Spear Horse on the way. I think you can interrupt the Javelin Spin, and the Javelin Spin can be something that Orisas rely upon quite heavily in order to actually make their locomotion and rotations work. Although I have seen some cool, inventive eats of projectiles like you get from Defense Matrix with the spin. For now, Paris Eternal, they look like they want to opt into the market fight here, where these doors can be more easily found. You can try and isolate someone with a nice spear throw from the Orisa, and there's a lot more geometry here for people to bash into as well to deliver that hard stun and the extra damage.
Yeah, we usually only see Dub playing Widow on Junkertown circuit, like deep Widow maps. No one really plays Widow on this map. It has decent sight lines, but it's almost better to play Ashe for that mid-range. So Dub maybe was expecting some King Echo and thought that would have been a great way to stay as far away from that as possible, but it's hard to find targets when you're going up against two flankers and the Spire just couldn't get around no matter what. So Perez can just play at the end of A, but now here's False on the approach, and he gets instantly demeched, and that's the issue of Perez playing that deep, is as Titans are coming up, they're taking so much poke that by the time they get there, they're at a disadvantage.
Oh, Krawi with the intercept as well there to save a sleeping target and make sure Scripper couldn't get a frag. One of the interesting things that we've got to look at here when we look at the dynamic of these teams in this area is that King can actually get 3 pings onto Dove while in stealth as Sombra. And, oh no, Aztec takes the early peek. You need to have King set up for this, because then Aztec can try and take some charged right-click peeks against Dove, knowing where he is in advance when Dove might have less information. Here's a quick look at how Dove managed to make this happen. I like that the Orisa's just like a brick wall.
Oh yeah. Caught you lacking. Yeah. Well, yeah, I like that. I kind of like how the desk said, if you can't play Reinhardt or don't want to play Reinhardt, then play Orisa. It's kind of like that substitute of just brawler type of tank, different than Overwatch 1. Oh, Dove had the lineup. I'm surprised Titans still don't expect this. Aztec should have said something. But either way, Paris still are playing at the back. Skyrep has to be careful of how he peeks Dove's Widow here. He knows exactly where he is. And how does False even approach this? I'd almost like him to get away from Diva and just either go Zarya or an Orisa, something that can help him approach the back of the point a lot easier. As now the Nano is given to Aztec. Was there maybe Malthul harassing them? I'm not sure. That or you believe in the Aztec frag that much, and Titans at least found some headway here.
Maybe there's a world as well where they just want Aztec to be able to tank a headshot, because while you're nanoed, the headshot will only do 150 damage, so you can kind of tank it as the Zen, and they just want Aztec to just walk up. He's just going to float up and hold M1 and do the damage. There could be a touch here from Krawi, and indeed he is going to sacrifice himself. Does get the nano, so that's a huge EMP.
Yeah, Rack Attack falls over immediately. Luke Mino manages to nano Krawi, but without those supports, I don't know if this is salvageable. I mean, Malthul got 3 kills at like 50 HP, 68 HP to be exact. That is an insane clutch. Is it really enough? It's him and Krawi, and here come reinforcements. Luke Mino's on the Lucio to taxi them back. So, wow, Malthul saved the day.
Not another first point hold against the Vancouver Titans. Not like this, Vancouver. Still, the Transcendence is available. Luke Mino's moved over onto the Lucio. Now, raw healing output for the Paris Eternals, an all-time low. They need to keep Malthul alive in time for this blade and draw out Aztec's trance before it can be used.
Yeah, he almost needs to use his trance to save falls. He's taking a lot of pressure just trying to tank this, but no, it's the Malthul dive that forces it out. Now Malthul patiently waits for the blade and pops it before the trance is done, thinking Skyripper was out of range. Doesn't get any kills out of it, but the rest of the team follow up. That's all that matters, and the overclock at range. Another full hold by the Paris Eternal. Are you serious?
The new season for the Vancouver Titans, it was written in the runes etched by dwarves under the ground. 8-14 was when they took their first win of the season, and it was against Paris Eternal. But now, in the nadir, the closing dusk of their 2022 season, the reformed Vancouver Titans are facing down Oblivion at the hands of the same team that currently sits 1-20. Match point for Paris. Can they finish it out, Lemon?
I don't know. The Dusk are going to be mauled after this because all of them predicted Titans. And this has been 2 full holds back to back. The Pairs have what it takes. We'll find out after this break. Happy Owltober, everyone! Make sure you can pick your favorite owl prompt, and then you can create some beautiful art. Share it using the hashtag 31 Days of Owltober, or you can submit it for the fan art gallery for a chance to be featured on broadcast. I know I am so glad we've implemented this segment this season because the art is so amazing. We have a really talented community like that.
We have a really talented community who've been drawing and painting so many interesting pictures, but really the picture that is etched into my mind is Blood Red Lemon. Paris Eternal slaughtering in the market of Dorado in order to bring themselves within match point of their second match win of the entirety of 2022, and having Vancouver Titans season flounder at the end of it. Here's like how Malthor painted a picture in red. With his knives and his shurikens, this was a mad collection of dash resets, and it turns out Genji's a pretty powerful character.
We don't get to see him too often on Genji, but when we do, holy cow. There was one point where he had like 60 HP, his supports were dead, and he killed like 4 on Dorado. It's so crazy what he can do under pressure. Now which is funny because he's been most of the time playing Tracer for this team, and his Tracer was kind of quiet on the first map. I think King was besting him in that role, but he swapped to something that is clearly just pounding the Titans.
Well, more of a somber mood in the Vancouver Titans camp as we head towards our push map of map 4. And, well, Lemon, we said at the beginning of this matchup that DP believes that we do indeed curse the Vancouver Titans, that when we're casting a match, there is simply no way they can win. And right now, DP's Hexcraft, or his understanding of it, is appearing to be pretty based. New Queen Street is where we're heading to, we're going to Canadian home ground, at least. But there are a couple of French speakers here, so Pei are not completely out of sorts. The question is, if Paris Eternal roll out once again, with Rack Attack on Lucio, will Vancouver Titans be able to adjust to the speed that Paris Eternal seem to have made integral to their Overwatch 2 style?
Yeah, if we're cursed for the Titans, are we blessed because we technically gave Paris their, second season win ever? Like, it's historical no matter how you look at it, both sides of the coin. But, yeah, we go to New Queen Street, where Paris lost this to London. They played a lot of... And this was at the time where this was their first match of the stage where they had Dove playing Soldier. I know you kind of brought up that was Dove's pocket pick, but he's not capping, Chad. Like, he unironically plays still Soldier this patch.
Yeah, we used to have a little joke in North American Contenders that the team Odyssey, which many of these players are from, they had their panic stations. When things started to go wrong, they'd always revert to playing Double Shield and Soldier no matter what map they are on, and it would work more often than not. Paris Eternal on the precipice of victory. Krawi rolls out with no Lucio behind him this time. Rakitek and Luke Mino have decided to opt into this double flex support once more. Luke Mino is going to have the playmaking power of the anti here, but Skripper, of course, with that immortality field in the back pocket, can decide engagements with but a single E-click.
Well, False just playing Zarya into a Diva seems like an automatic counter right there. It's going to be important to see how False juggles that. Zarya still can get out-pressured if she's out of bubbles. And that first pick from Titans might give them statue control and bot control, as Krawi didn't really want to keep anchoring around with just more kills coming from the Titans, especially because King is in the backline, and he's being an absolute nuisance. Luke Mino is screaming for help, and it comes in a second too late. Krawi was this close, but now he's next to be feasted upon, and King is farming.
And this is one of the reasons why Paris Eternal could do so well with Lucio on King's Row, in that they could force fights to happen on their own timetable. Whereas Vancouver Titans, our desk brought out the analysis before this, that Aspire do shoot things. And when you give Aspire time to build up those rail shots and let them loose, that's when he do be shooting those things. And when he does decide these matches, King for now continues to harass the back. Rakitek is so paranoid of his Tracer, and he's right to be. There's a pulse bomb in hand and no real way to save him.
Oh, the pulse, all right in between, splits him apart. But he's not even done yet. Still going after Rack Attack. He's trying to kick him away. King's taking damage, and he's out in the open. Dove provides the assist, and now this is an opening for Paris. They've even already nanoed Krawi. So it's time to continue the pain train and chase down the rest of the Titans, because a 50-meter lead will at least stop here, as the Paris will have bot control.
50 meters is a good amount of lead to have grabbed from a single fight win, though. Finally, Paris Eternal will get the opportunity to get a couple of meters in their own. However, control of a 2P here for Vancouver Titans does mean that there are no free peaks for Paris Eternal. You can easily take a couple jiggles here and there as Aspire to really lay Paris Eternal's slower members like Rakatak and Luke Mino under siege.
It's simply harder for Aspire to charge up his shots with Krawi. It's just using so much of his Matrix for him. Maybe Dub will have an easier time against False. We've seen him like to charge up off the Zarya bubble. He doesn't really care. We saw that in King's Row. And oh, Rack Attack, not the ego peak. I would not want to look Aspire Sojourn in the eye. He does hit those headshots, and he hasn't even stopped. Now Vancouver are back in bot control. Even Paris winning that last fight, they're still at 0 meters. So Titans are continuing, and they got the checkpoint.
Yeah, that was an alarmingly wide peak from Rakatak. Mouth is actually going to swap now from the Tracer over to the Genji, hoping to maybe take some of this space away from a Spy. But remember, False is still rolling at the moment. He's getting this rollover energy from fight to fight, and the Zarya energy does so much against the discorded Genji.
Okay, overclock from Dove, Transcendence from Aztec, though, which really only saves himself because a headshot will pierce through all of that. Dove hasn't found anything. He did scare them off, though, which is kind of nice. Skyripper uses Matrix over on the Mega side just to see if Titans could poke from a safe distance in the overclock as Dove just tried to walk forward. He had no idea where Paris were. And then it's Mouthful and Krawi just killing everyone else as soon as Titans leave that room. So really good kind of patience from Paris at that moment.
Lovely sleep on the exit as well, Luke Mino. Sending an old protege of his on the Odyssey roster back to spawn for just a little bit. And now Paris Eternal get 1 meter challenge, very easy. Comes on through. Krawi does have the self-destruct here, but I generally don't think it's going to be a huge issue to deal with for the side of Vancouver Titans. Generally, it's going to be used just to remech, as self-destruct as an ult is fairly weak at the moment on the other side of the Graviton Surge. This needs to be answered by Paris Eternal. The best thing they can do is try and eat it, but I've not seen a single Grav eaten, I think, this entire season, Lemon. Seems to be being very good about destroying the D.Va mech first.
Bet. If there's one team that can get a Grav eat, it could be this one. It's just unlucky. But yeah, it's important to get the D-Mech. And it's been tough for Mouthful to maybe get close.
Wait, no way.
Okay. Self-destruct does get kills. I know we were having arguments. Is self-destruct better than Terra Surge? Well, there's your proof.
I couldn't be more wrong about the self-destruct.
You're so wrong.
Dude, how did that get Aspire? He can slide and jump. Where was Aztec that he was not within the immortality field of Skyripper? Were they playing wide there to try and avoid like Mouthful getting huge value out of a blade or something? This could be the checkpoint secured unless Aspire wants to come in and sacrifice his life, because remember, False is slow, boys. Oh, they do get the checkpoint. King's not fast enough. They're too scared, Lemon. The paranoia strikes into the heart of Vancouver Titans. They look for a way to get value from this Grav.
Oh, the Nano Blade. It's an oldie, but it's a goldie. Going right after False, but he's used a couple of bubbles, and that got him real charged up, which instantly demechs Krawi. You have False grabbing ghosts. You know, the ghosts.
They're in the walls, Lemon. They're in the walls. Tunnel snakes.
The Titans, though, have a 64-meter lead still, and the kills are coming their way.
All right, the turnaround here should be good, and still no lead gained for Paris Eternal. That is a little bit of a heartbreaker. There's a world there where Mouthful might have just wanted to try and play a distracting element with the Nano Blade when he was hanging back a little bit further and not using that dash to try and force Vancouver Titans into a disengagement that would give over the space for the bot to push that barricade. Paris Eternal, at least, they've reformed in good time, so there'll be no additional progress from the Vancouver Titans, but they're happy to simply troll the bot for now and stop Paris Eternal from getting their own progression done. Skyripper looking for some kind of two-phase attack where he can catch Paris Eternal without any means to disengage from his window.
Dove pops overclock at like 50 HP while he has a charged Zarya in his face. Also not sure about that one. I'm laughing a lot today. This has been some good entertainment. You got the Rack Attack Transcendence just to send fear into his last opponent's eyes, as bot control is still being fought for. But now it's Paris in control, and False is trying to run away as fast as he can.
That was, however, a two-ult fight for the Paris Eternal, and Vancouver Titans didn't really use anything. False almost has the Grav, but it's all the other ticks that have me concerned. Lumino needs to get this nano so that he can save Rack Attack with a well-placed nano boost for damage reduction if King gets a stick. And King actually throws out the Pulse Bomb as he dies. It's wasted, Lemon.
Yep, got kicked in the forehead. Titans don't have any DPS. They got an Amp Matrix that not a lot of people can use. An Aztec Transcendent just to keep False anchored over on the checkpoint side. Paris are ahead. They should be trying to... They should be winning this fight. And that was a grab.
Oh, Foss a little bit too smart for his own good there. Does grab the barricade so that there's no LOS for the defense matrix to eat it, but it does mean that Krawi is grabbed into permanent cover and no one can really follow up upon it. Alas, still no real progress given over to Paris Eternal, barring the emptying of Vancouver Titans' considerable war chest. Although Scrip is well on his way to the next amplification matrix, and Mouthful now has a blade, which is going to be much tougher to answer if Scrip could be forced to use a preemptive immortality field.
Yeah, I can see Mouthful trying to get like this top tunnel control and see if he can get access to Aspire or Aztac, where he's playing very safe as he can, as he's... Well, now they're getting poked down because they're just waiting to die. Now Titans in a 5-on-4. They even get the DMAC on the Crawley. Paris are just sitting there as spectators. And Titans not only have the checkpoint, but are increasing their lead even more.
Luke, Mino, and Dove, not entirely sure what they're up to here. The bot do be pushing, that barricade do be moving, and Paris Eternal are going to have to reset for yet another fight here in their home territory. 1 minute and 20 seconds remains. This is still doable for Paris Eternal for that 3-1 win, but King, if he can score a well-placed pulse bomb here, it might start to look impossible.
It's 87 meters and more with only 1 minute remaining. Paris need to pull a miracle out of their hats. And Mouthful dying with the blade is not great. False? I want to see this false grab. It still hits no one. Surely someone died in it, we just didn't see it. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But the Titans, I don't doubt that they can take this map with 92 meters and the time we have left. Paris, their backs are against the wall.
Good news, Lemon. I did see a Zarya assist on the killer for Baby Diva. So, at least one. That'll do.
Baby Diva's so scary.
Might have been a second player in there. I'm not entirely sure. Vancouver Titans now once again in control of the bot, but 30 meters of progress has been gained over Paris Eternal by the Vancouver Titans, and now they're intercepting the bot yet again. Krawi's so low, the Discord orb has been attached, and King's on the hunt. What a stick!
I didn't even see Luke Camino in
Big Yeats.
that picture. Yeah. And now you got the Rack Attack popping Transcendence to help Mouthful with this blade. But he's getting shot at. He already has the deflect and hide. He forgot that there was a health pack there. He tried to find his teammates to no avail. The Titans about to force game 5. Paris have a touch, but the overtime will go away. Rack Attack is behind them. Let's see what he's up to. Not much. Titans forcing game 5.
Bro, why are you tagging me? I ain't even in this picture. I think what happened there was the bomb sailed through the window, stuck to the mech of Krawi, who'd already, stuck to a mech of Krawi, who'd already used his boosters, and so he couldn't get away from Luke Camino, who was also down there, and the bomb damaged them both. It's finally a resurgence here for the Vancouver Titans. No being swept 3 maps in a row by the Paris Eternal, no Lemon. This was always going to be written in the stars, defined by the cosmic laws of physics themselves. The fundamental forces of the universe say this was always to be map 5.
Titans hoping to end their season off with a win. Paris looking to head towards the end of their season with a second win. We'll have to see how this ultimate match will end up after this break. time for Game 5. What a comeback from the Titans on New Queen Street. It's the Canada buff, I think. I don't know, but man, spaghetti was dropped, but it was picked back up, I think, and we'll have to settle it. We'll settle the score on our next map. It's Control.
The loser has to eat the floor, Spaghetti Lemon. They're going to get some
no.
dirt in their eye. We've got some substitutions coming in. Mira, the Map 5 specialist for Vancouver Titans. Although it wasn't a glorious Map 5 up against the Florida Mayhem earlier this week. It was not a great Lijiang Tower. We're not going to Lijiang Tower, though, so things might go a touch better. On the other side, Wub coming in place of Dove. Wub, of course, another one of these legendary NA Contenders alumni, well known to basically all of the players in this lobby. And it's all going to come down to this. Paris Eternal do have some games in hand, so this is not the finality of their season, but for Vancouver Titans, the entirety of their 2022 season is encapsulated in one Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, and Wub finally makes an appearance this series, and I think it's due to his bringing back an actual Sombra player. So he's mostly known for his Sombra and Sojourn when he plays specifically on Nepal.
Might be.
It's snowy.
I was remembering the Lijiang Tower from the Mayhem match. It's burned into my memory.
Oh no, I think they want to forget that one too. But when you have this double flanker duo of Paris, if Mira plays the Doom, he's going to have a bad time. If there's anyone that should be writing in all cap locks in a dev Discord, it should be Mira. That guy got hacked and sacked and he had a horrible time playing against a Sombra. So I'm glad that it's going to be the Mirrorissa making an appearance.
And it's a mirror of a Mirrorissa as well, because Krawi is also going to be going for it. Here on Sanctum in APAC, we do have some wacky, quirky teams that like to play the Reinhardt, but I'm glad that we're avoiding that here in North America. I don't think the Reinhardt is amazing here, but like the desk said, the Orisa is like the Reinhardt, but better because she have gun. And turns out, in a shooter game, gun good. And Krawi and Mira are going to be able to do a huge amount of damage here. King and Malthor, all bubs on the Hanzo. Interesting. This is going to provide more uptime for potential snipes compared to Aspire, but the overall accuracy or the reliability of those shots is going to be lower on average.
Yeah, Whoops played some Hanzo on usually maps like Circuit Royale, so see if he'll even have the room to operate. Mira is just playing very safe, and here's a random shot to Aztec, and Mira was able to deflect a lot of that as now he's just tussling, hustling against the other Orisa, and Wub is maybe just looking to assist with that or even shoot past him at this point. And Titans really haven't done anything back to them, as Paris will cap first.
Shades of the San Francisco shot gameplay style, where they like to play thin and proper on off angles on control maps, because we're currently seeing Rack Attack and Malthor play as a duo on the other side. And that means that Rack Attack is vulnerable to getting overwhelmed, but can generally counter-rotate Vancouver Titans quite effectively, because they don't have a speed boost to really take advantage of any mispositions from Rack Attack.
Roy is very far forward and usually likes to anchor that pillar side. It was just about time the Titans were going to punish that. Now Titans can move over to the pillar side and get their ranged DPS in a better position, namely to get some sightlines on this backline of Paris. Titans will get the flip too. Maybe Titans can approach and be a little bit more aggressive on these chokes and not allow Wub to get these random arrow headshots, but the threat has been averted.
Still, oh, there's the window already. Amplification Matrix brought on down, zoning away the point, but no one's going to be there to touch it. Simply healing coming out now from Luke Mina. Remember, 250 damage per shot going through the Amp Matrix from the Hanzo could be deadly if they connect.
It's a really good staring contest happening between both teams who don't really approach each other. They just Amp Matrix at range, and then both Orisas just fist fight in the middle for who wins the map. You got an overclock from Aspire. Ooh, Mouthful tries to cross. Didn't look both ways. The body shot doesn't end him, but I think this backhand will in a second. Paris were in control of the point. Titans getting the flip and needing to make up for some time.
Credit to Mouthful, absolutely hoodwinking Aspire there, getting him down onto the low ground before doubling back to steal the health back. Will escape with his life for a moment, unless King can find the final blow, as both of our Genji stand ready to unsheathe their 1,000-folded Nippon steel. The Rack Attack has moved over, once again, to the Lucia. Yes,
the immortality was there. It did occur. You wouldn't believe it unless I told you. But Man, as the dust settles, we're seeing Malvo looking clean with it. Now Paris can get the point back. Titans did have a lead. Now Krawi might want to hold the choke, or maybe he'll want to reposition over on the pillar side. We'll see.
All right, it's a quick down. Word managed to open up this one. Oh yes, Terror Surge, baby. The Immo field was forced out, and King gets absolutely wrecked as he drags out the blade. What a way to cancel an ultimate. I always told you, brother, that I was better.
I couldn't even hear the blade from the Terra Surge whistling, so it's a good thing we got the replay ops on our side. There's the Matrix from Paris, but as they did try to use it, Titans pushed them off of it, immediately having 3 kills. Rack Attack is getting hunted down, and we have yet another point flip. It's kind of crazy. Defense, anyone?
Mira's very good at understanding that the power of Orisa right now is to walk at someone and say, you don't get to play Overwatch anymore. I'm finished with you. Please remove yourself from the lobby. And he did exactly that, just rolling down Wub and saying, no more, Mr. Archer, man. I don't wish for any Legolas content today. Krawi does have the Terror Surge, of course. You never know. It could get a kill. We could see some value for Terror Surge rolling forward for Javelin Spin. It's time, Lemon!
Orisa spin, Orisa win? Question mark? Ah, the immortality gets in the way of all my evil plans. And Krawi, how do you miss a point blank javelin? It's fine. You deny the Ant Matrix there. Aspire with the assist at the end. Yeah, Transcendence from Aztec just to vibe on point. No for other reason. 99%. I'm not thinking Titans can win this fight with just Aspire and Aztec, unless Aspire wants to prove me wrong and kill 5.
No way.
The headshot onto Wub, that's kind of nice. I think everyone from Paris doesn't want to test that accuracy anymore. Starting to hide in the closet near the point. But now Krawi's back on the Diva to try and matrix some of this damage. Last fight, Titans have to win for this round. Terror Surge makes another appearance, but Paris Eternal had the sound barrier, so they survive it.
However, this is still an ongoing brawl. Krawi's so low. Lucamino no longer here for the heals. The blade's been brought out, and King is the superior Genji.
Clean with it.
He's lost it. Houdini.
You can't call yourself king unless you're pretty decent at the game. It'd be embarrassing if not. But Krawi trying to touch the point, and the Titans will be taking the first round and hoping to deny the L that Paris almost handed them.
Lucamino has to use the Immortality Field in a single duel there against King, and he's still moving forward. The dash resets 100% to Vancouver Titans. After many Terror Surges and many tears shed, Vancouver Titans now once again stand at the precipice of victory in their final match of the season, Lemon. This is going to round out the 24-match streak, within which thus far only 4 have been victories, but that precious 5th is so close.
Good mental on the Titans to get full health on King's Row and Dorado, and to be able to come back and play as well as they did on New Queen Street. And now you're on Nepal with the round win, 1 away from ending the season on a good foot. It's all about just performing to the best of your abilities. I know there's not like a big play-in or playoff stake on the line, but it's important for these players to, avoid going back to contenders, if they even want to do that. As we go to High Rise. Now today you learn that this map got renamed, or this round got renamed. I found out halfway through when Hadi told me, of all people. But Paris now have the high ground.
Speaking of good mentals for Vancouver Titans, I remember a piece of content from the Gladiators back in the day that Deepe's mental as a coach is that he encourages players to think about every single map like it's the first map. They don't think about the previous wins or the previous losses. And it might be that Deepe's been working hard to instill that kind of mentality in the Vancouver Titans and build a good mental core for this roster.
Oh, Mir. He pushed in by himself and the Maywall came up behind him and no immortality was gonna save him. That's only 1 kill though, but Paris are still not looking so healthy. Everyone's at half health. Titans just finishing off the kills. And Paris, although they had the first cap, they only get about 20%.
Oh, Aztec's done a huge amount of damage thus far, sitting on 4.3k after only a single fight here on our second round of Nepal. Vancouver Titans. They are going to be a little bit behind when it comes to the amplification matrix generation, but Script will have plenty of time. Oh my goodness, look at how shut down Krawi was as well. He's only 20% ult charge, Lemon. Compared to Mira, who's been able to do a huge amount just marauding in the backline. He's a bandit amongst Paris Eternal.
Orisa speed, Orisa spin, Orisa win. The AF Matrix 2 from Luke Mino. Paris just tried to speed to the point, but Titans read it quite well. Immortalities managed to save a few people, but Paris are not looking healthy. This overclock is popping off for Aspire, man. He's putting in the work.
And that was all about positioning from Mirror as well, using the Javelin spin to run forward through the amplification matrix of Luke Mino, deny all of those double damage projectiles, and make sure that they were fighting someone who was on their side of the amplification matrix, completely nullifying the overall usefulness of the ultimate. And now the reward for Mirror's efforts, he has been bestowed by the king a Terror Surge, upon which to beleaguer the Paris Eternal.
Oh, as soon as Web came out of Ice Block, Titans were ready. The Sound Bear, though, from Rack Attack is a good call because Titans were ready to push them. But then the Transcendence kind of equalized those resources, and Malthul's just finishing off all the kills. Just Skyripper just could not keep up with all that healing. So 77% for the Titans, though, still makes them about one fight away to take the round and the whole series.
Krawi loses him for a second. Oh, was that a reflect there? In the end, I don't think it matters. Krawi does die, and this does mean that now Paris are going to have to play much more sheepish positions. They can't really challenge the chokes without their main tank, and this means King can get some free skirmish in here to start building up towards another blade.
Yeah, Paris have to just play perfect from here on out with that 77% on the other side. I think you just play point and play off the Blizzard, play off a Maywall. It's Titans that have to enter into you, and it's you have the Maywall, you play point and you use it to the best of your abilities, and I think Titans are trying to approach both sides, and Paris don't know whether to look left or right. Aspire gets the first pick, a Mega Terra Surge at least gets Luke Mino low and force out the Ice Block from Wub, and Titans have a clean fight win.
When it comes to the stat slam, and Mirror right now is the better Orisa by so far. 7.4k damage to 4.2 from Krawi. Mirror's getting so much usage out of the kit that has been redesigned for Overwatch 2. Krawi still has a Terror Surge in the back pocket, but I'm all about Malthul here. He was the clutch factor on Dorado. Can he once again dig Paris out of this hole with a blade?
Well, Titans jump into them as Paris fight tooth and nail for this fight. That's a big charged up Terror Surge from Krawi, but that is all she wrote. Paris Eternal with 2 full holds, and the whole series denied away from them. The Vancouver Titans will end their season with a win.
It was hard fought, and you can see Skyripper wiping the sweat off of his brow, but in the end, Lemon, a dub is a dub. As their new season began on the 14th of August against the Paris Eternal, so too will their season end on the 9th of October against the Paris Eternal. Both of them hallmarked with wins, although the echoes of victory are stained with how hard it was to win out against Paris.
The Titans' first win was against Paris. Last win against Paris, as you said it. Couldn't have written it better myself. I'm such a good script writer. But you can't deny that Paris performed well today. I mean, they came into this, I think they only had 1 map win this whole stage. They were 0-3.
They've tripled their map wins.
And yeah, they got 2 full holds against a team, I would say, that have grown and shown a lot this season. So Paris Eternal, they still have 2 matches left against Boston and Shock. That'll be a tough one. And I still think putting Titans all the way to the wire, I think was still really good from them.
Well, it might not have been the mainstay of Master who was in the support line bringing them to the victory this time, but Aztac did just as well, and he's done well enough to earn being our player of the match. Was Zenyatta Warlord, who likes to fling the orbs and hit the trances that are needed. He started off so strong. He was a huge difference maker on Oasis, and I think really set the tempo for this series that Paris Eternal had to battle so thoroughly in order to recapture some semblance of being able to play Overwatch. The triple kill on Oasis in particular comes to mind, and the Discord orbs were super good as well for making sure that Krawi was never able to stay in a position he wanted to for long enough.
Yeah, Aztac was a fragger today. He is scary. I think it made that might have been the reason why Malthul wanted to maybe get off Tracer and go towards more Genji for more guaranteed and quicker execution against these charged up orbs of this guy. But whew, look at those stats. He still died a lot because, you know, the flanks were pretty strong still, but the damage, he did a lot, and multi-kills every fight, and getting involved is great to see from Flex supports.
final blows equaling the deaths as well, making sure that whenever he was taken down, someone was going down with him. And the offensive assist, like you mentioned, I did have my doubts for one fight on Oasis, but Aztec was very much in sync with Vancouver Titans over the rest of the match and putting the Discord orbs exactly where they need to be. Even with some of our top teams, like the Texan teams, moving over towards Lucio and Baptiste, there is definitely still a place in this meta for us in Yata, because the Discord orb is just so powerful, and his primary fire in the hands of an aimer like Aztec can do some serious damage.
I still think despite all of what the Titans and Paris have went through, they have improved tremendously during the season, and it's just about kind of converting that into results, converting that into wins, and hopefully they've performed well enough that they can either stay on the team or they can fight for their chance to make it on another team, because remember, these are all players that dominated in contenders and are still looking to find their place amongst all the talent that there is in the league. But speaking of talent, now there's some matches that have some big stakes. We have Atlanta versus Dallas coming up next, and then Gladiators versus Boston to end up the day. Jaws and Necro will be jumping on the mic, but you'll want to stay tuned because Danny will have a special interview, and we'll want to hear about the chaos from the Watchpoint desk. Poor Zoe. We'll help her out. We'll see you guys there.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break. I'm here with Aspire from Vancouver Titans for the post-match interview. Aspire, congratulations on the win. I mean, this was your last match. How do you feel right now?
Definitely feels good to close the season out with a win. I'm surprised I went map 5,
True.
But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this was a very close match. You know, you guys could have lost to the Paris Eternal, but at the end, you guys did finish strong and got the win. So I do want to ask you guys about Kings Row and Dorado specifically, because you guys did get full held by Paris Eternal. You know, what went wrong for the Vancouver Titans on those two specific maps?
I do think that they played some different types of comps. At least on Dorado, they played something different than we expected, and then on Kings Row, a lot of their players made some actually pretty clutch plays, and they were actually playing pretty well in my opinion. So yeah, it was definitely hard to play against them on those maps.
All right, and you know, I feel like I said this before, but you know, this was your last match, and you, Aspire specifically, even when your team were sort of on the downside, you know, you continue to like improve a lot. Not only improve, but like impress a lot of people as well on your sojourn. So like, do you have your own like favorite moment from the season, this whole season on Vancouver Titans?
Personally, my favorite moment was being able to compete in Toronto on stage. That was a really great experience for me, and I'm actually really happy that I got the chance to do that.
And I was happy to see you there as well. I don't know if you remember, but I was there. Anyways, yeah, final question. It's not really a question. I mean, yes, I mean, you know, a long season for you guys. You guys had your ups and downs. So, you know, do you have any last word for your fans, you know, after playing this very last match of the Overwatch League season 2022?
Yeah. I know it's been a really rough season and we didn't really get off to the start we wanted, but I do really appreciate all the fans that like stuck with us and kept supporting us through the tough times. And it actually really helped us when we're like improving a lot more and we actually started to like, get some wins. It was actually like really motivational and we appreciate it a lot, all of us.
All right. And I'm just gonna add one final question. You know, you guys are going to have that off season. So what can we expect from you, Aspire, for the off season?
Personally, I'm not sure. I'll be grinding a lot of ranks since it just came out. I'm really happy to be able to spend time doing that. But as far as like moving teams and whatnot, I can't really speak on that. I'm not sure.
All right. In ranked, I mean, I'm not as good as you, so I'm not going to be seeing you in ranked, but I'll definitely check out you when you stream. All right, so with that being said, I'm going to end the interview. Aspire, thank you so much, and again, big congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Right on. Thank you so much, Aspire. Congratulations to the Vancouver Titans and their fans and the staff, of course, ending the season with a big, fat W and a 5-mapper. I mean, that's the way to go, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We all knew. I mean, Lemon, like they
We
did say,
did.
like we knew that this is going to be a 5-map kind of series. And Aspire, I personally hope that we see a lot more from this young gentleman. We had some really fantastic moments individually from a lot of the players on this team. But let's break down the action. Reinforce. What did you see from Paris? What did you see from Vancouver? What did you like? What could you have done without?
Look, it was actually nice to see Paris Eternal come out and look pretty good overall. I mean, it's been a very difficult season for them too, with this 1-20 record going into the series, right? But 2 full holds consecutively, that's nothing to, you know, sneeze at. I don't think that's the phrase. Scoff at?
Close.
It's nothing to sneeze at.
Why not? Sneeze on them.
That's much more rude, actually.
Yeah. But they had some good moments here. Krago and Desaria here, but primarily Lucamino and the Baptiste. I think he had a pretty good King's Row here. Like this moment in particular, like the aggressiveness here with the amplification matrix, finds the pick onto Aztec here, then flicks over, gets Aspire too. That's just like a standout moment. It really shows what Lucamino can do if he's able to perform, of course. Then on Dorado as well. You know, good performance here from the Paris Eternal. Overall, though, I mean, I think we should talk about the Vancouver Titans. This was their last match, of course, in this season. And it's not been their season. Look, 5-19, that's not what they were hoping for going into this season. But instead of looking at the 5-19 record, okay, I prefer instead to just cut the season in half. Because really, they started out with a terrible losing streak, right? I think it was like 14 or I can't remember how many. But the first 2 stages, they didn't win any matches, right? So at the halfway point, they were 0-12. But since the mid-season madness, I mean, they're 5-7. 5-7 since the mid-season madness. That's a mid-team, you know, right. Almost in the Western region, right? So when you think about it, after the halfway mark, this team has been about league average, and I think that is sort of like what we should consider them as we depart this season. We shouldn't view them as a team that was just like in the bottom of the standings, because really the first half, you know, they had different coaches back then. It was a different team. Now instead they picked up a few players and got rid of Shockwave, for example, on this team instead of in King, example, who's been a standout player so far. So since the mid-season madness, 5-7 for the Vancouver Titans. Not the season they wanted, but they have some good moments, and I'm happy for the players. Aspire, I really hope it returns.
Absolutely. I mean, seeing a team like gradually improve, like, yeah, this might not have been their season, but maybe next season, you know, like they did put in the work, they did take the necessary steps, making those changes, and then ending it on a high note. So that's all you can really ask for as a Vancouver Titans fan, as a Vancouver Titans player, or anyone working for that org. So thank you so much for all the entertainment you guys provided throughout the season. It was great to see you go out with a bang. Now, speaking of bangs, a strange transition, but we have a banger.
Fireworks. We got fireworks coming. Let's go.
But yeah, Atlanta Reign and Dallas Fuel. Reinforce and I are Atlanta believers in this one. Again, for me personally, I just insta-pick him, like no matter who they play against. So there's no real reasoning for it other than I'm a fan. That's just how fans are, right? But they look good. I mean, I'm getting lucky that I picked a team to be a fan of, which actually is performing really well, and specifically in this meta. Why are they performing well in this meta?
I mean, I think that Venom has been a standout player for them, playing this Tracer for them as well. Hawk, he's really comfortable playing the Diva. That's his best hero, of course. And I mean, you have Ultraviolet and Vigilante. That's one of the best double flex support duos in the entire league, hands down. It's an incredible backline for the Atlanta Reign. So it really helps when you put your players on comfort roles, speedily on the Echo. We brought up the ranks, you know, earlier this weekend, I believe, and he was like, you know, top 5 in like most categories as Echo, right? So the Atlanta Reign, they have lots of players on their roster, but in this one specifically, this meta specifically, this stage, they found compositions where they can put their best players on their best heroes, and it's not you should fear that. You should be afraid of the Atlanta Reign. This is not the Atlanta Reign that is like, oh, the regular season. We don't care about the regular season. You know, we're all over the place. We lose to teams we shouldn't lose to. No, this is a properly good Atlanta Reign team. So I guess Dallas Fuel today, you can't slouch. You can't slouch Dallas Fuel because you're going to lose.
On the other side, I'm looking at the other side. Atlanta Reign should be afraid of Dallas Fuel as well. Why? Because they are one of the top teams. Of course, they did lose to Houston Outlaws yesterday, but that was a one match. They have been consistently good throughout the whole season. You got Hanbin on the tank role. You got Edison, Sparkle, Doha. I don't know if he's gonna play. I don't know if they're gonna use
so many players.
But there's so many good DPS players, and their backline is so solid as well. So I think this is definitely going to be a banger.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a little less Sombra very recently, but Doha was a standout for that team and did cost them some wins. So, I don't know, maybe they're reverting back. Outlaws had their number yesterday. They knew exactly how to punish that aggression from the Dallas Fuel. So, if the Atlanta Reign did their homework, they can do exactly the same thing again. And for Dallas, actually, I said heading into this in the pre-show that there is nothing at stake. Actually, there is. If Dallas wins, they lock in the overall #1 seed, and that is a big deal, in fact.
Combined, right?
Yeah, combined.
Globally.
Combined. Global #1.
All right. There's no East number. It's just
no,
one.
just
They're the best.
#1. Yeah,
Global
they are,
esports.
in fact, the best.
All right.
They're of the world.
Of the world.
Potential galaxy as
the #1 seed in the world.
Exactly.
Singular
best.
Singular #1 seed.
But just heading into the playoffs, like no.
In the world.
In the end. But either way, speaking of the best, Jaws and Necra.
Hey!
Very much.
Woo, let's go! Yay!
Oh my god!
Oh,
What an intro!
I'm so flattered.
I'm glad we have Zoe back. I don't get grilled by Johnny.
So we called you guys the best.
That's true.
Caster booth.
What? That's
I don't think so. We called anyone best. I called Mitch and Matt best.
I'm a huge Jaws and Necra fan.
Same.
Like, what can I say?
We're a huge
I don't know about
It's a little embarrassing to admit it on
Huge
air,
watch
but
point
a huge fan.
Hey, what the hell?
Oh yeah! Wow, really?
How dare you?
You guys.
I'm kidding. I love you, Jaws. But I'm a
What
big
it,
Necro fan.
Also, I love the fit today. The desk fit is very nice. But where's Johnny's overalls?
Yeah, what's going on with that, Johnny?
What's going on?
He's actually wearing them, but
You
they're
don't
so
match in the
short
rest
that they
of
look
them?
like pants. It just doesn't.
Oh,
you
that's
couldn't
what it
just
is.
find the
Oh,
right
like the
length.
suspenders under the shirt or something. Close
Yeah, they didn't.
I can't believe
You've got to
I'm
own a
being
pair, surely, Johnny. Everybody's got
shamed
a,
or something.
got a pair of overalls.
Everyone has a pair of overalls. Right?
No, I don't have overalls. Who has overalls in 2022?
Everyone has overalls.
Yo, it's retro, bro. It's cool.
Danny and Zoe have overalls.
Everybody.
Everybody.
Surely Jaws has one.
You do not have overalls. You do not have overalls. I am willing
Well,
to
I'm
bet
just
a
not wearing
significant amount of money on the fact that you do not own any overalls.
No,
Josh has
dude,
overalls.
they're in my
Josh, you will
cupboard.
look
Can't you?
good in a
I'll
pink
go get a
overall.
pair now, and I'll bring it on camera. Look.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, can you see now?
Does he actually
Yeah,
have it?
can you see? Yeah. See,
actually-
look, this is a
Oh,
pair
wow.
actually owns
of,
overalls?
yeah,
You
this
gotta-
is it.
gotta raise
Yeah,
them up.
look, right this. You see them all? Yeah,
Oh,
that's right
those
here.
are like the full
Yeah,
coverage.
that's a pair of
okay.
them.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
love those.
Johnny.
Those are great.
How dare you?
I will
How
buy
dare you
overalls.
criticize
If our
my fashion
producers,
choices, Johnny?
Hex, the crew, if they buy me overalls, I will wear them on broadcast. Any overalls. Just buy me
All
overalls,
right.
I will
I'll
wear
buy you
them.
an
New
overall.
expense
I'll
report.
buy you an overall.
Let's get
Getting
some
ready
overalls.
up.
Just purchase me clothes.
Okay.
Financial
Hashtag
figure that
get
one.
Johnny
Purchase me
overalls.
clothes. Wow. All right. Well, while you sort out the expense report and go find some overalls, Johnny, we're going to jump into the game. The Atlanta Reign versus the Dallas Fuel. Rose, this is actually going to be a slapper. For Dallas Fuel, I think getting a loss in Arlington the other day is not going to feel too good. Going to be honest with you, especially against in front of a home crowd. The Outlaws, obviously, I just want to make one comment on that. They always show up on stage, kind of
They
insane.
do.
I'm excited to see Outlaws in a playoff scenario. That would be kind of wicked. But the Dallas Fuel and the Atlanta Reign, two teams that have been just exceptional throughout the entire, almost throughout the entire season. I think with the Fuel wanting to rebound today would be really nice. Maybe going against a team that isn't the Atlanta Reign would be even better for them. But a good challenge nonetheless. On the other hand, the Reign, though, they had a very close game. We casted it yesterday, Rose, against the Florida Mayhem. Florida almost managed to sneak a dub away from the Reign, but they managed to clutch out in the very last couple of
Yeah,
minutes.
absolutely. I mean, Atlanta Reign, when you think of that team, you think of, mechanical skill, you think of just kind of aggression, and you also think of clutch factor when it comes to this team. Here's your starting lineup for the Atlanta Reign. We've got our usual suspects here: Venom, Speedily, Hawk, Ultraviolet, and Vigilante. And I think that it's the back line for me that I'm going to be paying most attention to in this matchup, because Ultraviolet and Vigilante, not only are they able to keep each other alive really well, even against things like a dive or a counter dive, but also like their mechanical skill is just off the charts, Jaws, as well as their flexibility. And that's something that I feel like was the Achilles heel of Dallas Fuel yesterday, not really being able to contend with Houston Outlaws backline.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a weak point, which is something we don't normally say about the Dallas Fuel backline, right? It's a bit odd. Oh, Chio Fielder not doing so hot today. Very, very foreign statement. But the person that I think the Fuel need to kind of watch out for, who got MVP the other day, was Speedly, and it's going to be Edison and Sparkle looking to take him head to head. Harbin, Fielder, and Chio will of course round out the roster. I doubt we'll see Fearless today. I think it's going to be Harbin for the majority of the time here.
Yeah, well, especially when you're playing on Busan as well. Even when we see like downtown as a part of the rotation on this map, I think that a lot of it just comes down to being able to go brawl and hit hard, and that's something that Dallas Fuel is very, very good at. They surprised a lot of people in the very first stage of competition to kick off this season, where they came out, they absolutely blew away San Francisco Shock, which was the favorite going into that first tournament.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, it was the Zarya and it was Hanbin leading that charge.
Yeah, I love right now the tank situation. I think in this meta with the amount of Diva we're seeing and the amount of Zarya too, and then every now and then you get a sprinkling of maybe Winston, a bit of Orisa, a lot of variance in these current comps, and that's what you kind of need. But both Hawk and Hanbin, I think, and Hanbin's been talked about almost for the entire year. It feels like MVP level kind of performances on that tank role. They've got a lot of heroes in their hero pool, very few things that they can't both cover. So that's going to be, I think, one of the matchups today that we're going to be looking at is the Hawk versus Hanbin in the tank v tank.
Yeah.
But how are the Dallas Fuel going to kind of rebound from that loss? Because
you go in, you expect Dallas Fuel to win. Everybody was expecting Dallas Fuel to win, right? Like, and then they get up on stage, it's like, oh, wait, hang on a second. Outlaws do be going a little crazy. Like, Merit and Pelican just kind of handed it to Edison and Sparkle. And it was going to be a tough matchup, especially in the DPS, because all 4 of those players just actually cracked out. But, wow. I didn't expect so much dominance from the Houston Outlaws. So we'll see if the Fuel have kind of regrouped, got their mental back, and come back in the series. And like Zoe said too, they do win. The Fuel, that is. They do lock in that number 1 seed overall. So that's going to be pretty damn important.
Yeah, so. I think the last comment I want to make about the Houston versus Dallas matchup is that I think Dallas got hit with a lot of surprise factor, maybe not expecting Dante to come out on the Zarya and also perform to super high levels of success. You know, we've seen Dante kind of go through that evolution, and I think that when Dallas Fuel, you know, is going against the Atlanta Reign, you kind of know what to expect just a little bit more. You're expecting the Hawk Diva, you're expecting that Speedily is probably going to come out on the Echo, especially as we head over to downtown for our first map in the rotation of Busan. You've got lots of great buildings and a huge skybox to be able to play with, so I don't think Dallas Fuel are going to get too caught off guard by what they see Atlanta Reign rolling out with.
Yeah, Zen Honor in the backline for the Reign. It's going to be Fielder on the BAP and then Chio on the Lucio. Yeah, so a little bit more of a rush here for the Dallas Fuel, but like you said, Rose, something that they're rather fond of, quite used to at this point in time. Looks like the Atlanta Reign ended up backing up. Hawk went super low, and Venom a little bit lower. He gets taken out by Chio. First blood of the game as the point unlocks, and the Atlanta Reign already down 1.
Yeah, look at that. I mean, this is going to be a really big team fight win here for Dallas as well. But Hanbin did get slept. He gets woken back up, but, you know, Atlanta's still in the fight. Maybe not so much anymore.
Ooh, look at that aggression from Edison there. Is he going to get punished? Any punishes? 20 HP, gets a couple of left clicks there, right clicks there from Fielder. Should be all good. Dallas Fuel taking in their stride. It was a nice little sleep. Like Ultraviolet kind of flung that out down the choke, see if he can land on somebody, but as soon as Hanbin gets back up, his bubbles have recharged, so he just whacks one on him.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the other thing too is that, you know, Edison was playing really safe, kind of waiting for Fielder to be in that line of sight to be able to take that out. Oh my god, Hanbin's taking high ground, and this is one of the things I was worried about with like the Zarya versus the Diva. You know, Diva can't defense matrix away that charge that Hanbin's going to be coming at Hawk with.
Ultraviolet didn't stand a chance against Hanbin there. Even a lamp thrown out on top of Hanbin to keep him alive. Earned himself a grab. Trades are going in favor of the Atlanta Reign right now, even though they've lost Ultraviolet. I say that as Vigilante and Speedily fall to the DPS of the Dallas Fuel. No ult's really required there for Fuel. They only used the window, and that was at the very start of the fight. And now with 60% and building, you can imagine it's going to be last fight in just a second. Pulse Bomb gets thrown out, Hawk gets demegged. You can see him in the camera just kind of shaking his head a little bit. Didn't really want to fall that early. And now definitely going to be last fight, as he can't even get off the map before Sparkle finishes him off.
Oh, that's devastating as well. I mean, Sparkle threw out the Pulse Bomb there, and that's really all that Dallas Fuel needed too. Like, Jaws, they're cycling through their ultimates, and they're finding so much value from each individual one, and now Hanbin gets to hit him with the grab as soon as they walk in.
Oh, okay. I think Speedily was maybe expecting it to get healed there, but not to be. He even had that duplication. Might not even get a chance to use it, to be honest. The Atlanta Reign forced that Transcendence. They push onto the point with it, but the Dallas Fuel still have not only the grab, but they got Fielder near another window. Overtime is here. Atlanta Reign have the Duke coming back, but Hawk is not on the point. They've got a pseudo tank in Speedily now. Only has 300 HP on the Zarya, but he still has a couple of bubbles and might build up to a free Graviton Surge. He burns down Edison, quick sharp, throws out the grab, but there's going to be a lamp just in time to save Hanbin. Kills are still coming through though, as the Atlanta Reign holding on to this point by the skin of their teeth. Hanbin refusing to die just yet. He eventually gets antied and taken care of as Hawk makes his way back to the point. The Atlanta Reign have now got a nano online, and the Fuel refusing to get off of the point. They eventually decide today is not the day to go in, as Sparkle ends up going down and Reign finds a flip.
Trying to flip, but not before Dallas Fuel going to be coming back into this one too. Fueler gets kind of focused down by Hawk, but the reinforcements are back here from Dallas.
Ooh. Oh my god, Hawk almost went down there. You see
yeah, I had to hold my breath.
Went off the map to dodge out of the damage incoming. Could have got taken out by the train there, but it's all good. It's all good. Dallas Fuel, they lost the fight. They stayed for an elongated period of time, but it's all good. They still got a lot to play with here. And with Speedly going down, it's definitely a good start. However, Fielder was under a lot of pressure. Micropistols don't do enough to actually finish him off, and Chio's here to the rescue. Fielder and Chio handily dealing with Hawk, and now Fuel putting pressure on the point again.
Yeah, look at that too. I mean, Fielder also just landed on top of a health pack, and Atlanta Reign are starting to lose bodies on the point.
Yes, they are. Sparkle is pretty low, does need a little bit of healing. 6 HP currently. Fielder's got to look at him. The beats coming out from the Dallas Fuel to try and end this, and Sparkle didn't receive any of that, so still pretty low. A Transcendence to match, so the Atlanta Reign still hold, but they need to be able to get control of the point once again. They finally do it, and ooh, rough stuff. That's a nano self-destruct. Unlucky. Okay, the Atlanta Reign win that fight. They do end up recapping, but Dallas Fuel did burn a couple of percentage points away from them there. They did end up capping mid-fight, and then Atlanta Reign got the recap, so they deny about 10%.
Yeah, and that's, you know, still going to at least buy Dallas Fuel a little bit of time. They're working up to some of these more critical ultimates. They've got the Overclock coming online here for Edison. Sparkle and Hanbin hot on that trail as well to get those ultimates online. And Atlanta Reign, you know, they're kind of up against the clock here. They cannot fall. They have one more team fight that they've got to win to secure this round.
Yeah, from the brink of defeat, the Atlanta Reign might get themselves back in this round. Hanbin so close to grab. It's where Dallas Fuel want to strike. They know the supports for the Atlanta Reign right now are in the choke points. A pulse bomb lands from Venom and takes down Chio. And now the Dallas Fuel into they're in danger right now. It's 95%. The Atlanta Reign find almost a complete wipe. Sparkle is 1 HP, gets taken down by Venom. Him and Speedy just carried the end of that fight. And the Dallas Fuel, who was sitting at 99%, get completely reversed on. Atlanta Reign take the first round.
That's the clutch factor that we consider when we think about the team of Atlanta Reign. Their backs were against the wall in that round. Dallas Fuel really just needed a couple of ultimates to take a couple of eco pushes, get that ultimate economy back in their favor, and then go in. They had an entire 0 to 100 to be able to do so. Let's watch this clip, though, of Venom, like one of the carries here for Atlanta Reign. Threw the pulse bomb in, killed the immortality field, and that was a huge, huge elimination there onto the backline of Dallas Fuel. At that point, all the damage was permanent, and Atlanta Reign just had to clean it up. So let's see what happens here on Sanctuary as we see a swap up here of at least the composition from the Atlanta Reign. Speedily taking out another one of those pocket picks in the Soldier 76.
All right, okay. Been a while since we've seen some Soldier 76 run out the spawn doors, but there you go. All right, I may be expecting Speedly to go for the Sojourn instead. Imagine Eddie, but okay, not to be, not to be. Chio takes down Venom. Not sure how that went down. Maybe Venom just lost the 1v1. It was on the sidelines. We didn't end up seeing it, as with most Tracer duels. The Dallas Fuel end up capping that point first with a clear 5v4 advantage. I
kind of wonder if Speedily going to give up the Soldier 76 after maybe getting the Tac Visor online or something, but I do like that you have the heal station just to kind of beef up the heals. You got Vigilante on, on the Zen, and you know that Ultraviolet on the Ana is going to be putting in a lot of work here, but for Dallas, it really is about just kind of taking out that backline still, as everybody's sort of split up and doing their own thing. Hawk's going in.
Yeah, that is exactly what is happening right now. Everybody's doing their own thing. Hawk does end up getting nano. Speedly takes care of Edison, but is traded for by Chio. There is a D-Mech. Hanbin's still pretty chunky in the front lines with those bubbles still active. You see Hawk there trying to just poke him down, waiting for his DPS to kind of finish him off. But the lack of damage when Speedly is dead, especially focusing on a tank, is very evident. You saw it there. Hawk was focusing Hanbin, but, you know, Zarya just chewing through that mech with that beam. It's a pretty rough state of affairs, but all good. They get to go again, and they have got Visor. I'm not sure how effective it's going to be, but we'll have to wait and see,
I mean, if you're able to take out Fielder's Immortality Field, then it'll probably be pretty good. Chio is still a couple of % away here from the Sound Bearer, but it comes online right on time here to deal with the Tac Visor.
All right, well, there's Tac Visor, and there's a beat drop. So now, Speedly's in trouble. He does get chased away, pushed out of his own healing station there by Sparkle and Chio. As Dallas Fuel, same situation. Can the Atlanta Reign come back? They're almost at 99. Vigilante is on the wrong side of the map. Someone from the Reign needs to be about to touch. Maybe Hawk, maybe Venom. Looks like Hawk may be the one to touch here. He's in that little circular alcove. Venom gets on the point, same with Hawk. Okay, but Venom instantly dies. And Hawk uses all of his cooldowns to try and stay alive on the points. And that's what Dallas Fuel wanted to see on round 1, 100-0.
Oh yeah, the pace though that Dallas Fuel set, I mean that's why the first half of Downtown looks so convincing, and then this round as well, being that 0 to 100, it was just the pace that they set. Hanbin was always getting very aggressive and always had those bubbles on cooldown to use reactively for when Fielder and Chio were in a little bit of trouble. And I think that just the synergy and the consistency of Dallas Fuel just really put Atlanta Reign on such a weird position when it came to, like, can they group up, can they use their ultimates and actually find value. I'm not sure about the Soldier 76 pick. I think it was cool to see the heal station as maybe a little bit of extra support so that Speedily could play a little bit more on his own and self-sustainably, but we're gonna see the Genji from him this time. So 3 different heroes now coming out from this player.
Yeah, super quick dive here for the Atlanta Reign. Classic dive, pretty much. Oh, Speedy gets focused. Man, Dallas Fuel really know where to stick it, and it's on Speedy right now. Edison cleans up 2. That dive, pretty hard to run, especially when you're running into like Disruptor Shot, the Immortality field that you have to deal with. Yeah, pretty tough there if you don't go very quickly in those choke points too, and especially with the amount of cover that's around that high ground, it's easy for supports to kind of get away, especially if you have Chio or the Lucio kind of taxiing people away.
Exactly.
I
mean, everybody on Dallas Fuel right now is so mobile, and I think it's really only Hanbin, but you still have that survivability factor with the bubbles, and it's just not so easy to get the dive through.
But there you go, that was like the perfect demonstration. Hawk jumps in, both Edison and Fielder use them like exo boots for Fielder, just jumps high in the sky, and then Edison just uses shift, the power slides go all the way back. And yeah, goodbye, Winston.
I mean, it's gone back to spawn, and it's also something that Hawk has switched off of. It's going to be the Zarya here for Hawk, and it just really feels like with all these swaps, Atlanta just don't know what to do right now against this.
That is some damage right there from Fielder and Edison through that window. Yeah, all right. Sparkle gets dipped though by Venom on the sidelines. Oh, Fielder died to a Disruptor? What? Okay, Fielder just died to a Disruptor shot. Maybe didn't have the regenerative burst, that shift.
Yeah.
Don't know. There's the grab. Is there anything to save them? It doesn't look like it. That beat's going to come out from the Dallas Fuel too to sustain them through Hawk getting the nano boost. However, not quite so lucky as Chio, as he tried to escape onto the low ground, but just got laser beamed down by Hawk's precise aim. The Atlanta Reign do end up flipping the point, but Dallas Fuel still finding these picks here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, the Fielder not going to go ahead and escape without taking someone down with him. And maybe this is the start of the Atlanta Reign comeback. They're able to start holding the door now. Hawk is going to be able to play doorkeeper here, and Speedily's got the overclock online, and you know, very impressive on the Sojourn this past weekend. First time debuting a hero, so maybe the overclock can shut down the Dallas Fuel coming back in.
Oh, Fielder is so low. Speedly's trying his hardest to get on top of that Batiste. He eventually gets booped away from the rest of his team, and Ultraviolet finishes him off. Maybe it took a little bit too much time though, as Venom gets taken care of. 45 to 67, the Atlanta Reign closing in on Dallas Fuel's percent bank. Speedly is just chased down by Hanbin. A Graviton Surge is rather large, and so is the anti-nade. Vigilante with a parting gift on top of that grab from Hawk, as both Ultraviolet and Vigilante put themselves in the kill feed there for the Atlanta Reign.
Absolutely. This is a great look here from Atlanta. The grab just being used at the very perfect time when Dallas Fuel were starting to run out of resources to keep themselves alive. Fielder especially not being able to get that immortality field up, that's just detrimental here. But now Dallas Fuel in this last fight territory, they do have the Graviton Surge of their own and the window to push Atlanta Reign back.
It was a big split there.
Oh, they're
Look at
wrapping
that.
around!
Look at that big split from the Dallas Fuel. Like 3 of them went down onto this low ground, and then Hawk just ran at Hanbin with Nano. and they couldn't do anything about it. 90% for the Atlanta Reign. Hawk just trying to find these picks at the very end. Fielder's not going to get back to the point in time to be any sort of use. I guess at least the fuel kills Speedly, but it's 99%. OT has been triggered, and Harbin, the only member of the Dallas Fuel currently with ult. If Edison gets back in time, it could be a big overclock, but it's going to have to be right now. Otherwise, the Atlanta Reign are going to take this fight. Sparkle luckily gets on point just in time to re-trigger OT, but Venom cleans up both Harbin and Sparkle. OT's sticking down, there's one person left. It is Edison on the point, he receives a lamp, but very fragile members of the Dallas Fuel now left. Shio chased off of the point, and the Atlanta Reign will take map 1.
Look at that. I mean, that's one of the biggest denials this map. Dallas Fuel just off to such a blazing fast start on every single round, and Sanctuary going to be the only map in the round to go their way. It's kind of insane when you think about just how commanding of a position Dallas Fuel was in to be able to get up to, 75+%, 99 in 2 cases, and just the denial there from Atlanta. Some really smart defensive play coming out from them to take that map.
Wow, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth for the Atlanta Reign and the Dallas Fuel. Dallas Fuel won Sanctuary, 100 to 0. So, yeah, you're definitely feeling pretty good after that one. But the Atlanta Reign stuck it out and took the dub in the very end. We're going to go on to Icon as our next map. Don't go anywhere. Dallas Fuel still looking for that win. They want to get some, maybe not revenge over Houston Outlaws, but they want to feel better about themselves after that devastating loss at the LAN. close series so far between two titans in the West, the Atlanta Reign and the Dallas Fuel. Starting off the series, having a close control map. 2-1 was the final score. Atlanta Reign scoring the 2 points, Fuel only getting the 1. It was a decisive 1 though, 100-0, but the Atlanta Reign scrapping it out. We're going to Eichenwalder as our next map. No substitutions from either side, so same old 10 on your screen.
I mean, as you pointed out, Jaws, at the beginning of the series, we might not see any Fearless coming in for the Dallas Fuel, and Dallas Fuel looked pretty content to run this roster throughout the series versus Houston Outlaws yesterday. I think a lot of people had some questions about, you know, where's Doha, maybe not feeling so confident in trying to play a little bit of a different tempo since you know, sometimes the Sombra doesn't really allow you to go as fast because you have to wait for that setup to come through. So I kind of expect that Dallas Fuel want to keep kind of pushing the aggression here with the Zarya and then also the follow-up there from the Sojourn too.
Only one way to find out. Let's get into game.
Let's do it.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a back and forth. Wes pointed out how it was very much Harmbin versus Hawk at the very top of the show, but it felt like Venom, at least on the Reign side, was getting so much more done. Him and Sparkle were kind of trading blows, tit for tat, and when it came down to the solo little battles they were having, Sparkle was coming out on top, but Venom was always around there for his team to help finish up. Hawk was putting himself in positions where he could damage the back line or even obviously the front line, getting Harmbin pretty low, and then Venom is always by his side when he needs to be to finish up those final kills, or they can get the final blows.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's just kind of what you need to see there from the follow-up there with your Tracer. Both of these compositions really looking at getting some amount of burst damage out with the Sojourn Railgun, and then you also have the Echo, the focusing beam, and then of course needing the follow-up there from your Tracer. It's just to be able to get that explosive damage, get those big picks, and really open things up there for your tank to just kind of keep at it. And so you're going to see aggressive plays coming out from both teams, but obviously with different flavors. Venom, that was so close. Could you imagine if that had just been the first pick? Oh my god, Fielder's asleep too. Whoa. Or he was asleep.
Hey, he was asleep, yeah. Not sure you can, unfortunately it's not sure you can follow that up if you don't have the Tracer right next to you, so that would have been a sick sleep, but all good. All good. Hawk has already made his right. You can see about Hawk's positioning right now. Jesus. Very aggressive. I mean, you can't let the Dallas Fuel run away with it quite literally with the Lucio. So getting your Zen into a good position like this is Hawk's priority right now. It's pretty easy for Venom kind of defend himself. Oh, Fielder not having a good time so far. Already been slept once this match, and now he's dead. That's Zenyatta Discord Orb doing a whole lot of work. The Atlanta Reign and taking this bar control too. They're getting 3 ticks now, right?
Yeah, and I mean when you can push Dallas Fuel back like this too, Hawk is just gonna go ahead and body block. Oh,
go touch,
okay.
go touch.
That was close.
Oh, 99.8%, and Sparkle's on the point. He cannot get off, otherwise Reign will get that cap. Hawk trying to chase him, push him, get him to recall. It's eventually regressing in terms of capture percent, but the Dallas Fuel still hanging on somehow. Sparkle eventually gets taken out. That pulse bomb from Venom zoning Fielder away there from the points. And what a quick point A cap for the Atlanta Reign. They are not here to mess around.
I mean, while you couldn't get the follow-up there onto Fielder after the sleep, that was a big opening there for Hawk to go in and just start diving into the backline. That created so much space there for Atlanta Reign to capitalize on. And you saw Speedily and Venom follow that up pretty quickly. Vigilante too, the pressure of the Discord Orbs is making it difficult for Dallas Fuel to actually push forward because you don't want to get stuck in a position where you're discorded and then, you know, Speedily and Venom go in and absolutely clap you. So Dallas are going to start playing this one maybe a little bit more conservatively. They do have the Amplification Matrix. That's a great way to start off this next engage, just to be able to play on cart, which is what Atlanta Reign are forcing by playing on the cart.
There's Banana. Can Sparkle even the tide here? He's already taken out 2. I'm looking for Hawk in the kill feed, but he hasn't got anything. Sparkle just taking this fight into his own hands. Hawk got super low by the looks of it. Not sure who was kind of shooting at him there, but I could imagine it was Harmbin with that beam. Wow, Sparkle killing 3 in that fight. That's what you need from your Tracer play. even landing the stick.
That's really good too. Vigilante is gonna at least get the Transcendence online for Hanbin's Grav. So great response there for that ultimate, but you gotta watch out for Sparkle. You know, Sparkle's gonna be hunting this less mobile backline of Ultraviolet and Vigilante here on the Ana and Zed.
All right, duplicate available from Speedly too. Zarya and a Diva, pretty scary thought if you're the Dallas Fuel right now. Got to focus down Speedly ASAP. Oh, Harbin, not sure what was going down in that little room, but he's getting kills. Oh, grab onto Speedly, he goes for the duplicate. Okay, that is some BM right there. All right, Dallas Fuel, they're going to hold on. And they just got to finish up these last couple of kills. Looks like Vigilante takes down Fielder somehow. All right, okay. A final ditch attempt to try and find some value, but Hanbin looking like he's going to take care of both supports. Yeah, it was scrappy, but the Dallas Fuel holding the high ground. They should be in good stead.
Italy's decision to use the duplicate there didn't work out, but pretty smart in the present time. You know, you were hoping that maybe that would give you enough sustainability. Maybe you would be able to get some heals in there from Ultraviolet or Vigilante, but obviously Vigilante has his hands full by trying to take out Fielder, so maybe not the right awareness there to be able to use that duplicate, but you can go again. Elena had plenty of time after their super fast point A take, and they're just going to try to get the high ground from the Dallas Fuel right now. And Speedly goes in now with the nano.
Nano's coming out. Yep, it's on Speedly this time around instead of Hawk. Transcendence going straight through the window. Vigilante wants some environmentals by the look of it. Oh, Edison! That might have been a collapse to take out the mech and Speedly. We'll have to get a little replay on that one. That was rather devastating. Nice attempt though for the Atlanta Reign, pushing through the window with the Transcendence, but Edison lining people up and knocking them down.
Yeah, if that was a collat, how come it goes through Diva mech? Like, it just feels like it shouldn't, because Diva's mech is made out of like carbon fiber or metal or something. But it's fine. Physics. Physics doesn't exist in this game.
Yeah, physics. Yeah. Overwatch physics, everybody.
Overwatch physics.
It's all good. It doesn't have to make sense, as long as it looks cool.
That's so true, though. So true. One more attempt here for Atlanta Reign. Maybe two if they are fast enough. We're going to see some payload push coming out here from Venom as he looks to try to get this Pulse Bomb online and a nice target, but Sparkle's hunting too.
You be hunting. See Speedly. Ooh, ambitious. We'll call that one Sparkle. We see some crazy pulse bombs over the last couple of days. Venom's now got one in his hands, getting chased away by the Fuel, but they seem to have given up the chase, just focusing on the front line. And with 60 seconds to go and Hawk out of mech for a brief moment, this could be a good opportunity for Dallas Fuel to assert some more dominance. Hanbin is pretty low, but Builder keeping him alive, and even Venom getting checked by Hanbin. Not something you usually see. There's the nano boost. Beat's going to come out for the Dallas Fuel, however, as they try and burn down Hawk's mech, so Hanbin gets a free grab. The focus on Hawk is fantastic. He eventually gets demech'd, and without a self-destruct, there is no chance for a remech. 30 seconds to go, and Atlanta Reign looking like they want to try and still force this, but the copy does absolutely nothing for Speedly and gets taken out by Fielder. He just puts the window in front of him, just starts shooting. He just starts blasting. The Transcendence used to keep them alive on the point, and another disrespectful Graviton Surge from Hanbin, straight in Vigilante's face. Atlanta Reign, one hope, dream left. That pulse one from Venom's going to have to be rather meaty.
Yeah, that's it if he can get there too. I mean, Dallas Fuel know exactly where he is.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, Venom got clotheslined there. His little head got shot off by Fielder once again. Pulse bomb out from Sparkle doesn't mean a whole bunch, and a nice boot by Chio as Hawk tries to get a retouch. Not going to happen, and Atlanta Reign are going to get stuck just before those doors.
Yep. Yes, they are. I mean, that was such a fast point A take, maybe taking Dallas Fuel by surprise. But after that point, Dallas was like, I don't think so. I think what's really tough about the way that Hanbin plays the Zarya as well is that, you know, he uses those bubbles very conservatively, where if a Hawk is going in to try to dive Fielder or Edison, then, you know, Hanbin has a bubble at the ready to be able to save them, but also he's close by enough that he gets the charge and then he gets to use it and convert it into immediate damage. And so that makes Hanbin Zarya so scary. how do you contest against that when you can't soak up the damage with Diva's defense matrix, and then you also just kind of, you know, can get lasered down because a lot of the characters on Atlanta Rain are very squishy. But is it?
Oh, it wasn't okay. It wasn't a. That sucks. It wasn't a collab, but it would have been cool. But anyway, Edison still
good.
killing people through window. I mean, a fully charged right click there does kill a DPS or a support, for that matter. It's a lot of damage amped, especially when you're 100 charge. Good.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Amp Matrix too on top of that. That's just like overkill. You don't need that much. But same compositions here for both Atlanta and Dallas. I think this time around the Lucio has just been super pivotal for Dallas Fuel to be able to make these aggressive pushes. You know, Chio is able to use that, you know, amp to the speed right away to be able to round these corners. Gotta wait for Edison though to wake that. Oh, the body block there, Hampin. You're such a good tank.
Friendly tank player Hampin. Bubbling himself so he can sound on Venison and get free charge. Not sure how Venom went down either. Chio got the final blow on that one. All right, another quick push. Okay, Vigilante, what is he cooking? What is he doing? Big right click maybe onto Fielder? Oh, Fielder's taking care of Speedly, and Hawk's mech is gone too. It do just be Vigilante kind of hanging around in the back line, and there it is. He is dead.
Okay. It was...
Almost saving Private Vigilante then, but they couldn't get to him.
Listen, it was cute. It was almost good. It was almost good. If that had taken out Fielder, maybe we would have been in a different scenario here. So I like the attempt, and I like the gumption to try it anyway. But
that describes my play in Overwatch.
Almost
good.
Almost good. Oh, on the Zenyatta too, huh?
Almost good.
All right. Well, maybe the defense for Atlanta Rain could be almost good here too. Ultraviolet has the nano. Does he give it over to Hawk this time? He kind of was switching between Hawk and maybe Speely or Venom. Speedo is on the Sojourn though now. Oh, Vigilante just got a pick.
All right. Okay. Hawk holding this high ground is pretty nice. Looks like Vigilante and Venom are just putting some pressure on the backline of the Dallas Fuel. Venom doesn't want to get his back blown out there by Sparkle, so he ends up backing off. Yeah, there's been a few times where Venom and Sparkle have just fought off on a sideline, and then whatever tracer comes out on top, especially if they both got Pulse Bomb, it's almost a free entry, a free ticket, if you will. Skipping the line to try and get to Fielder and Chio. Or Ultraviolet and Vigilante for that matter. There's the window. Pulse Bomb for Sparkle. Oh, he gets the Blink melee Pulse Bomb on the ground. Doesn't do anything much. I mean, he got some damage down, but that's about it. There's the sound barrier to counteract Speedly and Hawk, both throwing ults in, or Ultraviolet throwing a nano boost onto Hawk. So 2 ults negated with a single one. Dallas Fuel come out on top in that regard, and all the meanwhile, Sparkle was just in the background. Speedly not able to turn around quick enough as he gets finished off by Edison. Now the Atlanta Rain looking at maybe their final fight here as the Dallas Fuel almost get a complete team wipe. Oh, 3.5 minutes to go. And very little meters to cover now.
I mean, the wraparound there from Sparkle just completely demolished the Atlanta Rain backline. They're just so stagnant, playing the Ana and then Zenyatta, and they don't really have great avenues to escape unless you're able to hit your cooldowns. Hawk's able to come out, though, and you have the sustain of at least Vigilante's Transcendence, but Hawk's got to get back into mech. He can't fall here.
Ooh. Not quite a remech kill. He just remexed to kill the lamp. Epic. Epic Overwatch moment right there. Put it on TikTok.
You gotta kill the summons too. I mean, it's important.
Kill? Yeah, exactly. You gotta kill the
Yeah,
summons.
if you leave the Immortality field alone, then Dallas Fuel might be able to clutch it out. So they gotta do what you can. That's at least one more good defense here for Atlanta. They were able to hold on to the Transcendence as well. So, you know, good patience executed here from Vigilante to assess the situation, knowing they wouldn't need it and can save it now for the grab. Grab Pulse? Maybe? No!
Vigilante, gotta be careful.
Yeah,
There's the stick. Transcendence, alrighty. They force the trans with a pulse. And now Harbin setting himself up for a grab. He's not gonna yeet it, there's just no way. Trying to burn a Hawk's mech or get rid of that Matrix burst. Oh, what a stick. Another nice kill on Sparkle, both DPS. The Dallas Fuel now dead. Harbin used the bubble. He does use the grab on the point. Harbin might just be able to clutch this. DPS who? Fielder and Harbin are on the field. They're still doing damage. Speedly ends up getting nano, takes care of Fielder. Can he do some more? He just needs more. Another overclock kill. Speedly manages to save the Atlanta Reign. 3 kills with the overclock for Speedly as they live yet again a couple of meters before they ended up losing that map. Dallas Fuel a bit mad with themselves after that one. I think they threw so much in thinking they could win, but Speedly clutches
heavy
up.
investment there from the Fuel, and so impressive there from Speedly after he just debuted his work on this hero like this weekend. And able to clutch out like that, buying Atlanta Reign another life, and Dallas only have the sound barrier here to move in on again.
And they're going to use it. Oh, look who they're going for. A little bit of revenge. Speedly is one. He gets taken out by Fielder, and now it is Hawk, the main focus. They got to get rid of Hawk's mech. He does end up getting booped away, and actually just returns to Ultraviolet to get some health. Fielder does end up falling to Venom. Dallas Fuel are unable to chase him down either. Hawk's meg pretty low. No self-destruct to get the remake, so it's a free kill for the Dallas Fuel. Numbers are coming up big for Fuel, but the Atlanta Reign have a close spawn hold, a spawn position. Speedly, oh, he was so close to clutching yet again, but went for the kill on the mega health pack, and the Dallas Fuel put 2 people on the payload and end the map. They're going to tie the series up. One apiece
These
now.
Sojourns are absolutely like, I don't know what's going on with them today, but the clutch factor there from Edison too, to be able to secure that attack push and the map. We've got a huge series on our hands. There were a lot of expectations going into Atlanta versus Dallas, but being tied up here, I don't know if we would have expected anything else.
My word. Well, Speedly is coming alive. That's what you really want to see. We're going to jump to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We've got some more Overwatch after this.
start the shout and the blade from Sparkle with it. Now that their flow target so high, if he fled on the arm.
Courier's to the back wall. He takes the double shot. And SM with a 5K. That's what you want to see.
Gio demands shears. A triple for the Lucians.
Who's getting unreal value right now? What is this?
But it's confidence in one-man army at the front.
Rosenberg blue. Third brightest.
Welcome back. Dallas Fuel and Atlanta Reign currently tied up as we go to Junkertown. As you saw, or maybe you didn't see, Speedly, his backdrop was being removed, and Kai is inserted into the roster now for this next map. So long range hit scan, Rose from here, so I can imagine Kai's going to be either on the Widow, or which is classic for Junkertown, to be fair, or the Ashe or something.
Yeah, I was paying attention to Speedly's backdrop getting moved because I was like, what's behind the curtain? We never get to see that, so I was like, huh, I kind of wonder what's back there. Apparently it was Kai. Because yeah, I definitely expect some hit scan here. What's really interesting looking back on just kind of the historical presence on Escort here for what Atlanta Reign like to run, it's really been Kai exclusively on Circuit Royale to play the Widowmaker. And on the last time Atlanta Reign played Junkertown was versus San Francisco Shock. They had Speedily in the roster to play the Sombra. But I think the hit scan damage here makes a little bit more sense, being able to flexibly play between the Widowmaker to have that as an option, and then the Sojourn as well, which we also know Kai is very, very good at. One of the best in the West.
It's just raw aim potential is quite absurd. Quite absurd.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely going to be a hot commodity for next season, I can imagine, if he doesn't stay on the Reign. Alright, wow, that is a stat and a half actually. 72% win rate on Escort maps versus Fuel. That's all time. Worth keeping in mind.
True.
But quite a high stat nonetheless.
Yeah, I kind of wonder how many of those are this season. I'd have to.
How old they are.
Huh?
I said how old they are.
Yeah, like how many times have Atlanta Reign and Dallas played? You know, what does that look like? I don't have the data right in front of me easily to pull up, but you know, we are going to at least see Dallas Fuel come out on the defense and see where they're going to set up. It's a close hold. They have the Zarya, so it's really easy to be able to do that. And it does, you know, make it a little bit more difficult for Kai to find a good position to be able to get these headshots with the Widowmaker. Especially when Homp is just right in your face.
He is literally camping in the door.
Kai's just like, absolutely not.
What can you do? He's just in the doorway. Yep, he's still there. Kai's just waiting for a headshot.
Guns charged.
All right, Hanbin, is he getting down? No, he's.
The disruptor shot.
He is still there.
He's just gonna bubble it too. The disruptor shot. Like, how charged is Hanbin right now? Like.
He must be near 100.
Oh, okay,
well,
maybe not that much.
Nah, he's pretty low.
Never mind.
Oh, now he's near 100. It's all good. Well, he's going to need some serious help now. Lamp comes out. Edison and Hanbin just yeeting their damage into the spawn doors. They are coming out with kills, but rather cheeky from the Dallas Fuel there, holding so close, knowing that Kai's probably going to pop out on the Widowmaker. But there you go. They've broken the spawn hole. Let's go.
Yeah, no, that was super smart because Hanbin looked so prepared for that. You know, going up to the high ground and just kind of knowing that Kai was going to use that exit point to try to get some of that damage and denying it completely. Dallas, of course, with that close hold, have another attempt here on Junkertown pretty easily around this building with the health pack in it. And so lots of places for Sparkle to kind of dart in and out of and also just keep himself alive.
Just ult charge too from Hanbin.
It's ridiculous.
Just farming Kai at the beginning of the game.
Oh.
There's the Graviton Surge onto point. Hawk, got any bubbles? He's got a lamp. Maybe the bubble comes off on time. Nope, it does not. And even if it did, to be fair, they got a window to stare at. The reflection ain't pretty, that's for sure. The Dallas Fuel, they do end up losing Edison to a Kai headshot, but Kai has just isolated himself. And that should be the cleanup now for the Dallas
Looks like
Fuel.
Sparkle let the pulse bomb rip as well. Not capturing anybody in it so far. Vigilante trying his best. Oh.
bit messy though. They're losing players on like retreating members of the Atlanta Reign, so not the cleanest look from the fuel there.
No, but you know, it's Sparkle, so the Tracer will be able to blink back super quickly, while Atlanta Reign just, you know, they don't have the speed available with the Baptiste and the Zenyatta backline, so they really are just kind of, you know, they have a lot of, Dallas will have time to work with here.
Again. There's the window. What are Dallas going to do? They're going to use the beat and they're going to push through. Oh, what a boop! Nice from Chio. Woo! You see Ultraviolet in the cam there disappearing into the nether. Oh my god. Bit mad. I think Ultraviolet is after that. That boop range is still rather large, worth keeping in mind. A minute and 20 seconds to go. Oh, that's it. Yeah, come on. Big replay. That was a really nice beat too.
Oh, Vigilante, I think. Oh, I don't know. Vigilante might have gone off too if Edison hadn't taken him out first. But Jaws, just like that, only a minute remaining here for Atlanta Reign. They've been able to withstand some of the ultimate pressure coming out from Dallas, but Hawk just gets a grab online, and Hobbit's about to slap it.
Immortality Field comes out, as well as that Pulse Bomb. Okay, that's good enough. Good enough. Edison, Hanbin, and Field are dead. Chio to follow. Okay, Reign. You had 5 ults going in there. You've saved one of them.
Yeah, had kind of use everything there. It's just been such a tough hold for them to get through. At least at this point, Dallas can't come back to contest, so you'll see them start to get set up on the high ground. As I say that, Sparkle!
They're going to come back in. 0.22 meters to go. Lamp's already been used, and Kai's got the overclock. That's why you need to save at least one of those ultimates. There you go. All right, okay. Honestly, making Atlanta Reign burn the DPS ult, yeah, not too shabby, although obviously they did use no clock there, right?
Well, I mean, if it works, then it works, right? They only had 20 seconds remaining, and so may as well try
You want to take that coin flip if you
Yes,
can.
exactly, because if you stop Atlanta Reign there, you just hold them on Junkertown. It didn't work out quite the way that Dallas Fuel were hoping that it would, but it's fine because they still have the chance to contest this high ground. And yeah, there's the grab. I mean, that's the second grab for Hanbin here, and Hawk is just halfway to his second.
All right, high ground control now for the Dallas Fuel. I like the aggression of the Fuel too. We've spoken about it multiple times. It's been kind of the narrative for the Fuel, but they are one giant like hive mind. They're always on the same page together, and it is fantastic to watch. One of the reasons why they're top of the board right now in the standings.
Yeah, and they have a chance to solidify that first place too globally throughout the league with a win here versus Atlanta, and they kind of seem to be sticking it to them right now. Window here from Ultraviolet though, hoping to open up the door.
Yeah, Sparkle just wishing he had Pulse Bomb to throw in that corridor there. Venom has been moving this payload the whole time, but the battle on the front lines right now is currently being won by the Fuel once again.
Yeah, Venom gets taken out as well there by Edison with just a quick swivel, and so Atlanta, they do have to wait. Hawk is now going to be walking back from spawn, and it's another minute and 10 here on the clock for Atlanta. So they've got to get through the window here. I just back up from this. From Fielder's amplification matrix. Venom's just trying to distract Dallas right now, hoping to allow them to turn around.
Aggressive push once again from the Dallas Fuel, but look at Hanbin. He is caught out, but Fielder, God Gamer mode right now on the Baptiste. Keeping Hanbin alive, jumps out of the window and then straight using the extra boost to get on top of the platform to heal Hanbin. Nice pulse by Venom, takes care of Sparkle, and remember, Venom's been getting this payload time this entire stage of the map, Rose. But the rest of the Atlanta Reign have been struggling to get through those doors. Venom doing the lifting in terms of the payload pushing, but Atlanta Reign need to win this frontline duel. Hawk ends up getting grabbed. They do have a lamp and a transcendence to make sure he survives, but now it is Kai versus Edison. They both got the overclock. Kai going for the duel. Edison hits him in the body and slides back down to earth. Kai ends up taking down Chio in the mix to the chaos, and now in a 1v1 takes down Edison with a disruptor shot. There's 5 seconds to go as the Atlanta Reign health bar's looking pretty low, but Ultraviolet is on the case. Manages to heal Hawk and Kai back up near to full, but the Dallas Fuel are taking names and numbers and not calling Atlanta Reign back. OT ticking through, and Kai the only one left on the payload. He put in an unbelievable amount of work there, but it's not enough to get to that second point. The Dallas Fuel once again snubbing the push of the Reign.
Really good attempt there from Atlanta, though. I feel like they were a little bit on borrowed time with just how much Dallas Fuel was able to hold them on that first point. But, I mean, Venom pushing the cart all the way towards that second point actually gave Atlanta Reign a chance where if they were able to wipe Dallas, then they would have been able to capture second and get even more time added to the clock moving into third, but just wasn't meant to be. Venom's distraction wasn't enough to be able to turn the heads of Dallas. They put a lot of faith into Edison and Sparkle to be able to deal with Venom's Tracer, and they did, time and time again. It just wasn't enough. Dallas were just content dueling it out on the front line despite maybe having a member or two missing.
All right, let's have a look at this. This must have been, yeah,
oh
Harmon
my
going
gosh.
in. A little right-click, jump into the back
The
line.
tech.
B. Does end up getting grabbed, but like I said, Fielder just followed him. A nicely timed lamp, jumps up with the Exo Boots a couple of times, gets some healing in. And that aggressive play from Harmbin ends up working out well. Cool, Atlanta Reign, off go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually really surprised at how much Batiste we've been seeing in this meta. What about you, Jaws? I just feel like we haven't seen a whole lot of this character throughout the season, and it really has been maybe halfway through towards, you know, this stage that we've really seen Baptiste kind of just popping off. It's really been about like the Ana and the Zenyatta, but a lot of teams now looking at the utility of the Baptiste as such a mainstay for their compositions.
Yeah, I think with the Immortality field still being as good as it's like ever been, honestly, almost ever been. It did receive a nerf, but it's still really good. And with the amount of Tracer on the other side too, if your Ana gets pulsed, there's nothing she can do at all. With the Batiste, if he gets pulsed, he can lamp. If someone else gets pulsed, he can lamp. There's like a lot of utility there, and the damage too, not only from Window but from the Batiste itself, because this is the weird thing about the fun thing about Batiste. The reload, you have two separate ammos, right? So you have the heal and you have the shot. You have like the actual shooting. Ana's only got one type of ammo, so you have to be a little bit careful there in how you actually end up playing. Speaking of being careful, Vigilante needs to be a little bit careful. It doesn't end up getting jumped off, but Kai to the rescue. Again, Edison was just flinging himself to the back line. This might be a little bit of a problem unless they can actually finish these kills. Okay, Venom is here, and the Dallas Food don't have support, so it should be a fairly easy cleanup unless Sparkle goes actually sicko mode. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to, not with Kai on the scene. He gets his toe shot off. All right, all right.
I love the way that Kai plays the Sojourn as well. One of the reasons why he is considered one of the best in the West is not just because of his stats, but also the way that he plays with his hero. The Disruptor shot there to kind of force Sparkle into the position where he could actually shoot his toes and take him out. Pretty big here. But Sparkle still walks away here with a Pulse Bomb, and Dallas Fuel gonna try to open up this next fight with it.
Yeah, it's Pulse v Pulse. Little window up for Ultraviolet 2. You can see how far he's hanging back. Sparkle taking a long flank route around the Atlanta Reign currently. Do they know where he is? I'm not sure they do. See how quickly Venom ends up trying to go for a kill. If he pulse bombs someone there, it's an easy lamp from Fielder. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. So he wants to ideally wait for them to get out into the open and then force the lamp, so they're in a bit of a position where they might need to back up. Here's Sparkle on the back, pulse bomb on the ground. Oh, and he kills Vigilante with it. He wasn't quite far enough away, and Edison ends the life of Ultraviolet in the meantime. A minute and 40 seconds for the Dallas Fuel. They're going to push this payload. And the Atlanta Reign loses support that early. Not good at all. Can they get another retouch? They do have people alive.
They do. Oh, okay. Venom is actually going to go in and try to stall for at least a little bit to buy some time for the reinforcements of the Reign to come back. But
yeah, they need Hawk.
Nope, doesn't happen.
Rough.
Yeah.
Real rough.
That doesn't feel good.
All right.
Venom, look at where Venom is.
Venom's on point A. He's on point A. He do be doing a little sightseeing right now.
Sneaking back there.
Also, have you tried walking? Did I do this with Scott? I don't know if I did this with Scott, but try walking like that. Crouch walking, extremely difficult.
So slow comparatively to like Tracer's just normal movement speed and just the, you know, the blinks as well. That must feel so awkward.
Well, I know, I'm in real life.
Oh, no, we tried that yesterday.
Crouch walking like Tracer does. Pain. Actual
like
pain. I did.
That's a great leg workout.
Pretty sure we tried to do it in Arlington and me and Scott broke our legs. 3 minutes to go. The Dallas Fuel have the high, well, they're not going to have a high ground just yet. Ideally they want it, but mean, they've taken a very different approach to the Atlanta Reign. The Atlanta Reign holding way more back as well. Remember, Dallas Fuel holding super far up in the front lines. We'll see how they want to open this one up. Looks like Edison's going to use that overclock first to create a little bit of space, scare the Atlanta Reign just a little bit, but they can't play too scared because that payload is nearing that point. 4 meters to go, and it forces the Reign to drop. An easy Graviton Surge for Harbin. Likewise for Hawk, though, as both support ultimates are also thrown in. A Transcendence for a beat, as the Dallas Fuel still managed to target down Hawk, and now the Atlanta Reign are going to have to play Spit, but still need to touch. There's a meter to go, and no one is there for the Reign to get onto the points. The Dallas Fuel are going to take match point away from them. Atlanta Reign defense there not looking so sharp.
I mean, it just felt like it was so flat. I mean, and there were so many great ideas coming out from the Reign that just weren't executed the way that the Reign probably wanted them to go. You know, I think that, like, you know, Venom playing Distraction was really smart there on the Tracer. It just didn't force Dallas Fuel to turn their heads enough. And then, I don't know, it just... Dallas just setting the pace of this match right now. They want that first place spot.
Oh, yes, they do. A win here for the Dallas Fuel will grant them the #1 seed. Like you said, the Atlanta Reign, they want to play that upset. They had a good map #1 on Control. It was very scrappy, but at the end, the Atlanta Reign just kind of rolled over the Fuel. We'll see if that kind of performance can be replicated in the next map. We are going to New Queen Street. We'll see if there are any subs too after this break. Grand finals are just around the corner, and don't miss your chance to see your heroes rise. Tickets are on sale now for November 3rd and 4th. You can get your tickets at overwatchleague.com/2022/playoffs. Links on screen, or like Mitch said the other day, you can just Google it. That's okay too. That's okay too. Yeah, so make sure you turn up. Anaheim Convention Center. It's gonna be pretty lit. All right, Dallas Fuel, kind of like the mannequins on the Ilios loading screen. It's a thing. Go look it up. They're currently T-posing over the Atlanta Reign. First map, Atlanta Reign took it 2-1, but the next two didn't look nearly as close, Rose. Eichenwald and Junkertown, not so hot from the Reign. Couldn't quite make it to second point, and then Fuel on their attack got the checkpoint in. Wasn't the quickest time in the world, but it was still pretty speedy as things go. Speaking of speedy things, Speedly is in, Kai is out.
Yeah, and this is where I worry a little bit about Atlanta Reign. Not with the swap, because that's expected. You know, when you look at how Atlanta Reign like to play their roster for push, it really is like mostly Venom, Speedily, Hawk, or it has been up until this point. But they've lost all of the push maps that they've played so far this stage. It's been 3, but they've all been losses to Toronto, San Francisco, and Florida. Dallas, on the other hand, they don't have a whole lot of sample size for this stage because most of their wins have been 3-0 or, you know, yeah, they've actually almost all been 3-0. But, yeah.
Who needs to play the map type when you can just 3-0 the enemy team?
But they are 1-1 here. One of their losses on New Queen Street was to Houston yesterday, but then they won versus Washington. So I think they have a slightly better record on New Queen Street and push this stage.
Take that with what you will. They lost against Outlaws on land, and then they won against Washington Justice. So. All good, all good. All right, we are seeing Speedy back in. So yeah, Kai, I guess the Kai experiment on. Oh, it was not even really an experiment. He is a long-range
That's
CSGO
just
player.
the strat.
Just didn't end up really working out. Yeah, it sucks we didn't get to see more Widow, but Harbin was just menacingly staring at him in the spawn door. Like, I don't know, there's not much you can do about that. Even Kai had a little chuckle about him in that series, or in that map even. All right, they are going to roll out the gates. Speedly back onto the Echo here, Rose. So again, a bit of a different look from either side, but a familiar one for the team.
Yeah, I mean, like, I have some mixed feelings about the Echo here now. I think that, you know, Echo is one of those heroes that, like, you can catch a lot of teams by surprise, but it's kind of like the Sombra, how that's faded out of the meta for the West just a little bit. As teams have started to figure it out, and they haven't found nearly as much success with it. Woo, yeah, I mean, that's not a great start either. So I think that's why the Echo is a little bit tough to play, because you're vulnerable when you're trying to get that damage, and then also when you have to kind of fly away, then you're leaving everybody else kind of out in the open. Makes it a little tough.
Yeah, you're going to need some flex tape to heal that head wound, I think, Vigilante. All right, Dallas will now getting the bot going. I guess at least if you take infinite damage from Hanbin, Ultraviolet's going to get nano pretty fast, and he's got it in about a couple of percents. Hanbin's getting focused for the majority of this fight by the Atlanta Reign, but his ability to stay alive around this bot quite paramount to their success at the moment. Hawk does end up chasing down Fielder, and now it's a race for the backlines. A nano onto Hawks, he tries to punish Hanbin, he does so successfully. All right, even losing one there at the very start for the Atlanta Reign, and managed to clutch it up with a nice nano onto Hawk, and Hawk just, well, doing what he does best in flying at the supports and killing them before they can do anything.
I mean, that's just the power of the nano. I think a lot of Anas in the stage have been trying to use that nano on the D.Va because you're kind of unkillable.
Yeah,
you just do so much. Like, not only do you get the, you know, the knockback there with like kind of boosting into an enemy to be able to isolate them, but then the everything like the micro missiles and just not having to reload either. You're just kind of constantly doing damage. It's pretty nice. Venom though looking for a pulse.
Window. Ooh, pulse. Does end up getting the lamp. Fielder would have gone down, I think, if that lamp didn't come out in time. And now comes the push. However, they got to be careful. Atlanta Reign, how now to mix with this beat. Self-destruct in the doorway. Doesn't find a kill, but Fielder still goes down to just a bunny blaster by the looks of it there. the Dallas Fuel end up cleaning up. Another big thing about the D.Va, you kind of pointing out the strengths there. Oh, nice little bunny hop on Vigilante's head. But the D.Va received a buff like a few patches ago where the micro missiles are stronger. When the D.Va's nanoed, or even when she's not nanoed, she can use the micro missiles while using Matrix. So if you're getting run at as an Ana, you can't shoot or nade the floor or shoot sleep because you're getting Matrix, but then you're also getting damaged by the micro missiles. So, yeah, horrible situation for a support player to be. I should know the amount of times I've been run down by a D.Va. Graviton Surge being thrown out. Speedly's copy did not stand much of anything there. His health only reaching 300 with the copies now, so you're rather weak, especially when you're sitting in the grab with 4 people looking at you. Dallas Fuel kind of running away with this one now. They might even be able to get their butt scratched too.
So, I mean, you're just going to try to push everybody back here. Edison, too, just kind of keeping all of these choke points on lock. There it is. Butt scratch activated, and Dallas, they used a lot of ultimates there. They've invested pretty heavily into these fights, but at least they're getting value. And I think that's something they struggled with yesterday versus Houston, just kind of trying to convert the grab into picks. Like, Hanbin wasn't finding anybody in these grabs or even getting the follow-up from his team to be able to capitalize on the enemy players that he did actually capture the grab. But Nano again for Hawk.
Oh, there's an Nano boost. Oh, nice window. Hawk has to get behind it so he doesn't take. Oh no, Edison was just kind of dancing around the window there, so Hawk didn't really stand a chance. Oh! Okay, Vigilante with a kick to the chops of Edison there. He does take control of the high ground. There's a sound barrier coming out as Vigilante was using the Transcendence, and now the backline of the Atlanta Rain are completely split up from the rest of the team. A pulse bomb does end Hanbin's life, but Sparkle playing gatekeeper. Vigilante and Ultraviolet need to return to the team, but because the spawn points are so close, Hawk managed to rejoin them. And now he cleans up.
Yeah, that looked almost devastating there for Atlanta, but again, once they clutch, and they're also able to walk away with a few ultimates to spare. At this point, too, they are going to have ultimate economy over Dallas Fuel. Edison does have the overclock online, but so does Speedily, and last few times we've seen Speedily pop that overclock, it's been pretty nasty.
Okay. Well, not sure what happened there. Maybe a little right click from Sparkle. All right, can Atlanta Rain tie the meters here? There's about 5 minutes to go, and they've got decent space, and with Sparkle dead, you don't need to worry about him assassinating Ultraviolet or Vigilante. It's Speedy there is the target of the Nano this time around, as Hanbin hits him with a grab once again. He can't get the damage in. Hanbin manages to get the solo grab kill onto Speedly, but he was, I guess, distracted, pushed away. And the rest of the Atlanta Rain were able to clean up the fuel because they weren't able to survive without the bubbles from Hanbin. Butt scratch mode incoming for the Atlanta Rain.
I wonder if Dallas Fuel are going to try to come back and recontest this. The bot is still, not moving quite fast enough. Yeah, there we go. That's a recontest.
Oh, yeah. All right, okay. There's an overclock here too from Edison. Atlanta Rain still want to fight regardless of Venom being down. Edison's just fighting within the Immortality field. It gets taken out and Speedly finds the headshot. But meanwhile, Sparkle, a little Grand Theft bot here as he steals the robot away from the Atlanta Rain. They're going to have to chase after it. I mean, they won the fight, but they lost a little bit of progress there with the robot kind of walking away from them. That might give Dallas Fuel enough time to regroup really once again and fight around the same meterage.
It really might. Like, that's the first thing that I thought of is, like, whenever you have the bot not pushing something, it's like running away.
Yeah, they're back.
Oh my god.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, I mean, they're at least, like, Atlanta really only have to contend with the pulse bomb here from Sparkle. So Ultraviolet's able to dodge away from that. Now it's really about just kind of winning in the neutral here. But we got 2 support ultimates coming online. Sound Bear for Chio and Nano for Ultraviolet.
Easy beat there from Chio. Couldn't have been simpler. There's a pulse bomb onto the back of the Soldier, but a nicely timed lamp once again from Fielder. He pays for it with his life, as Hawk's Nano lasted long enough for him to pick up 2 kills. 3, in fact. Hawk kind of going crazy on the D.Va, regardless of his team right now, he's still picking up kills. But the problem is the Dallas Fuel still have a sizable lead, 20 meters or so with that checkpoint unlocked, so they don't have to wait as the robot does move to that barricade, Rose. And with only 2.5 minutes to go, Atlanta Reign have a chance, but it's getting slimmer and slimmer.
Well, I mean, speedily now, kind of all hopes are on the overclock here against the grab too. Vigilante's not going to have the Transcendence online before Hanbin probably decides to go ahead and hit that Q. They're buying some time here. The disruptor shots here for Speedily have been good, and there's the overclock.
Oh, Field dead. Yeah, I was going to say they're very Fuel are pretty happy there, just kind of moving away, moving back, moving around a little choke point, just getting away from Speedly's right clicks. What was Gio doing there? I mean, I guess he was trying to taxi his teammates in the mega health back room, but it looked like he wanted to take a little duel. All right, we're back to where we were about 4 minutes ago. All right, maybe not. Edison's dead. Speedly takes his head clean off. A little bit of Viscera clean up detail there, I think. Dallas Fuel, they do lose their Sojum, and then Speedly lose their, Atlanta Reign lose theirs. Self-destructs and 3 different fights happening at once as Hawk and Venom end up taking a flank and killing Hanbin. Another aggressive pulse from Sparkle, doesn't end up connecting, not even resulting in any damage, really. 4 people dead for the Atlanta Reign, as Hawk was the only one left on at that point, so all he could do was really stall. And now with a minute to go, the Dallas Fuel very much have their sights set on that first seed.
Edison now with the overclock here, Chio with the sound pair, there's sustain and there is damage on the board here for Dallas. And Atlanta, they've got another shot at this, Ultraviolet with the Nano to be able to save somebody or try to power up Hawk to kick off this fight. But Venom 2, gotta land this pulse bomb. It really comes down to this final fight.
Alright, Venom's pretty low. There's another Nano, it's on Talk again. He is charging Hanbin up, something nice. Can the Dallas Fuel hold on? They've already got 1 kill, and as Edison is trying to pick these kills off from afar, it's Vigilante and Venom that come up with kills for the Atlanta Reign once again. There's 20 seconds to go, and remember, Fuel still have the lead. Banking ultimates at this point is going to be crucial. Shio needs to use this beat perfectly, but it could be the difference maker.
It really could be. I mean, as long as you don't like Ajax it or something, this could be good, but you also got to get back. Dallas have to give Atlanta the space here before they decide to move in. Hopefully somebody's touching the payload.
Yeah, all good. They're on the point. Yeah, OT is here. Dallas Fuel just need to win 1 fight now, and Hanbin and Fielder are nearing their ult. Same with Sparkle. Could be a little bit of a bigger bang situation with that grab pulse. Window opened up already. Venom forced the recall as he backs off the rest of his team, but Hawk gets the E on the grab. The Dallas Fuel lose one of their key ultimates in the final few moments, and now they try and end this with another ult. That sound barrier rushing them towards the backline. Ultraviolet is dead, and now it's up to Speedly. The overclock is here, and Hanbin's body is on the floor. The Atlanta Reign are losing numbers one by one. They are fading away, and the Dallas Fuel have done it. Locked in, first seed for playoffs.
Incredible stuff here for Dallas Fuel, and what a way to end Atlanta Reign and Dallas Fuel's final match for the regular season. I know this is not the outcome that Atlanta Reign wanted today, but they still have a playoff spot on lock. And it's all about the comeback here for the Dallas Fuel. 2 draws after that devastating loss to Houston yesterday.
Yeah, it must have been quite a big knock to the confidence, losing on a stage like that in front of one of their home crowds. But they can be super happy with this W right here. #1 in playoffs right now. They must be feeling ecstatic. You saw it on the cameras already, right? Sparkle was going a little bit crazy. The Dallas Fuel, I mean, what more can you kind of say about this team? I thought this game would be a little bit closer, if I'm going to be very honest. Maybe a map 5 banger was foretold, but not to be. The Atlanta Reign just kind of falling flat on a couple of those maps. Control was pretty damn close. Dallas Fuel did end up running away with one of the maps. They got 100-0 on one, but the other two rounds, yeah, pretty damn close there. But at the very end of it all, just Speedly and Venom not able to kind of clutch out those kills, and ultimate economy game from the Dallas Fuel just feels tip-top. There's not a moment where they're not in a position where they can either turn the fight or like have perfect ult economy. And like I mentioned, they're a hive mind. They're mind melt. They're like a mega mind, and it's kind of crazy and scary to watch them play. They're always on the same page, and you can see why they're at the top of the leaderboard right now, or the standings right now. Player of the match, I don't think it goes without saying, in this series at least, he did do some killing, a little support or combat. We're going to have Fielder as our player of the match here. There was actually a map that I noticed him the most. The amount of times he was just getting nice pickoffs. It was like, wow, okay. Like, I was mentioning the kind of the differences between BAP and Ana on Junkertown. Like, BAP outputs so much more damage because as Ana, you can shoot, you can do damage and heal at the same time, right? But you use the same ammo. With the Batiste, you can literally just keep on firing and healing at the same time. You don't need to really live forever. Like, it's almost a perfect hero for Fielder, who has exceptional aim. And his window uses too, Rose, was also really good. Sometimes you see them either getting placed too close to you, you get run over, or like too far away from you, but like his ability to like know when to get the most value out of a window is exceptional stuff. So yeah, player of the match goes to Fielder.
Yeah, well, especially when he was able to keep Hanbin alive too on Junkertown, when Hanbin went for that like super cool tech, and then like the immortality field placement to be able to keep him alive. And you know, Hanbin wouldn't be able to do nearly as much damage and be as devastating as he is if Fielder and Chio weren't there to back him up and keep him healthy. So there's the stats. I mean, that's just disgusting, Jaws. 2,500 healing per 10. Like, that's enormous.
Bit ridiculous. Yeah, hero damage looking nice, healing looking nice, banner blows, everything looking really good, and immortality fields also pretty clean. It's a good look for the Dallas Fuel going into the playoffs, that's for sure. They will be playing on a different patch. So this was Atlanta Reigns and the Dallas Fuel's final match here in the Countdown Cup, or the Countdown Cup qualifiers. So they are going to playoffs, and they're going to a different patch completely, Rose. So, you know, can Fielder do it on Kiriko? Will Kiriko be played? It's going to be an exciting time to see, and I can't wait to see all the different kind of comps that we do have. But you can rest assured, Dallas Fuel fans, that your backline is going to be as strong as you're seeing today on the new patch, I'm sure. Yeah, where does that leave Atlanta Reign?
Still in playoffs?
They are still in playoffs. They clinched their spot yesterday, so you still got that to kind of look forward to. And they always clutch out in the tournaments, Rose.
That's so true, though. That's so true. I mean, we missed them during the Summer Showdown, but every other time I feel like Atlanta Reign have really shown up to play. And, you know, playoffs, it's time to, you know, let's do it. Let's see what both of these teams got end of October.
All right, we're going to jump to a quick break. We got Gladiators in Boston after this, but we got an interview first. The desk can break this down. They can intro the next match just after this.
아나 개피. 야타 점어. 야타 점어. 야 떨어졌어. 거점에. 야타. 야 소선 안 패. 소환 안 패. 야 답해. 쏠. 집중해. 소환. 나이스! 나 진짜 끝까지 못한다, 씨발! 진짜 못한다, 씨발, 영환아. 너 존나 못한다, 그냥, 씨발! 나 죽겠다, 씨발, 그냥!
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here with the player of the match, the best Batiste in the world. We have Fielder from Dallas. Fielder, congratulations on the win. Of course, congratulations on locking in the #1 global seed as well. Now, my first question for you, Fielder, is starting, I think it was yesterday against Houston Outlaws, where we saw actually you using a lot more, actually not even a lot more, throughout the whole match, and even today, you guys have been using the Batiste. Why the sudden change is my question from Ana to the Batiste. 자, 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 또 이제 프로배에 들어가면서 1위 시드까지 거기다가 또 하나 더 있죠. 이제 오늘 PO팀까지 받으신 필더 선수. 일단 제 첫 번째 질문은 어제 경기 휴스턴전 때부터 오늘까지 원래 필더 선수가 좀 이제 아나나 이런 영어를 자주 이렇게 쓰시다가 좀 더 바티스트로 이렇게 전향을 하셨는데 좀 이거에 대한 좀 특별한 이유가 있을까요?
일단 요즘 서브에서 디바를 많이 써가지고 아나로 디바 상대하는 게 너무 힘들어가지고 바티스트를 했는데 바티스트가 딜도 되고 힐도 되고 다 돼가지고 그때부터 바티스트를 쓰는 것 같아요.
I think the most, obvious reason is in the West we're seeing a lot more diva in compositions and in teams as well. So as a Ana healer or Ana player or a flex support player, it is really hard to play against a diva that is diving in. So we sort of wanted to fight against that by using a Batiste because not only can Batiste put out a decent DPS, but it can also heal as well. So I think it was very effective, and we sort of went along with that, and we're finding a lot more success with it. I want to go into a little bit more about this Batiste because I think you have been phenomenal, today as well. Of course, you getting the player of the match. It's not only the Dallas Fuel that's using Batiste, but we're finding a lot more teams starting to utilize the Batiste as well. Do you think maybe going into the playoffs, do you believe that we're going to continue seeing more Batiste as well? 자, 두 번째 질문은 방금 이제 바티스트의 좀 장점을 말씀을 이제 해주셔서 제가 봤을 때는 이제 뭐 달라스 팀뿐만이 아니라 요즘 들어서 시간이 가면 갈수록 좀 많은 팀들이 좀 더 바티스트를 좀 더 기용을 하는 것 같은데요. 필더 선수가 보셨을 때도 어떻게 보면 이제 시즌 프로배 들어가면서도 시즌 플레이오프에서도 좀 바티스트가 자주 좀 팀들이 사용할 것 같은 영웅이라고 좀 생각을 하시나요?
프로 메타는 이제 키리코가 새로 나오기 때문에 패치에 따라서 바티스가 쓸지 안 쓸지는 잘 모르겠지만 쓸 팀은 쓸 것 같아요. 바티스가 좋아가지고.
Alright, so I do think that because going into playoff, it's going to be a different patch. And of course, there's going to be Kiriko, a new hero that is going to be involved. So I can't be 100% sure if there's going to be Batiste involved. But I think it is going to be definitely team dependent because Batiste is a really good hero right now. So teams that would like or that favor Batiste will probably continue to use Batiste as well. Alright, Fielder, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 오늘 POTM 축하드리고 오늘 승리 축하드리면서 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 필더 선수 감사합니다. 땡큐.
감사합니다.
No wave for you.
You didn't wave?
No, I didn't.
It's fine. I'll ask him later. I'll DM him.
All right. I want to see that DM. I was like, why didn't you wave back at me?
Bro.
Yeah, that hurts.
Good job,
Speaking
Danny.
of hurt,
Good job.
Reinforce and I got it. This looks extra funny with the hamster in your crotch. Either way, moving on. That means Dallas locked in that #1 seed overall.
Right.
Out of all the teams.
Yeah.
So that is a pretty big deal for them, of course. Now, Atlanta Reign, it's a bit heartbreaking to see them falling like that because, quite frankly, I mean, they did look good on Control. They played that one close, and then afterwards, they were not able to shut Hanbin down. Very much unlike the Outlaws, who saw that as the key to victory yesterday. Why could Atlanta not get it done?
I think this matchup compositionally is very difficult for the Atlanta Reign. They try their hardest to shy away from the Zarya most of the time. That's why we saw them come out, right, and put Hawk on Winston. They tried to dive because I think they didn't want to play this Zarya versus Zarya matchup, recognizing how good Dallas Fuel are when they play Hanbin on this Zarya. Instead, Hawk, he tried to play Diva most of the time. They tried to play this double flex support composition because this has been the bread and butter of the Atlanta Reign so far this stage. However, recently, as we saw yesterday in the matchup between the Houston Outlaws and the Dallas Fuel, this Zarya, Baptiste, Lucio composition, I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. This is the best composition available right now. Zarya is overpowered as heck. If you are watching this stream right now and you're sitting in the menus of Overwatch 2, go queue Zarya. It's free SR, I promise you. This hero is crazy good.
You
and if you
wouldn't
are
say that
Hanbin,
if you see my
if
Zarya.
you are Hanbin,
Not in bronze.
literally the best Zarya in the world, and you have Fielder backing you up on the Baptiste, if you have a Lucio as well to deal with, you know, Tracer, stuff like that, this Dallas Fuel team is going to be very difficult to deal with. Now, I know we saw Houston Outlaws deal with them yesterday, but that was also with the Zarya composition. So I think we're going to see more of this Zarya being introduced. The hero is just too strong. And why is that? Well, if you think about it, who can kill Hanbin in this scenario? It's pretty much only Hawk. If Hawk dies, is a Sojourn going to be able to deal with a Zarya by himself? That's 475 health, fully charged probably, with two bubbles? No. Is Venomon a Tracer going to be able to deal with Hanbin? No. It's a Tracer, right? So your options right here for the Atlanta Reign is either we focus down Hanbin as soon as we can. By the way, we have to get rid of the Immortality Field from Fielder. Or we go and just surpass Hanbin and deal with Fielder and Chio first initially. Well, you still have to deal with the Immortality Field. You still have a Sparkle on Tracer in the way. So it's just so hard to get this Immortality Field out. And then you have a Zarya with two bubbles, with 475 health and so much damage. It is so difficult to deal with this Zarya Baptiste Lucio composition that I think most teams will just give up, surrender, and give into it.
Wow, that's dire. But do you feel like Dallas will have different looks as well? Because, I mean, if Outlaws can figure it out and get their number, other teams can as well. I mean, it is kind of obvious what the key to victory is going up against that team. Not to say that it's easy to achieve that key to victory, but like, you know what you have to do, kinda. Does Dallas have other plays in their book?
Well, I think Dallas Fuel have, funnily enough, ironically, like built up to this moment. Because remember in Kickoff Clash, it was Edison playing the Reaper, and they bubbled in Reaper with the Zarya bubbles, right? So that is an option. Like, if you want to contest high ground, just bubble up your Reaper instead, rather. Hanbin can play the Diva as well, if you want to contest high ground, stuff like that. But you have a Lucio, so you can close gaps. You don't have to worry about taking too much poke damage against a Zenyatta composition, for example, because you have the Lucio, right? And you can play these angles. I think the Dallas Fuel are set. Like, you have this composition now with Sparkle playing the Tracer, with Edison as like a game changer playing the Sojourn, being able to find picks, and then you can make alterations. Are we playing, you know, do we need the Reaper to travel forward and, you know, open up these dives for us? Do we need maybe a Sombra? Let's say we're playing the Lone Spitfire, they're playing Reinhardt. Well, let's swap our Tracer to like a Sombra and we can EMP those guys. So I think Dallas Fuel is going to be the core of their composition, and then you can flex over to like a Reaper, a Tracer, worst case like a Diva if you want to on high grounds. But overall, I think they're pretty set with this comp.
How about Winston? Fearless Winston? No?
No, it's not happening.
APAC were using Winston.
They were off the group.
This guy hates Winston so much.
It's sussy. No,
if nothing works.
Winston is a 2018 hero, all right?
Winston is there.
Playing Winston in 2022 is weird.
Winston,
I'm sorry, I'm kind of with Reinforce here. I'm sorry. I hate to not side with you, Danny.
I'm okay with Winston.
Oh, Doomfist right now. Don't even start.
All right, lots of hate here on the desk, but
Zarya Diva, go Q ranked right now.
There you go.
Free SR.
Free SR, according to Reinforce. And if it's not, at him at Twitter. Now, we are having one more match to go. And the first one wasn't as much a banger as I hoped. That one certainly was more one-sided than I wished it to be. But Gladiators Boston. Is there potential for, like, can that be our marquee matchup?
Marquee matchup?
Yeah, can we turn that one into one?
The 17-6 LA Gladiators,
Yes.
the 8-13 was an uprising.
Yes.
I'm just saying, if Punk
It's the
comes
last
out,
one we have today, so one of them has to be there.
If they come out on the Zarya, if Punk on Zarya versus Ryanair on Zarya, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know who's going to play Zarya. If any team plays Zarya, they're probably going to win. Okay. I am just surrendering to the Zarya.
It's very simple here, isn't it? Well, that's the analysis. Broke it down. If they play Zarya, they win. If not, then they don't. Jaws and Necra, do you agree with the general consensus here?
I mean, have you seen the total mayhem stats from Scott playing Zarya for 40 minutes?
41 minutes, Necra.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally,
Scott,
same,
please, Zarya.
Johnny, same. I think that
Same,
Zarya is
41
so
minutes.
good.
moment. 41 minutes of total mayhem. Uninstall moment.
Yeah.
I would not want to play that game. That's
Install.
that sounds like
But
pain.
Jaws, I
Look,
can agree
Zarya
with me. Jaws,
good.
you can agree with me
Diva
that
also
Zarya's
good.
strong.
Sorry, good.
Zarya's
Yeah.
super strong.
Yeah.
How about
Yeah,
How
but
about
so is
Roadhog?
Diva. Diva's also
Why don't
pretty
we- why
strong.
don't we give
Like
some
both
love to
those heroes
Roadhog?
maybe need
Danny,
a
you
nerf.
need to let him go.
Okay.
Danny, we don't
Okay.
want to
Nope.
encourage people
Nope.
in our ranked games
Nope.
to play Roadhog. If anybody is
Yeah.
using Overwatch League to inspire them for their ranked gameplay, let's not turn them towards the Roadhog.
Play a viable tank.
All right, Reiner. I
Except
need you
when
to
I
pull
play
out the
tank,
Roadhog today.
which I only play hog.
No, dude, I think he did that
Okay,
one
dude.
match, didn't he? Like pretty recently.
He did.
The
Yeah, he did.
disrespect. The disrespect.
It is very possible, but it's okay. The only hog that I let int in my games is Johnny. That is the only one. That's because I'm on the other team. 'cause
I
I'm
don't think I've played Roadhog in like
Same.
4 years, literally.
So you coming out with the extra element of surprise.
I don't
no one
think
will see that
Okay.
coming.
I don't think I've played Roadhog in 4 years. Go check my career profile, Jaws. I'm pretty sure.
Okay, thank God for that. Let's keep it that way. Let's keep it that way, and then we can hit up the duo later. It's all good, Johnny. If if this is a 3-0, jump online. We'll get some ranked games in before the night gets long.
GM1,
Anyway, we're gonna jump
Jaws,
into the
let's
game.
get it.
We'll see if it is a 3-0.
Do it.
GM1,
I would
easy.
totally watch that.
Don't
I
worry.
really would. Like, do it.
It would be a banger
That's
stream.
content.
Me and Johnny ascending the ranks. I'm not sure if Johnny's placed yet. I'm pretty sure he is, but
I haven't.
yeah.
I have.
I've been replaced a couple of times, but I've not moved that much. It's been like small incremental movements. So
Good.
I'm not complaining.
Well, that's good.
Not complaining.
I might do my placements later. We'll see. We'll see. I gotta wait for people to figure out what a payload is first.
Oh yeah, the classic payload conundrum. Well, you know what? That's been a struggle all weekend. We've had some egregious
Overwatch
C9s.
League, like, come on now.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, it's near the end of the season, okay? So maybe everybody's a little bit,
This happened
little bit
end
wild with
of
it. I don't
the
know.
last stage though too. It's just the end of the stages.
Yeah.
I think that people just get overconfident and they forget. But anyway, I don't think we're gonna get any C9s in this match. Come on,
Okay.
Gladiators, Boston, please.
Please.
No C9s. My mental can't handle it.
Well, okay, let's talk about this then, because the Boston Uprising, like Johnny said, perfect analysis, right? He read the score lines. 8-13 and 17-6 for the Boston Uprising and Gladiators, respectively. It's going to be an upward hill battle. I think the Boston Uprising have looked a little better when they've had Punk and Crimzo in. They had that kind of big mix-up in the rosters. They had a full Korean roster for a little while, and then they integrated Punk and Crimzo back in, and they saw way more success. And they're going to be starting today, along with MCD, Victoria and Valentine, the V brothers. They're in. But the LA Gladiators, they come off pretty hot for 3-0 victory against the London Spitfire, so they're feeling pretty happy about that. There aren't too many crazy consequences here in this game, Rose. I will just put that out here now. There's a chance the Gladiators manage to claw their way up, and there's some shifting around here and there, but in the grand scheme of things, in terms of locking in spots, it's not going to happen. The Glads have already locked in their playoff spot, and the Boston Uprising are in the play-in. So it's more just kind of ending this one with a bang, hopefully getting a win, and then rolling into the play-in/playoffs.
Exactly. This is Gladiators' last regular season match until we see them at the end of October for the playoffs, and then Boston too. They still have 2 more matches going into next week. The Gladiators, this has been a roster that has been through a lot this season, a lot of highs, being able to win 2 stages, even a global stage. For the mid-season madness, and then a few lows there as well. Last stage really just not their stage, not their meta with the Junker Queen. But as soon as they kind of entered into this past stage, I mean, they're set up for success here, Jaws. They're undefeated so far in the regular season matches for Countdown Cup.
So if we look at the Boston Uprising then, I already said the roster, but we'll take a quick look at the graphic. V Brothers coming in, Victoria and Valentine. We have Punk, Crimzo, and MCD in the support. So, kind of expected, really. Like I mentioned, I don't think there's any way they kind of shift the rosters around again, considering the performance of people like Crimzo and Punk in recent times. Especially Crimzo. Just an unreal like ranked grinder, but like just a super solid player. Like his Ana is exceptional. I wonder if they are going to stray towards the Batiste here. Maybe a little Batiste, maybe a little Bavana play. Might come down to the maps and personal preference, but Danny and Fielder kind of picked it up in the interview. It is pretty difficult to play the Ana against a good D.Va because they are eating sleeps, they are eating nades, and just like eating regular healing shots. And Batiste has a little bit more there in terms of utility with the Immortality Field and the regenerative burst to heal you when you are getting ran at. So we'll have to wait and see. Punk, of course. Maybe we see the Punker Queen, but at the moment, I think Zarya D.Va is the name of the game.
Yeah, I would love to see the Punker Queen. I just don't think this is the meta for it anymore. We saw Boston kind of play around with it a little bit in their first match of this stage, and it just wasn't, it hasn't been the look. Doomfist as well. I mean, Reiner loves playing the Doomfist, but I feel like that hero has also been pretty lackluster. Just knowing that Sombra exists, but you know, I think it really is about what backline can stay alive. What heroes is the backline going to choose against two very good tracers on either side? And then do we see Zarya from either Reiner or Punk? Maybe Johnny is correct that the Zarya player is going to be the winner.
All right, Ilios. First map of the series. Is it going to be a long one? That's for sure. What do you... Give me a pred right now.
I'm going to say 3-2. It's going to be a 5-map banger.
5-map banger. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that
I think
a
it's
lot.
going to be a 5-mapper. I don't know who's going to win yet. I lean towards Gladiators. Listen.
Yeah, I just assumed you were going to say Glads. I guess I should have asked you for the actual
Okay, well,
team.
I mean, I lean towards the Gladiators right now, but I think that it really depends on what type of value Valentine and Victoria can get. A lot of that has been the difference maker in a lot of these harder matchups for Boston Uprising, where Valentine, Victoria, they pop off and it really catches their opponents by surprise. And when Boston has been pretty heavy towards the Sombra Tracer, do Gladiators play around that? I think that's going to be the biggest question here. Punk is on Zarya. Oh, both tanks are on Zarya. So Zarya team will win.
One Zarya team will win. That is true. True and real. No more true statements have been ever said. I like Victoria playing the Sombra here. That mega health pack can be quite frustrating to deal with if you're Glads or like any team that holds the point and that doesn't have to control that health pack. Sombra is rather strong, some would say. The 1.75 second hack, pretty crazy. See how happy he is. Currently spy checking real fast. Boston Uprising recoiling slightly. The Gladiators' presence on the point. It has unlocked, but Punk managed to pick off Shu somehow. Okay, that is a good start. But they do end up trading on both the Crimzo for the Shu. So it is now only Astro that's alive on the point, or alive for the supports in the mid-fight. And the Gladiators do end up coming out on top, although not by the biggest margin in the world. It was rather scrappy.
Oh, look at that too. I mean, Gladiators are going to go ahead and go back as like Funny Astro tries to taxi everybody there. And all the while, they're the V brothers on point, just trying to steal the attention away from the rest of the team coming back.
Oh. Kevston looking, hunting, searching. Victoria, 404, not found. Boston Uprising now trying to push onto that mega health pack. Shu does end up going down first yet again. The Gladiators. Okay. Kevston throws out a pulse bomb on the other side of the map. Does throw it and miss it. However, Happy. Oh, he do be clicking heads. Takes care of Crimzo, and Nano onto MTD to help him survive and actually pops the Transcendence. He is in the front line right now, and they want to try and end this fight. Victoria gets sniped. Same with MCD. Happy is just tearing Boston Uprising apart right now.
That's the power of the Sojourn. I mean, we felt that even in our last match where Edison was just kind of constantly giving it there to the Atlanta Reign. And when you have these long sightlines to play around on a very hit scan oriented map such as Ruins, yeah, I mean, set the pace, Gladiators.
Gravis on Surge. Oh, Boston having to look at 17 different realities and 17 different directions at once there, as the collapse from the Gladiators was quite good from Funny Astro and Kevster. However, the EMP settled the score as the Boston Uprising now move on to the point. V Brothers trying to get that touch. Okay, is Victoria going to decloak? No, okay. He's just going to chill for the time being. I can imagine he just wants to wait for Valentine, then hack someone that jumps onto the point. There you go. Kevster comes in, does get the touch to make sure Gladiators don't end up losing it, and the reinforcements have arrived. Pulse bomb for Valentine, gets the stick. Lamp just in time. MCD falls. Is not a support on the Gladiators this time that goes down first. It's actually MCD. Window out for Shu. He's got no lamp, but he's got a bubble from Reiner, so he does end up surviving it. And the Boston Uprising still need to touch. Not quite quick enough, as the Gladiators will take the first round, 100 to 10.
No. Stop. No, match chat right now is like C9, C9. Funny Astro happy saying that.
Z9,
Valentine just goes in top 500. You go.
Okay, what in reference?
I would assume ranked.
No, but like, was he being on someone? I couldn't tell. Oh, here's the kills from Happy as he used that overclock. One shot and another shot. Beautiful stuff.
Happy is another one of the top sojourners in the league. Let's just put it that way. I don't know if we need to say anything else other than that. As we switch over to Well, and we will see a similar look here from the Gladiators, but a different one here for Boston. Punk gonna go over to the Diva, which he's been playing most often in the series you've seen so far.
I like cage control, especially if you are able to push in there ASAP. Mini health pack isn't anything to scoff at, but being able to get a couple of different sight lines from like a safety basket, if you will, just kind of ducking around the pillars there is quite nice for your supports, and even Happy, to be fair, too. Nice nade from Crimzo. Any follow-up? Doesn't look like it. It looked like Punk wanted to go for something there, but was unable to. And there's the wraparound from Happy and Kevster. Not great for MCD there. Didn't really know where to look. It's quite a dominant presence right now from the Gladiators. I mean, Kevster and Happy just reckless disabandon, just kind of running at the back line.
We saw, I think, a lot of... Yeah. Oh, no. Unlucky. This is just kind of domination coming out from the Gladiators. They are using ultimates super aggressively. They're playing up close and personal towards Boston's spawn. And it's making it so difficult for Boston to come in as a team of 5 because somebody's getting picked more often than not before the full team is there.
All right, here's Punk. He's trying to get the rest of the Gladiators off that high ground. Didn't quite find any boops. Happy found a headshot though onto Crimzo. Oh dear. Quite the flattening currently. The Gladiators are dishing out.
What do Boston do? I mean, right now they're just hoping that Victoria gets this EMP online for at least the last fight, but then from there, Jaws, they need backup. They need extra ultimates to rotate through, even if they do flip the point. Hopefully Valentine can do something.
Glad to getting their ults online too. And they're not really needs to use anything. Stick from Kevster. Goodbye, Crimzo. Didn't even get that nano out in time, and to be honest, if he even if he did use it, it might have been a little bit of a mistake. All right, 80% Gladiators. Well, you can kind of see them pushing all the way up now. EMP around the corner for Boston Uprising, but did they even get a chance to even touch? Look how close. Glad to play.
I mean, Reiner's going to have the Graviton Surge. Happy's going to have Mortality Field.
Jokes. April Fools. Still got a Mortality Field. All right, someone touch. Valentine in, Punk in, touch. Achieved, overtime, initiated. Boston Uprising, EMPing. It's not that big. It hit Astro, and Astro dies to Victoria. However, removing the beat might be quite big here. There is a window, and Happy is staring straight at Punk through it. And he has got that overclock. Nano Boost did go out onto Punk to help him survive and try and pick up some kills, but worse for wear is Punk right now. Ejected from the mech and the server as the Gladiators end up claiming the first map 2-0.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah.
Can I take back my pred?
They do be hitting the no clips through the terrain and getting the rainbow split, gold split.
I think I have to.
What
I
is
feel like that's
Unter
Unter.
talking
Yeah,
about?
another C9 in a top 500
no.
lobby.
If it says Glad's coach in the chat, it's 100% Unter. To enlighten everybody, Unter typed in another C9 in top 500 lobby. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Not a C9, by the way, Unter, but he does love to get in people's heads.
Dante's the best
just
Zarya
mullet
in
diff
the
at this
league
point,
now.
I think.
You know, not trying to overcorrect or anything, but you know, he did say that.
There you go. All right, we're going to jump to a quick break. We'll see if he can decipher more Unter messages in the chat for you guys. We'll see you in a minute.
This ends now. I'm just getting started.
Welcome back. Yeah, Happy did a lot of work on that map. 10-1.
Yeah.
Not too bad. Not too bad whatsoever. Good start from the Glads there, Rose.
Yep. I mean, the charge shot accuracy, too, I feel like speaks volumes. Just being able to land so many, like, 80-plus railgun charges onto Boston. Yeah, feels good. Feels good to be a Gladiators fan right now, that's for sure. They just set such a fast pace, and Happy was such a big proponent of that, just getting picks all the time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, indeed. 2-0 on Ilios as we go on to Parizu as our next map. Now, will we see any changes? Maybe, maybe not. It doesn't look like Glads are going to swap Astro out for Skewed. Astro is going to be staying in, so more Lucio play. No real shock there. It's been an interesting map, I think, to see like an evolution on. It's strange because we've been through two very different metas. We had like perma jungle queen meta, right? But now we have a little meta that's a little bit all over the place. It's starting to get a little bit more form.
Yeah.
But it wasn't very malleable to start off the stage. And we are going into play-ins and playoffs. Obviously, play-ins will be played on this patch. Playoffs will be played on the Kiriko patch. So we'll see some more stuff later down the line. But in this map specifically, we've seen teams kind of roll out with the Zen and the Ana, or like the Zen and Batiste or whatever, or even the Brig sometimes too. But Gladiators just opting for the speed. They know they can just take advantage of the Boston uprisings, maybe. Their front line, I mean, Punk had a little bit of a rough time, so using that speed boost, if you play at your own tempo and just kind of rush people down, especially a team that might not be expecting it, then it's a pretty easy thing to take advantage of.
Yeah, I think one of the, I'm kind of hoping that Boston has figured out maybe how to keep MCD and Crimzo a little bit safer. I think the problem about playing against the Gladiators is that, you know, not only was Happy popping off on the Sojourn, but Kevster too. Gotta give that player some credit where credit is due, just going after the backline and making it more difficult for MCD and Crimzo to focus on healing up Punk and also healing up Valentine and Victoria. So we're gonna see the Zarya and the Lucio once again here from Gladiators. This is a look that they've started to evolve into as the stage has progressed. They really started out with Reiner on the Winston and the Doomfist. Still got some great results with that, but it really has been about the Zarya. I mean, they're already up and close and personal here with the Boston Uprising on the high ground.
Yeah, nice little hop there from Mana, getting onto the high ground, punishing Punk, who's in that mech. See if they want to just push in or maybe go for a little flank. Oh my word, Valentine's so close. Dyson with death there, a little bit of Happy. Happy almost ends up going down to Valentine though. But with Reiner falling, not great start for Gladiators. Gonna have to go for a bit of a reset. However, Kevster could make his way to the back if he wants to and just wait for the rest of his team to kind of engage. You can see MCD a little bit paranoid.
Spy checking maybe a little bit, hoping that Kevster peeks his head around the corner and just catches him without a blink, but
oh, that's not good. Yeah, Valentine going down to Shu of all people. As now the crunch begins. Lamp in the small room. Oh, Shu does end up getting slept and taken out by Punk, who's managed to stay alive. Nano boost built up rather quick from Crimzo, so Punk was able to utilize that extra damage that he's given. However, the Gladiators have put themselves on point. They have got Astro to heal the rest of the team up while Shu gets back. Valentine's going to be able to touch and has the Pulse Bomb in his hand. But there's going to be a couple of bubbles available for Reiner. He does throw it out, get the stick. Oh, no bubble, in fact. Okay, tell a lie. Astro and Reiner go down.
That's a super nice timing from Valentine.
Ooh, okay, Valentine.
Woo! Okay, Boston have warmed up. Ilios was just a warm-up, you know. The match can start now. Paraiso looking way better for this team. And a lot of it is just that Boston looked better when it comes to having specific attacking and defending sides. I think when you play control, oh man, the EMP too.
Nice. Okay. The cycle has begun. Oh, what?
Huh?
Kevster? Crimzo MCD dead to the same pulse? Okay, Boston Uprising. a little bit dumbfounded on how that
Now
happened.
they have time.
All right, Gladiators. They got speed boost too. I mean, they could just run it down with Astro now. Boston Uprising have to give up this
They
space.
do a little bit. Yeah, looks like Crimson's gonna try to come back on the BAP if he's able to.
Okay. Punk, demeched. I mean, he doesn't really survive here at all. Not often do you win a duel against Tracer. Kevster, in fact. Even less so if you're just a pilot diva. As the checkpoint, Kevster opened that out one rather cleanly.
Man, how did that happen? It must have been somebody
Kevster,
got stuck.
I mean, literal Kevster moment
yes,
is what happened, Rose. I'll tell you that right. There's my professional
Thank you,
opinion.
you're right. Oh,
Kevster
replay.
moment. Oh, here we
replay.
go. Here we go.
Someone must have gotten stuck and then they didn't separate. Yeah.
Oh,
just not in time.
tragic.
Oh, man.
Oh, God. All right, well. Yeah.
Point
There
B,
you go.
it's fine. I mean,
stuff.
Boston, they put up a great fight on the defensive first. As I say that, they're going to have to go again, but they still have plenty of time to do so.
All right, Valentine hoped for the same success Kevster found earlier there, but there was a lamp and happy using the power slide to get away. MCD dead, free payload push for the Glads. This high ground fight, which normally ensues for, what, about 3 or 4 years on this map, is going to be completely denied from the Boston Uprising. Graviton Surge from Reiner. It did hit Valentine. He does end up backing away, survives it, but MCD not quite so lucky. He's gone down once more. And here comes the roll, the Gladiators. Oh, my word. They are setting maybe a little bit of speed record here. There goes MCD once again. He can't even use that Transcendence either. He just comes back from spawn and instantly dies. And, oh, forward spawn.
Oh,
Maybe some
no.
punishment here for the Boston Uprising. Yeah, goodbye.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, you make such a good point there, Jaws. Like, MCD has had this Transcendence for 2 spawn exits, but has just gotten sniped. And there's really nothing you can do about that. The first time, I don't know if he had the Transcendence online for the Pulse, but it's been a little rough here for Boston to stabilize. Victoria at least is working up to an EMP here. That should do it. Has to translocate, but can't go back in with it.
Good stick. Oh, better lamp. All right, Shu keeps himself in the game. MCD getting revenge on the entirety of the Glads there. It takes 2. Alrighty. Here's the defense for the Boston Uprising. They got EMP. Like I mentioned before, on point A, the ult cycling will now begin. But Kevster has Pulse, so anything can happen.
Anything can happen when you're part of a team. Let's see Kevster. Or if you're just Kevster. I mean, Kevster was just born to play Overwatch, apparently.
True. He was designed and built in a lab to play Overwatch. All right, there's a lab, a Transcendence for MCD. He's going to be able to save Punk. Oh, but not for long. Through the window. Happy hits the overclock. And another one too. Oh, Crimzo didn't really expect the window to be up that long, I can imagine. MCD also dies. The Boston Uprising pushing with 2 people on the payload and with 2 minutes to go. An EMP and a Graviton Surge still stands in their way. Can the Boston Uprising get back in time? You've got to be able to touch. They do so. However, the Graviton Surge still gets thrown out. A nice stick from Kevster might end it all. Boston Uprising trickling onto the point as Reiner is standing tall. Same with Kevster. They're both gigantic human beings and in and out of the server. 1 minute and 54 seconds for the Glads as they cap point 3.
Woo! Yeah, we don't often see .3 caps either on Puttery, so it feels like this is like the one hybrid map. I feel like we don't go into extra rounds super often, but Boston still have a chance to go on the offensive, and we'll see what they get done. It's rough because I just feel like Boston, you know, like they started with the Zen and the Ana. That's been the backline that they've really looked to for a lot of their compositions. But when you have Kevster's Tracer pressuring you down, it just doesn't feel like you're able to stabilize with a backline like that. So I loved Crimzo's decision to switch over to the Baptiste. I think that helped out a lot in terms of being able to just, you know, have that immortality field, have that extra sustain. But it's going to be the Ana to start at least, and I kind of like it a little bit better on the offense, just so that you have the Nano to help Punk create some space. We'll see, though. We'll see if they stick to it.
Same look here. Yeah, same look here for the Gladiators on the defense.
It's been working.
They really do have a... What a... Okay. I mean, it looks like, yeah, they... Interesting. So it looks like they may have purposely stalled the payload there to get the forward spawns for the Boston Uprising. So they stepped off to get forward spawns.
That was
for Boston.
intentional.
So they weren't as 5. Yeah, mad shout out to Nick, our producer there, for that heads up. Interesting. Okay, that was kind of cool.
That was neat. Yeah. Huh. The strats. I mean, that's what gladiators are known for too. Not only their flexibility, but also, you know, being able to change up their composition or their play style to be able to match the requirements of the map, and also just that cute little tech there. Have to watch out to see if other teams try to do that in the future for places like Kingsrow. I think Kingsrow is a notorious one.
Yeah, it's definitely a strat that you can't employ all too often, but when you can, I mean, you make good use of it, yeah. But honestly, never really thought too much about that. Kind of storing the payload to give some forward spawns. Oh, I just walked into that room and got melted. Alrighty, alrighty.
There's a speed amp forward.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, Victoria kills one. Nano boost from Crimzo gets unleashed. Not sure Ryan going to be able to survive this. The Gladiators do manage to get a single ultimate out to the Boston Uprising, but Boston now gets space.
Exactly.
Oh, happy. 110 HP in a dream.
No,
please. Don't do it to him. Please don't do it to him. Oh, MCD's in a lot of trouble. Oh, happy. Oh, dear. Can Victoria clean him up? They can't. Okay. Ooh, he couldn't have got away with more. Still, killing MCD is pretty nice. Gives Gladiators time to come back onto the point. Boston did gain a tick, maybe a little bit extra here, but Kevster is back. A 6th sense for destruction. Kevster waiting for that bubble to expire as Crimzo does leap away, but with Pug dead in the front lines, it's going to have to be another push for Boston.
That was so smart. Like, Happy just able to go into the backline, surprise MCD, while Funny Astro went back to spawn to taxi everybody back. Super smart heads-up play here from the Gladiators, and this is just raw strategy. You know, not only are they just like amplifying their power for playing aggressive, but you know, when you layer on all of that fun tech too, like that makes for an exciting team match. Reiner's gonna use the grab. Is he gonna solo it on somebody? Hope not.
Valentine was in the worst possible spot there. He spent so long on the stairs, like if he hit the recall, he just ends up in the same point that he was. That is an awkward situation to say the very least. All right, Boston still have grab. They have the overclock, they have transcendence, window's coming up too. Maybe throw in the grab, wait for that window to come up, hit the overclock and get some one-shots. Now the Gladiators, well, how do they respond? Early Graviton Surge from the Glads. They're also going to throw out both the support ultimates on either side and both overclocks. Everybody's pressing Q at once. It's all up to Happy and Victoria now as the Transcendence and the Beat did stop a lot of that damage coming through initially. And it's just going to be a stalemate. No one dies. It's just a trading of ults.
Wait for it, though. Wait for it. Amplification Matrix. We're going to trade those soon, too.
Ooh. Yep. Yes, we are. Crimzone shoots 10% away.
Okay, maybe not anymore.
Might not need to trade him in a second because Bunk and Victoria are dead, so. RIP.
Well, Happy gets taken out here, but oh, Jaws, there's 20 seconds, less than 20 seconds remaining now.
Yeah. Well, they still can touch. Okay, Punk's on Winston. Him or Valentine are going to be the ones to touch the points. Ideally, Valentine touches, and then Punk comes in onto the high ground, or it looks like Punk's going to touch. Maybe Valentine tries to open it up with the pulse. Window gets unleashed onto the point. That bubble's not going to last long, neither does Punk. And with Victoria dead, Valentine not getting too much done with the pulse bomb. The Gladiators will take map number 2. Kind of flattening Boston Uprising like thin crust pizza dough right now. As we may go into more rounds, but it's looking rather doubtful.
Well, you never know. I did say 3-2. This is the comeback. Come on, Boston.
True.
Don't let me down now. I mean, Gladiators still want to finish off their last regular season match super strong, but, you know, Boston, they get some good practice here to close out their season next week.
Yes, 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 yes. The Gladiators looking as strong as ever.
We'll see if the Boston Uprising can make your dreams come true, Rose, in that 3-2 after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a bit. The time is now. Clockwork Zenyatta is ready for you to enter the Iris Get the Countdown Cup legendary skin for 300 League tokens on the new OWL shop in Overwatch 2. You just click the shop button and then it's on the little tab on the top. There's a bundle there too, actually, with a few skins if you missed a couple, and some of the recolors. But yeah, the new Zen skin is out right now, starting October 4th, which is long gone.
So good.
Yeah, if you haven't got it already, go pick it up. Back to the series though, at hand. Boston Uprising against the Los Angeles Gladiators. Right now, the Glads haven't given up a single point. Boston Uprising didn't win a control round, and they didn't get a single point on Paraiso. Can they do it on Dorado? We'll have to wait and find out. We have Space coming in and Skewed for the Gladiators, so a bit of a shift in the roster.
Yeah, so we'll see maybe some Sigma coming in from Space. Seems to be the hero of choice there. We see him a lot on maps like Circuit Royale, a lot of like those hit scan oriented maps. Dorado's a little bit of an interesting one for me because I feel like that's really more of kind of Winston's playground. So we'll have to see what Space decides to come out with here, but maybe that does give Boston Uprising an opportunity to go in with the D.Va and hit hard into the backline, especially when it might be a bit more static, seeing Skewed subbed in as well for potentially double flex support.
Yeah, double flex. So on Dorado, I'm thinking you could go Zen Ana if you wanted, Brig Ana. You could do a whole bunch of things if you fancied it. Even Brig Bap, Brig Zen, all good things. If you go Brig Zen, that's a lot of defensive tools, so wouldn't be too surprised there. But I'm curious who's starting on offense and defense. We'll have to wait and find out. But the Gladiators, I mean, they are firmly in control. There's not really much more else to say than that, to be honest.
No, it's been really difficult for Boston Uprising to get any sort of headway in this match. Feels like Gladiators just time and time again, before the fights even start, have gotten a pick of some kind, and especially when it's a DPS or a healer, even just having a person down at all can be super detrimental. We don't see teams very often come back from a 4v5 situation. But once again, it's Dorado. We see some subs, so let's see. Boston's mental can be pretty ironclad sometimes, and so I hope it's going to continue to be so in this match.
Yeah, that is very true. At the end of the day, you are in play-ins if you're Boston, right? And the Glads are in playoffs, so you're not necessarily losing a whole bunch. Ideally, you get the win, of course you do. But Boston Uprising, even if they do take a 3-0, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I mean, we still have a couple of matches here for Boston. They've still looked really good heading into play-ins as well. Like, there's not really a whole lot for them except for practice coming into this matchup. So maybe they get to try out some new strategies, and maybe we'll see a bit more of this Sombra. Once again, like, Joss, what are you feeling about kind of Sombra and its place in the meta? It felt super strong at the very beginning of the stage.
What?
But
what do I think of Sombra?
What do you think of Sombra? Give it to me.
That pick is hella busted in, I will say, especially in solo queue. Sombra is free SR if you're a DPS player. It's incredibly strong. I still think it's strong in the Overwatch League level 2. Incredibly good pick. People are more on the same page than in your like solo queue, like ranked games kind of thing. So your ability to kind of insta-kill someone is lessened, but it's still extremely powerful. Like, it does stop tanks from playing the game pretty much for 1.7 seconds, and invis hack as well is oppressive. Let's not beat around the bush here.
Well, keep an eye out for the Sombras if you could spot them, because there's one on either team here. Victoria's been inclined to play the Sombra mostly this series, but ooh, nice. Nice little takedown.
Do you get the shot? Oh. Yeah, Kevster goes down to Valentine, not bad. All right, high ground control, attempted by Space. Oh, Happy's actually there to kill MCD on the staircase. But Space does end up losing the mech. Can they punish the pilot D.Va? Maybe. Oh, yeah, okay. Victoria's right around the corner. Invis hack and then straight into just gunning them down. Not bad, not bad. Good start from the Boston Uprising. They are going to halt Gladiators in their tracks. They should have enough time to regroup as 5 as well.
Well, this is pretty big too, because Victoria is actually outpacing Happy right now in terms of getting that EMP out. And Valentine too, those ground duties have been paying off for him. Pulse Bomb online already to be able to try to attack Shu or Skewed. Maybe even Kevster, who knows? It depends on how low to the floor he flies.
EMP check from Victoria?
Nope, that hit nobody.
That was a memp, I'm pretty sure. That hit nobody. A big old memp from Victoria. Unlucky rubber ducky. Oh dear. Punk gets put to sleep after he got the nano applied to him. And now the Space trying to make his move. Trying to push Punk out of the way. Gladiators are rounding up on some of their ults. Happy's 10% away from an EMP of his own. Space is trying to focus as much attention as possible on a backline. Takes care of Skewed, gets the remake kill, forces a Transcendence from Shu. He was around that corner, trying to help Space as much as possible, as the Gladiators are falling one by one. Target focus from Uprising now, pretty good.
Yeah, it's been amazing so far. I mean, this is really the comeback you'd hope to see here from Boston. EMP was not effective in terms of actually getting any hacks onto anybody, but it still worked. If you still hold, that it works, right? That is how that works. But watch out, Happy.
Bigger
watch
EMP.
out. Happy
He's
check.
looking for, oh, he's just perma looking at Valentine. Yeah, so perma pinging. There's the hack. Oh, they do manage to get it. Can they finish the kill? No, MCD and Crimzo are right behind it. An anti onto Happy. Does he brave it? Does he stay? Yes, he does. He even gets back into Cloak. Or Invis. Kevster getting slept, so that's most of his copy used up. Should still be able to get this self-destruct, though. He's got a couple of seconds to go. There it is, self-destruct in the air. Is he going to disappear before it goes off? Kind of. Transcendence forced by Sue there, by the looks of it. MCD popping the trance. The Gladiators kind of fumbling the bag right now, and they're going to be able to stagger Space quite effectively.
Oh yeah, I mean, Space at this point is just running for the drop-off point here to reset, but that's 20 seconds remaining. This defense from Boston has been so good. Happy hasn't used the EMP yet, but neither has Victoria, and there's no Transcendence on the board for either Zen.
I mean, Victoria's earned another EMP by the time that Happy has used his first one. Like, that's pretty tragic for the Glad side of things, especially how they've been playing series so far. All right, no mep this time, Victoria. You got Punk right next year. EMP hits Shu and Skewed, the perfect targets. No supports left from the Gladiators. They send out their own EMP, but yeah, there's nothing really left of your backline. So that should be the defense for the Boston Uprising. There it is, overtime 6 down. Rose, you might be getting your wish. Maybe we do go to a map 4, maybe map 5. Boston Uprising with a good defense.
I'm not going to hold my breath just yet, because Gladiators may fuller hold. They have done this before this season. I'm just putting it out there in the universe because, like, that's the caster curse, right? If I say that it'll happen, then it's not going to. Or I don't know. What are the conditions to get the caster curse?
I think just saying it. And
Okay,
that's
well,
it, right? You say it and then it doesn't happen.
Well, maybe we don't get our
maybe
we don't get our 5 maps.
It's a pretty simple curse. No crazy verses we have to recite
Okay.
to send it out there. We just have
No
to say
conditions to
one
clear.
simple thing.
Got it.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. No check boxes need to be checked.
I think getting the fuller hold here is very, very unlikely. The way that Victoria and Valentine have been able to target focus has been incredible. Boston, this is the iron mental we were talking about, because I think a lot of teams would be pretty down in the dumps if they lost 2 maps as single-handedly as Gladiators kind of dished it out, right? So Boston, you know, they just got to kind of keep it up here. They seem to be in good spirits too, just like looking at match chat in between each map. That's fun to see.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, keeping the spirits high, that's for sure. Punk always seems to be happy, so that's always a good sign. All right, let's see what they can do. 4 minutes and not even to the first checkpoint.
Spy checking already.
Is required for Boston Uprising.
They know that there's a happy Sombra somewhere lurking.
Oh, there you go. You do be chilling.
There you go.
Ooh, that was a lot of damage by Shu there. Nice little right click from your boy. Wow, Victoria EMP charge rate is pretty incredible. Happy does end up going down. Not a good start from the Gladiators, as well as Space being hacked and extremely low. They do trade for MCD, but now the fight is going to take place on the high ground. Oh, Kevster. Yep. He just double kills the backline, and the Gladiators, they don't even need to thank their lucky stars. It's just thanking their lucky Kevster. Punk still takes down Shu. So still, staggered kills very much in favor of
Victoria
the offense
has
team
EMP.
here. And yeah, he has got EMP already. And they burnt Nano on Space, so they can't use that for like a defensive tool either. And the pulse bomb onto Skewed is pretty nice too. Boston Uprising, they're in good form right now.
Space might lose mech here. That would be devastating. And at this point too, like, Gladiators, they don't have too many members left alive. Everybody's trying to scurry back from spawn, but Victoria about to hit him with the EMP, and I don't know if they're ready for this one.
Yeah, all you need to do is hit it on point, that's about it. All right, focusing down the mech. The mech is history, and now the EMP is ready to go. Honestly, you might not even need to use it. I'm going to be real. Both supports are in front of him, and that's it. Wow, Boston Uprising actually dominate the Gladiators on Dorado.
I told
That was
you.
not even close. Damn.
I told you. Sometimes it's the caster curse, sometimes it's the caster not cursing.
Blessing.
Yeah. Hey, great, yeah, great
All right.
defense there for Boston. Let's go.
I'm still a little bewildered. I'm
it
gonna be
was-
real. There you
great.
go. Look, I'm always down for more games. Okay, Boston Uprising with a very, very nice map on Dorado. We are going to push as our next game mode. We'll see if there's any substitutions. Space has gotten up from his seat. Maybe we see him step back again. We'll have to wait and find out after the break. Don't go anywhere. This may just go to a map 5.
just so much talent in the league. It is time to announce the Overwatch League MVP nominees.
Season 5 of the Overwatch League has brought with it a new era of Overwatch and a new wave of MVP candidates.
Ooh! No way does he win that! Are you serious? That's what you want to see!
Your 2022 Overwatch League MVP nominees are Lip from the Shanghai Dragon.
Oh, Lip! It's sweet music to our ears!
Hanbin from the Dallas Fuel.
Hanbin is a one-man army at the front!
Kai from the Atlanta Rain.
The hit scan legend, Killer AI, it's Mr. Kai.
Smurf from the Seoul Dynasty.
This is two-time champion Smurf. Oh, that is disgusting.
That's just
so good.
Kevster from the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Oh my, that's perfect from Kevster.
Hardy from the London Spitfire.
What a slam! That's filthy. That's Hardy for you.
Zest from the Philadelphia Fusion.
Zest is hunting. No one can stop Zest. He's a burglar.
Proper from the San Francisco Shop.
Proper has arrived. It could be one of the greatest rookie performances we've ever seen.
Prophet from the Seoul Dynasty.
And who's going to carry Hardy? It's going to be Prophet. What can you do when Prophet is this good?
And Shu from the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Shu making a name for himself. How does he keep doing this?
The winner will be determined by you, along with Overwatch League casters, teams, and the media. Use the hashtag OWLMVP on Twitter and tag your favorite player by their Twitter handle or in-game tag. You can also cast your vote by going to overwatchleague.com/MVP.
What is happening? Oh! Somebody stop him!
Who will be your Overwatch League 5th season MVP? Help decide and cast your vote today. Voting ends October 10th.
Welcome back. All right, Gladiators. That was a little bit rough on Dorado. If you swap the team names around, you'd be like, okay, that makes sense, right? But the Boston Uprising with an unreal hold on that third map, keep themselves in the series. The Gladiators, though, Rose, they are going back to their starting lineup. So Reiner and Funny Astro are in, skewed out, and same as Space.
Well, we are going to Colosseo as our next map in this series, and so I'm kind of expecting to see more of the Zarya. You know, Reiner's been performing really highly on that hero for these first two maps. They were very dominant wins for the Los Angeles Gladiators, and then of course the Lucio there's Funny Astro gets subbed in, but for Boston too, having Faith come into the lineup, maybe we don't see such a static backline from the Boston Uprising, and I feel like that has been a little bit of a pain point for them this series, just being able to stay alive.
I mean, hey, keeping yourself in feels pretty good. Can they replicate what they had on Dorado? I mean, with the starting lineup back in, maybe not. Especially with Colosseo being the map like you were mentioning. Hyper aggression on Paraíso and Ilios is how the Gladiators find their first two wins in this series, so we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
Well, you were talking about static backlines a minute ago, Rose, so maybe that was the change they need to revert the change. Control Z.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you just need the Ana and the Lucio. Like, Crimzo can play the Ana, Faith can go in with the Lucio. It just gives you that extra mobility so that, you know, Crimzo doesn't get picked off by Kevster if, like, the sleep doesn't go through. Or you can run, like, Lucio Baptiste. That's been a really popular combination as well. Or, you know, Faith can come in and also play a little bit of the Zen. So it just kind of depends on what type of backline Boston really want to go with here, but if they want to contend with the Lucio Zarya from the Gladiators, they have to kind of match that speed with a Lucio of their own. Otherwise, they're just going to get rolled over like they did the first two maps.
Let's see. Yep, so as expected for both lineups, running these supports and tanks and whatnot. Although saying that, Crimzo, you did kind of expect him to run the Ana, but
sticking with the Batiste this time instead. A bit better on this map, the Batiste, in terms of the
True.
architecture, because you can throw the lamp behind the pillars, and it's harder for other teams to like actually attack the lamp and destroy it.
High ground too to play upon.
Might be one of the reasons. Yeah, also high ground, yeah, using the exo boots to get up on height pretty quick. It's always nice.
Alright. Who's gonna get the first pick?
Always a valid question.
How long is it gonna take?
How long is it going to take? I don't want to jinx it.
4 minutes.
It's not going to be 2 minutes. I mean, team, we are long past
Yeah,
that now. The 2 minute stall
I
fest,
know.
there's no way. And Kevster exists.
Yep.
There you go.
Kevster
All right.
exists.
Spoke his name and spoke that kill into existence. Thank you, Kevster. Very cool. All right, Kevster does end up dying to Fate, who's been subbed in by the Boss Stars, by the way. Fate coming in. Boss Not Rising, they have lost Crimzo, so having the lack of heals now might be a detriment to them, and you can see now they are just backing up ASAP. Punk grabs that mega health pack, is going to get escorted by Faith, as the Gladiators finally get that barricade going.
Alright, I mean, Gladiators, they have control now. Shu being able to pop this amplification matrix right away here as Boston Uprising move in. There's not a whole lot of cover to take from this.
Early window, oh, easy body shot there from Happy. Another one by Shu, alrighty. Boss Not Rising, they're going to lose this fight. They don't even, unfortunately, manage to get a single kill on the Gladiators there. Valentine?
Oh no! Bogged by the wall.
Okay. That's another classic wall pulse
unlucky.
bomb. Very epic. Thank you, Observer. There's Valentine's dead. He died from embarrassment. It wasn't happy. All good. Lamp already forced by Reiner. You can see Crimzo taken down rather swiftly. And now, with a beat, the Gladiators are going to throw out the grab. Throw everything in the kitchen sink. Why not? You're going to get the butt scratch mode. It was rather even at the very end of that fight, but just having Reiner alive and having the grab with Lucio up, it's all good. I'm curious if they're going to stay around. Probably not. No, you can see Astro, Kevster, and Reiner just making a swift retreat. Don't want to run into anything too deadly near the spawn
well,
door.
I mean, you also want to be an LOS of Shu, who's just walking back from spawn as well, so.
All right, what you got for us? That window gets opened up, but you can see already the Boss Not Rising just kind of moving forward. They haven't really utilized the window at all, but there's more of a scary window to kind of look at. Oh dear. Faith jumped over the pole straight into Happy's crosshair. That wasn't great. But, and Valentine just gets rolled by Kevster. Now, Gladiators are getting pushed by Punk and Victoria here. Reiner goes super low. Immortality Field comes out to save his life. But you can see now the collapse from the Gladiators might be a little bit too strong for Boston Uprising. The beat is going to get used as they try and make a re-entrance into the fight. And yeah, they weren't expecting that. The Los Angeles Gladiators, they do end up trading Reiner for Punk as Valentine makes his presence known for a brief moment till the window comes out and then decides better of it.
Yeah, you have to be able to back away from this. I mean, Gladiators too. This is just, again, like record-setting, very fast pace. Kevster is going to have another pulse bomb. Is anybody surprised at this point? I don't think so. But Happy also just looking for another pick, getting the overclock back online. The Gladiators can just play to keep the lead here. It's pretty big.
I mean, you could do that, or how about this? New strat. Push the map, push the bot all the way to the end of the map. Lamp being forced by Kevster's pulse bomb. There's a window on the high ground. I don't think there's anybody really in range on the Gladiators side to get taken down by Boston. Doesn't look like it. Looks like Reiner and Funny Astro just want to leave the scene. Yeah, and I think Happy might make it out too. Yeah, Astro's dead to the rescue. All good. They got a couple of extra meters there, but nothing noteworthy right now. With 5 minutes to go, still winnable for Uprising.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, you're just looking at the first checkpoint right now. We've seen a lot of comebacks from there. Grab first.
Big grab is pretty big. That beat's going to come out for the Gladiators, and they put the lamp on top. So it's going to take a lot of Boss Not Rising damage to chew through all of that overhealth, plus the lamp's HP on top of that. There you go, Gladiators ascend to the high ground, and the bot gets moving once again. That barricade's going to get pushed around that first corner, I can imagine, or the second to last corner, I can imagine.
Yeah, I mean, you just want to be able to set up the bot here for the straightaway. Shu, push the bot? Okay.
There you go.
No.
Push the bot. All right, they're going to back up. Okay. They got it. A meter. All good. You say this.
It's fine. Look, again, it's like if you can take an inch, that can turn into a mile. Happy gets another pick. Reiner just walks through with the bubble to get some charge there for the disruptor shot.
Good grab against the wall. Lamp's already been forced. Are there going to be bubbles there to save? Not at all. Not at all, unfortunately. There you go. Boss not rising. Are the guys going to move the payload? That's the question. The bot do be sitting there. There it is. Okay, all good. Just trying to punch them as much as possible running into the spawn door.
I mean, okay, there are some times you can leave the objective, one of which is to heal your team. It's okay. Especially if you come out on top of that one. I mean, Gladiators too, they want to set up Happy for success here. So Reiner's just going to keep playing with this forward positioning as Kevster tries to wrap around with this pulse bomb. They could just finish the map here, Jaws. I mean, they have less than 4 minutes, but it's still a lot.
Good lamp. There's the window. I mean, Happy can shoot through this with ease, but the boss not rising, think better of it and just run through it completely. Oh, Shu missing the shots on Punk. Little fancy footwork there by the Aussie. Doesn't manage to survive, however, but Valentine is going to clean up. He's going to get a little bit of healing from someone there. Must have been the Lucio, but he runs the health pack. Oh, Kevster, there's no way. Woo! If Kevster won that fight, I would have screamed. No, Valentine does end up getting the clean, but with 3 minutes to go and almost 100 meters on the ball for the Gladiators, looking tough for Uprising to come back.
Yeah, Uprising first objective here is to win the next team fight and then think about securing that first objective for those forward spawns. They do have the ultimate economy when you look at Victoria getting set up for this overclock, and Faith as well, if things get a little bit dicey, can come in swiftly with that sound barrier. But it's about starting to get the picks here and focusing on this fight at hand.
Little right click from Victoria. Ooh. What I feared for Shu's life there. Who's going to get right click? He's got him in his sights. Here's the right click, does hit the miss, but no. Overclock is going to get used. Oh, disruptive shot in the grab? No, that sound barrier from Funny Astro perfectly timed. Including that lamp from Shu, helping them survive that key ultimate. And now it's Happy's turn to click some heads. Oh, Faith! My word, that was a nice air shot. There's only one person left. Not even Happy can finish that kill before Shu clicks his head. Gladiators find another team kill. They do march on forward with that robot in tow.
Rounding that corner too. I mean, this robot's going to be moving very quickly to be able to get back, but it really is going to be on Kevster to try to wrap it around the corner to get back to pushing that payload forward. Reiner is just going to set up for the Graviton here. They're going to back up a little bit here to use the Amp Matrix.
Graviton Surge being thrown out, window doing a lot of damage, but Boss not rising. This is their corner, refusing to go down here. Shu puts down the lamp, might not get away. There's someone looking at him. It is Valentine and Victoria, the V brothers cleaning up. Astro almost gets a shot in there on Victoria and goes down, almost falls down to disruption shot too. All right, a minute and a half. All right, Boston, show us what you got. You got to be perfect though. No pressure.
It's okay. Oh, they got this. I mean, a minute left. They actually got a lot. Hey, they got a lot of resources out of the Gladiators. It's going to be a pretty neutral fight here as, you know, you're looking at Victoria maybe getting this overclock online for this next fight. But it's about picks. It's about getting them now. Boston, now.
Yeah.
The time is now.
True and real analysis. Get the picks. Get them now. Oh, nice headshot. That's what you want to see. Okay. Shu, dead. Victoria on the board. Boss not rising with 45 seconds to go. Need about 80 meters. Funny Astro also falls. Okay, this is the turnaround right here.
There you go.
Punk has the Graviton Surge coming up. They've also got a window. Victoria with an ult. Valentine.
Like
all right, high ground in control of the Boss not rising. Almost a full slate. That barricade's moving, but it's moving at a very slow pace.
Okay.
Victoria trying to start this off quickly. Shu, using the mortality field already. Oh, that was an aggressive duel there by Happy. Forces Victoria to back all the way up using that power slide. And so it begins. Overtime, around in the corner. What a grab. That immortality field doing a whole bunch of work. The ultimate from Funny Astro just got tore through.
Overtime is here, and the Boston Uprising find an almost team wipe on the Gladiators.
Yeah, it's huge. You know that we're going to see Victoria try to push a little bit more aggressively here with Punk to be able to use these sight lines.
C9.
But don't worry, Valentine's on the case here. That should be the checkpoint unlocked as Crimso comes back into the fight as well. But now it is about Faith's sound barrier against the Gladiators.
All right, Kevster, blink, miss pulse. They're in this final corner. We've seen many epic moments here. Can Boston create another one? Faith has that beat, but Victoria's already dead. Reiner's main focus right now is Punk. Faith, he's still got the beats. Oh, he throws it out, but it only hits him and Crimso. That's going to be it. It's all done. The Gladiators, with a 3-1, take the series in their stride. GG's all around. And that is Gladiators' final game on this patch. They're moving to playoffs. Going to be playing on the Kiriko one. Boston Uprising still have a couple more games in the Countdown Cup qualifiers, but Dorado was not close. Boston Uprising took that one with ease, but the Gladiators managed to finish it out with a 3-1.
Yeah, Gladiators have just been absolutely dominant this stage in order to close out their regular season. It's been 6 straight wins for them. It's got to feel pretty good, and Boston got some really good practice against a Goliath of a team. So I hope that, you know, as they take these lessons into next week, we'll see some really good stuff from them still. I mean, they had bright moments. Boston had some really, really bright moments today, especially when you do look at Dorado. Yeah, great call out there. But Gladiators, I mean, they're back. They're back, Jaws, and they're ready for playoffs.
Yes, they are. Yeah, and the main man who is leading the charge for the Glads is going to get our player of the match. Today, it's going to be Reiner for the Gladiators.
Yeah, Reiner has shown a bunch of versatility just the entire season, but looking at just the evolution of how he has played from the beginning of this stage through to now, really focusing on the Winston and the Doomfist, but the Zarya today was super standout. I feel like Johnny's going to be pretty proud about making that prediction about how strong Zarya is at the moment in the meta, and I think a lot of teams have started to figure that out. And you know, Dallas Fuel, Gladiators, it's going to be really interesting to see what teams decide to stick to this, and also what team can beat it. Maybe if you can't beat it, you join it.
Yeah, it seems like definitely those like D.Va and the Zarya there are forefront in the meta for tank picks. You can pick other things in other maps. We've seen obviously a little bit of a Rissa here and there on certain points, but if you got a Zarya or a D.Va as good as the Gladiators do, then yeah, it's a bit tough to stray from those picks, I think. Good stats overall, average energy 42, not bad. Desperate 10, 4, yeah. Pretty good stats overall, although the game was fairly one-sided, obviously, apart from that map on Dorado. Now, Glads, all they need to do is just practice this new patch. I mean, the Kiriko patch is going to be a little bit wacky, I think. We'll see if Kiriko ends up getting played. The Glads get to play on that. They get to practice there. And moving on to playoffs, they're going to be pretty happy with themselves getting this extra win.
Definitely. I mean, playoffs, we know our team's there, and now it really is about seeing kind of where everybody else falls as we close out this week and head into the last week of the Western region. It's going to be absolutely wild heading into playoff season.
Yep, it is. We're going to go to a break. I'm going to go play some ranked. It's going to be a good time. Johnny, you with me? You're not with me? We're going to jump to a break. Got an interview after this, and then the desk are going to round out the day. We'll see you later.
Trust one of me. Oh, trust one. Trust that. Go, go. Nice, more.
Nice, GG.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here with Space from Los Angeles Gladiator Space. Congratulations on the win. I want to start this interview by, sort of talking about your, tank sub strategy, because I know you play some nasty Zarya, and of course Reiner's Zarya is really good too. So, how does the subbing strat for tanks for Los Angeles Gladiators go?
Yeah, so for tanks, this stage was a little bit tricky because we didn't know what direction the meta was going. So Reiner played a lot at the start. We were playing more Monkey Doomfist, and then the meta started changing towards like D.Va and Zarya, but like somewhere around the middle I was sick for a little bit and I couldn't play for like a week and a half, so we just felt more comfortable with keeping Reiner in, and that's kind of just what happened. So Reiner played a lot more Zarya and D.Va on the maps, but we can both play Zarya, so it kind of just worked out that way.
Right. Okay, I just want to follow up quickly because, I mean, like you said, you guys are both good on that Zarya. Is there like a playstyle difference, you think, between you and Reiner as well, as for Zarya goes?
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit, but I think just we both get coached by Smash, so he just tells us to like go aggressive, as aggressive as possible, and play as confident as possible and just push forward and be decisive with your decisions. Like a lot of it is just a lot of positioning stuff. So I think me and Reiner are a little bit slightly different, but we both kind of play the same way, so it doesn't really matter who's playing.
Okay, aggressive and be confident. Noted. I will take that note from you, and I will try that in my ranked games today. Let's talk about Dorado, because that was when we saw you on your signature hero D.Va. But unfortunately, that map really didn't go as planned for you guys. So, what were some of the problems that you guys were having on Dorado?
Yes, so Dorado, it was a little weird for us because we kind of kept swapping comps, but I think that first point on attack is probably the hardest point. Once you break that, the map was kind of easier. Right. But our main struggle was just me, Kevster, and Happy didn't really do anything together. Like we were kind of all doing our own thing, and we just had to synchronize on one thing, and that would have made it a lot easier. So I just felt like that map we just kept staggering and kept making individual plays, when if we just did one coordinated thing, we probably would have pushed past first. So we just need to go back in the VOD and watch and see what we could have done better to actually sync up one play.
Right. Okay. I mean, yeah, that you guys were a bit unlucky on Dorado, but I mean, other than that, you guys were dominant against the Boston Uprising. And this was the very last match for the Los Angeles Gladiators for this regular season, I guess, this whole regular season. So, Space, what's your like looking back? What's your take on the the regular season of the Overwatch League 2022 season?
I mean, it was great. Honestly, it was really, really good for us. I felt like we did really well. We learned a lot. We've learned so much throughout the season, and we've improved and gotten to know each other, get like a lot closer with each other as just brothers and as friends. It's easy for us to communicate together as players, which is going to be really helpful coming into playoffs. And I mean, just a huge thanks to all the fans that supported us and the organization. We couldn't have done it without the help of Brenda and Alex. So, the regular season was really good, and now we're just locked in for playoffs. Just focus on playoffs. Don't worry about anything else. Take it day by day. Learn Kiriko, and, just see where the meta goes.
Yeah, I'm definitely so excited to see more from the Gladiators. And yeah, I think I'm going to wrap up the interview here. Space, thank you so much. Great talking to you, and good luck in the playoffs, brother.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Space. Oh, it's such a pleasure to talk to you.
What was that?
It's a heart.
Are you playing like favorites? Why heart for Space and no one else?
Because I really like Space. Of course, everyone has favorites.
You like Space? I love Space.
Okay. What's that, a peach?
It's a heart.
Sure. Anyway. What? You know what I find really impressive? That players on such a high level, they do have the ability to, right after a match, think back on a map, and are able to pinpoint situations where it went wrong for them already. And also having having the, I don't know what the right word here is, but like being able to just say it out loud. Like, yeah, this is what we did wrong.
Right?
Yeah, not being afraid to like admit to mistakes. I think that makes for really good players, and that's why they are playing on the top.
That's why they're pros. Like if it was us, we'll be blaming supports. I'll be
everyone
blaming
but me. Obviously,
probably.
it's never me.
Maybe still did that, just didn't say that. I can't believe Shu didn't laugh me a single
him
time.
a well PR trained player.
At the very end,
top.
he did say they have to go check the VOD. So maybe he'll do that after checking the VOD.
Just to find some more nitpicky stuff.
Like, you know that stuff. Like, as someone who's played like a Reinhardt a lot, and I'm like, I'm gonna go through this gate like 4 times, and then it didn't work, and then I'm like, why did I try to like go through the icon wall, the point A choke, like 3 times in a row? Like,
yeah, but like some people struggle to admit to that. I very often come out of a game and I was like, we lost and it was horrible. I have no idea why.
Oh, damage players that lack self-awareness?
There's a lot of those. I'm not a damage player though.
Crazy. You know who you are, damage players who never think that it's your fault.
That's right.
Genji players. Anyway.
Wow, so much hatred being spewed.
Actually, hit scan players are even more. Yeah, like, if you don't hit your shot, hit scan players, like, what do you do here? Hit your shot, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, hit your shots.
Sure, you're a joy to have in a lobby after a game, I'm pretty sure.
Look, I like damage players who, like, you know, understand that tank life is hard.
It's true.
Yeah, we're all tank players.
Yeah, we are. We have 3 tank players in the truck.
Costa's gone, finally, at last.
Tank only, that's right. Now, we do want to recap the match a little bit, though. Like, yeah, Boston Uprising. Do you think they should be proud of the showing today against the Gladiators, which arguably are one of the top teams?
I feel like Boston Uprising was a franchise that had pretty high expectations of this stage. You know, they started off this stage and they looked pretty good overall. I think they played at a pretty good level, considering their record going into this stage. You know, 8-14 after this match in particular. But I think they thought that this would be the stage where they could like hang with some of the better teams around the league, where there's like Toronto Defiant, London Spitfire. Maybe not the Houston Outlaws, but like off that echelon, right? But it wasn't quite there, and you're not able to compete with the likes of the LA Gladiators. They did favor a lot of D.Va at the start of the stage, and now we're moving into a place where Zarya is just like so dominant. Like, looking at this first point hold right here, Punk playing the D.Va, playing double flex support, Valent, the V brothers playing Tracer Sombra. This is what they've done best this entire stage. And now, similar to Atlanta Reign in the previous series, Boston Uprising as a team, they find themselves in this situation. Well, I guess we just gotta abandon it and play Punk with Ilios and BAP like we're doing here. But we've obviously had less practice with this composition. So Boston Uprising, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Meta sort of like moved away from them, but we'll see what happens in the play-ins, right?
Exactly. And I mean, there is some time obviously before the play-in starts, so they can get on that Zarya
They have 2 more
grind
matches too, right?
right now. I think so.
Yeah, there are 2 more matches next week.
I'm not keeping track, you know.
They got the practice.
Surprise me.
Yeah. Match time. They can do it.
But I mean, they know what they need to do, right?
Yeah.
At least if they watched our show, they will know, because you told them.
Punk actually said once that I was a pretty smart guy, and it fed my ego so much. I'm like, Beanie.
He's still thinking about it. He's still thinking about it. It was probably years ago.
Yeah, I can't believe he said that. My ego is just like blooming.
Are you sure that wasn't like a joke?
Sarcasm? Was it sarcasm?
Was it?
Was he sarcastic about it?
Maybe. Because was he sort of laughing at saying it as like, oh, you're so smart, or like was it like
sarcastic?
Or was he like actually serious? Like he looked you in the eyes and said you were very smart.
Is that how you have to say it? Like,
yeah, you're so smart.
I think Punk.
Compared to that,
I think he was sarcastic.
You're so smart.
oh, yeah, I can see that. I see what you mean.
I think it was a lie.
Punk's approval meant so much to me, and now it's gone. It's faded.
Well, we find out if you really meant it.
You're a smart guy.
You can go back and how long ago was that exactly?
Proud.
I'm sure you have it jotted down in your agenda somewhere.
He has it
diary.
in his room.
Is it today?
Punk said I'm
Dear diary, today Punk said. Well, I see how that's a highlight of your life.
Yeah.
I understand that. It would be too. But
Punk is the best.
He's one of the best for sure.
Yeah. I would give him a
Speaking of
heart.
bests, there were some highlights today as well. You're like, yes, you nailed it.
Nice.
No, we do have some best of the days we want to get through as well. And for me, it was just a pure, unadulterated joy of Sparkle after he won. Like, I don't know if...
When did that happen?
His EXE stopped working there. Like, he had such a physical reaction to their win.
I hope we get to see. Yeah.
It's coming in just a second.
All right.
So after they win.
Watch him. Ah!
Wait, is he angry or is he happy? I don't know if that's happiness. He seems a little
he's happy.
frustrated.
No, he's happy.
Like, it looks like I could have done better. Kind of look, you know?
So excited.
Did that make you nervous watching it? It was so like there's so much energy.
I mean he's a very animated guy.
It's true. It's
So
true.
now
But even for him,
getting-
that was.
Now I think I'm getting used to this. So like, if I see Sparkle not so animated, I think I'll be worried. If they win, if he's just like
He's
quietly leaves his chair,
Yeah,
then I'll be
that's
like,
strange, that's
oh,
strange.
something's wrong.
But I love the reaction. I love when players actually
Yeah.
show that they're happy. Like very often we see them winning like crucial games and they don't tell their faces. They just look like
gonna go play
they
rank.
Some of them look like they just lost. That's
yeah,
even worse.
yeah.
Like that definitely does happen.
Like Hawk did.
Like Hawk
yesterday.
Exactly. He looked
yesterday. He was upset that they lost.
So it's great to see the joy of Sparkle on our screens. Danny, what sparked joy for you today?
This really sparked my joy very, very much. It was Hanbin. I was on the Dallas Fuel.
Of course.
I love Dallas Fuel. You guys all know that. This was him camping Spawn for Atlanta Reign in front of Kai and just staying there for all eternity. And you can see Kai just going, you can see his face like, what is this guy doing? Like, what is he serious? Like, is he really gonna stay there? And you know what makes it even better? I think by the time Hanbin died, he had close to 70 ult charge. He was just here the whole time. Like shooting Kai and then looking down to see, getting some right clicks downstairs, and
Shame
he was
we
just
didn't
there.
get the Hanbin player cam there. He was just cackling to himself like.
Such a talented player. Such a.
I love him so hard.
Yeah, it's just funny. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, good. I don't know.
He just kept
I
him in
don't
check.
even know why I laughed.
All right, Johnny. So, what was your best of the day?
My best of the day,
Try.
speedily popping off on the
speedily.
soldier, clutching up. Yeah, he had some moments
He
on hit scan, and typically we don't see speedily on the soldier.
So talented.
But like right here, like Danny almost lost his marbles right here. He like almost Danny despair. We need to make that an emote. Danny despair.
I did. I was like, get this guy. This guy.
Please cap and speedily
I was
no.
like, surely you guys could get speedily.
No, soldier.
He pulled out the Uno reverse.
He
card.
was able.
Surely I could get everyone else. I was like, surely not three of the team, like half of the team's not gonna go down by speedily.
We need to get a Uno reverse like prop card. And
Uno
just,
reverse?
Pull it. So like when Costa comes back next.
Daddy despair.
Danny despair.
I miss our emotes. Like, what happened to them? I still have your heads
You have.
in my closet.
Sorry. What?
You have Johnny's head. in
Zoe,
your
have you
closet.
completely and utterly lost it?
Bro,
What is
remote
going
control.
on?
Guys, don't get it wrong. Don't clip that.
Remote control. The heads on
What
the
happened to remote control?
Yeah,
what happened to
whatever
our heads?
happened to- They're in my closet. That's all.
I have Bren still in my garage. I have like Cat Bren. Do you remember Cat Bren?
Yeah,
Cat
I
Bren
still have that. That's
in my
that's
garage,
a
yeah.
haunting one though. I don't
Cat
remember
Bren
like
lives in
that
my
one.
garage.
Can
I like
I get a
Potato
Bat
Josh.
Danny?
No, Potato Josh was my favorite, I think.
Potato Josh.
That was a good one. that
Yeah.
was an absolute crowd favorite as well. Speaking of crowd favorites, we do have more games popping up tomorrow as well. So let's take a look at the schedule for the West because the East is done, everyone. That's right. No more games of the regular season in the East. Tomorrow we're going to kick things off with New York and London Spitfire. Afterwards, the Paris Eternal will face off against the San Francisco Shock. And to round out that date is Mayhem and Defiant. And actually, it's not tomorrow, but on Friday.
Monday games? No, it's Friday. It's Friday.
Monday games.
Friday.
It's just
No,
time
it's gonna feel like tomorrow
because
because we're all gonna be on ranked. We're gonna be grinding ranked all.
I
days.
hibernate
It's gonna
in between
blaze- yeah, it's gonna-
match weeks.
it's gonna
I
blaze
just-
by.
Yeah.
Friday the 14th?
That's a good thing.
Wait, it's the Halloween
It's the-
stuff is
no,
13th, right?
13th.
Oh, God, never mind.
It's so close. It's one day past
October
Cookie
14th.
Day.
Very significant day,
These
historically speaking.
These non-Americans.
Well, the stuff that happened on Friday the 14th or the October 14th, lots of stuff happened
October
that day.
14th is cleanup day after all the harrowing things happening on Friday the 13th. So it's a very important.
Well, it will be Thursday the 13th, so there was nothing
What's
to clean up.
happening on Friday the 13th? It's just a bad omen kind of thing.
I
It's
guess.
not Halloween.
No, it's not. I don't think it's Halloween. I
You just
genuinely
say
don't know.
Halloween cleanup
No,
after Halloween.
no, but it's a spooky day. It's a spooky day.
It is.
It's spooky. Spooky things happen on Friday the 13th. Even if it's like May, it's just like
You know what's spooky?
May,
we have to close out the show. That's spooky.
No.
I think people will be very relieved.
How
to
long
see
do you
us
think we
go.
could sit there before productions? Like we got.
I wonder how long.
Hex,
it
you
will
just
take.
hear Hex?
He tried to shut us down like 5 minutes ago, so I guess.
All right, let's just stay here. I took off my I took off my
Are they
ear.
just gonna turn off the lights?
Yeah.
Can they do that remotely?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna go home and play some Saria. Saria's overpowered. She's free as Saria.
I'm
telling you, dude.
Saria.
Roadhog. Roadhog.
No.
Roadhog is
No,
that where it's at?
the Roadhog. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, what do
He
you got?
wants me to end it so badly. Like he's in my ear. He's like, please stop.
YouTube chat, how you guys doing?
Hey,
How are we
You guys
holding up
enjoyed
in the
the show?
chat? You've been around all
we
weekend.
never talked to chat.
Yeah, come on,
How's
chat.
Sunday
Hope you guys
going?
enjoyed the
What's
show.
your favorite hero, chat?
And why is it
Tell us in the
Saria?
chat
Why is it
right now.
Genji?
Yeah.
Some
You know?
cosmetics.
We need more mercies.
Yeah, we need more Mercy Mace actually.
Yeah.
Mercy's not that great. Matt
Not
wanted
right now.
Matt wanted to change Mercy so
Matt
that he
wanted
can
to.
resurrect people again.
So
through
a
time.
mercy
the
pocketed me
5-man
when I was
rest,
on
let's
Sigma,
go.
and it felt great. It felt really great. I didn't have to
Everything
do
feels good
anything.
if you
I
have
was
a remote understanding of the game and you're playing in bronze. You feel like a god.
If you flux a Valkyrie Mercy, is she flying or is she fluxed?
She's fluxing.
We tried to get there.
Because Valkyrie allows you to fly, but she's also flying because of the flux, right? So
Like,
which one is it?
Can you actually? Is that stacked?
Does it depend on like
All
what
right,
came
I'm done.
first?
Bye, guys.